When the words realm eradication were spoken, immortal domain rippled, all sides shaken. Even the faces of immortal kings changed when they heard this. "Stop!" someone shouted, wishing to stop him. However, the immortal flames released by the restricted region lord's half-skull really were too terrifying, long illuminating large amounts of the stellar sea. It was already too late. In that instant, a fragrance spread everywhere. It was unknown where that incense was. It wasn't released by the restricted region lord. In a daze, the entire starry sea had a fragrance wafting about. "I am an immortal king. How can I be threatened?" This was what Xianxia said, cold and ruthless. It was as if heavenly law descended, wishing to destroy all living things, rain down judgment. This was a streak of natural laws, dazzling like a rainbow. It descended into this stellar sea, avoiding all creatures, only wishing to surround Xianxia, destroy his body and spirit. Taisher Immortal King didn't take action, but Xianxia Immortal King insisted on killing. Even though the words realm eradication rippled through the skies, he still wanted to take action. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged. This was the power of the incense. After it was lit by immortal flames, inconceivable things happened. This cosmos seemed to be burning, becoming exceptionally dazzling. There was a fragrance spreading across all lands. Not good, great karma really is going to be guided down. "Xianxia, you better stop right there. Xianxia Immortal King, please stop." At this time, many shouts sounded. Moreover, someone activated Dao laws, stopping Xianxia's unmatched strike. A shocking transformation happened to immortal domain, this endless starry sky seemingly becoming transparent, able to see the scenes outside this realm. That is, all those who had great divine abilities were shaken. They saw an inconceivable scene. That was a sea, vast and boundless, every wave carrying a ruined world, rising and falling. Time fragments swirled about, immortal corpses and undying remains floating about in this sea. At the same time, there were some living creatures, standing on the ocean waves formed from ruined realms, currently crossing over. "Realm Sea!" Immortal domains people cried out. At the same time, by the realm sea, the living creatures also seemed to have seen this side, seeing the dazzling immortal domain, seeing them as a lighthouse that showed them their destination. Hong! Moreover, someone attacked, raising a war spear, directly stabbing in this direction, wishing to pierce through the boundless immortal domain with the unmatched immortal spear, directly stabbed through. Xianxia was stunned. That was the sea behind the damn world. Lighting up realm eradication was actually helping show those creatures the way. Many people took action, wishing to attack immortal domain, directly break through. Pooh! A blood-colored war spear pierced through this realm, the massive spear scarlet red like blood, directly passing through. Those massive stars exploded continuously. This was realm eradication? It actually had this type of true meaning. Xianxia wasn't the only one who was shocked. The cultivators of all clans were all stupefied, even their souls shaking. This scene was too terrifying. There was an ocean there, some living creatures crossing the sea, launching the most terrifying attack on immortal domain. Those creatures were too powerful. There were immortal kings and undying beings. If they all slaughtered their way over, they really would destroy this realm. This incense was equivalent to a lighthouse. After it was lit, it could guide the creatures from realm sea over, help show them the way. If they were allowed to cross over, it would be enough to destroy a realm. "Stop! We will ensure Huang's safety." "Stop!" Several shouts rang out, coming from the most ancient immortal kings. They really were alarmed. Regarding realm sea, there was no one who better understood how terrifying it was than them. When the great showdown happened, there would be creatures who returned from there. Dang! Someone took action, sending that blood-colored war spear back out, striking it away. Hong! Even though immortal domain's giants responded, giving promises, terrifying things were still happening. Xianxia was swept by a streak of natural laws, exploding on the spot, body and spirit destroyed. This was still the result after several people interfered, several immortal kings stopping Xianxia, interfering with this Dao law. Otherwise, it would be even more terrifying. Ouching! An immortal king became enraged. I will not be threatened, Ouching replied coldly. Do you wish for all of us to suppress you together? Hunyuan Immortal King said. Realm eradication was lit, the consequences too terrifying. Even the expressions of those as powerful as immortal kings changed. Once this place became the first destination for the creatures of Realm C, Immortal Domain was finished. It would definitely be beaten into ruin. There were other immortal kings who were searching for that incense, but they didn't find it. There was no time. The restricted region Lord Long made preparations. He knew that once he died, his leftover strength was limited. He displayed a secret method to hide that incense. Roar! The restricted region Lord released a great roar. That snow-white skull released huge amounts of immortal Tao symbols. In addition, a drop of immortal king essence blood appeared, surrounding the place where Shao's body was crushed and torn. At the same time, the crystal skull, golden arm bone and bleeding eyeball also shone, releasing dazzling symbols, surrounding that place. Good. The drop of immortal essence blood can substitute for death. In the depths of the cosmos, someone said. Despite this being the case, Shao still experienced death. In that moment, his sturdy and imperishable body was smashed apart. Bones turned to dregs. Under an immortal king's strike, he couldn't hold on at all. Moreover, this was still the result when other unmatched experts interfered, or else he would have long turned to scattered ashes, nothing remaining. This was a drop of immortal king essence blood. The restricted region lord was displaying his methods, helping him by having this drop of immortal king essence blood take the place of his death. If an immortal king wanted to kill, if one wanted to avoid death, how could it be that easy? Only immortal king essence blood could neutralize this, endure such tremendous karma, regardless of whether it was Shao's primordial spirit or his flesh. Everything was shattered. According to normal reasoning, he was doomed to have his existence erased, but his body immediately reconstructed. Ouching! Shao released a low roar. The veins on his forehead jumped. He was so helpless, under an immortal king's attack, he almost died, almost ending up destroyed. The name of an immortal king couldn't be easily shouted, especially with this much hatred. It immediately provoked Ouching's magical projection to appear, revealing even more terrifying killing intent. Enough! Ouching, you already took action several times. Even if you want to kill Huang, it is time to stop, Pan King shouted. As an immortal king, taking action against someone who hadn't achieved immortality yet was already bullying others, but he continuously took action, still failing. In a sense, this could be seen as the will of heaven. If you want to establish even greater karma, you might as well continue, Hunyuan Immortal King said coldly. Pan King and Hunyuan Immortal King intended to protect Shao. In the cosmos, the fragrance disappeared, that stick of incense going out. The restricted region lord knew how far to go, stopping here. Shao's face was pale, his vitality greatly injured. Even his Tao foundation was shattered. Around him, there was a wave of thriving life force, so dense it didn't scatter. The immortal peach undying medicine, clearly also destroyed, was now leaving behind a wave of life force. Pan King pointed out from endless distance away, sending that sphere of clear energy into Shao's body. The restricted region lord released a mouthful of immortal light, burning Shao's body. Shao's Tao foundation healed, flesh and primordial spirit restored. Vitality also compensated. However, the excessive effects of the immortal peach medicine were directly forced out by the restricted region lord. He wasn't willing to let Shao break through just like that. That would only create the weakest human immortal. He would much rather have Shao slaughter his way out in the future turbulent times. This place became quiet, Ouching Immortal King not taking action again. The other immortal kings also backing off. When I become an immortal king, I will definitely flatten. Shao's hair danced about chaotically, the expression in his eyes cold to the extreme. He didn't say the rest. It was because the restricted region lord shook his head. Right now, Shao still hadn't achieved immortality yet, so if he made an oath, as long as that name was mentioned, that level of unmatched existence would take form. Even if they were endlessly away, countless starry seas between them, he would still sense it. Let's go. That day won't be too far away. The natural luck I am gifting you is the greatest gift I can give you, the restricted region lord said. Sure how silently gave the crystal skull, golden arm bone, and bleeding eyeball a great bow of respect. If not for them, he would be dead today. Burn away all traces. The restricted region lord took action, chanting out an ancient incantation with a low voice. In front of him, a drop of immortal king essence blood burned, turning into a streak of light, surrounding them. Hong! A tremendous noise sounded. They pierced through the cosmos, disappearing from this place. During this process, they continuously passed many starry seas, passing starry heavens one after another, their journey crossing an endless distance. They passed through the cosmos many times, continuously changing regions. In the end, they arrived in a desolate starry sky, and then descended on an ancient and dried-up star. This was originally a living planet, but it was now deathly still. Many people have come, but they were not able to enter. The restricted region lord sighed. He didn't know if Xianxia would have the opportunity, if he could enter. At the very least, some immortal kings came here before, but they all returned without any achievements in the end. Even after many great eras, no one succeeded. The crystal skull also said, "Immortal king essence blood sacrifice." The restricted region lord said, displaying some methods, sending that drop of essence blood into the void. And Xianxia was shocked, because even before the sacrifice was completed, when it had just begun, there was an indescribable sound released from within his body. Embodiment transformation great method. How could Xianxia not be shocked? This technique had previously appeared in Desolate Border's Great War, causing the other side's creatures to become shocked. Now, there was a mysterious resonance here, scripture sounds appearing. Soon afterwards, there was a crack that appeared in midair. Then it spread, brilliance seeping out. Succeeded, it actually appeared. The restricted region lord sighed in astonishment. Even he was extremely shocked. It appeared so quickly, the entrance was found. One had to understand that in all these years, many unmatched experts found this place. But in the end, none of them were able to obtain anything. The crystal skull and the two other old freaks were also extremely shocked. This was precisely that heaven-reaching place, the place of natural luck, the place of miracles. Xianxia began to size it up. Let's go. It really was an opportunity obtained with difficulty, opening only a few times throughout the ages. Who could enter? Even if they could enter, they wouldn't necessarily obtain anything. It had always been just a legend. Not even the restricted region lord could remain calm. He saw a path that led into a distant misty ancient cave, currently releasing primal chaos and immortal mist outwards. When they had just entered, when they were still halfway there, they heard a great weeping sound filled with sorrow. It wasn't just a single creature who was crying. This made the white-clothed, restricted region lord's expression become sluggish, his body immediately freezing. The other three old monsters were also alarmed, staring at that place. Xianxia was stunned. He sensed a familiar aura. Then, he saw a certain type of creature, actually lightning spirits. There were several hundred of them weeping in that cave. He had seen them before. In the past, Sanzang, Shinming, and himself had seen this group of lightning spirits. They carried a corpse on a woven straw mat, entering immortal domain from the outside world. Lightning spirits, there were several hundred of them here. Xianxia was extremely shocked, but at the same time filled with curiosity, full of a desire for exploration. Back then, he personally saw that affair, always trying to figure out what happened. He didn't expect to see them again today. Who was the one they were carrying? After returning to immortal domain, they actually came here. It looked close. There was an ancient cave there. But when he truly approached, Xianxia was shaken. The path beneath his feet was disappearing. Behind him was an endlessly starry sky. As for that celestial body, that void crack, everything long disappeared. As Xianxia walked forward, the path behind him disappeared, nothing left behind. He could see star domains disappear one after another as he continued forward, vanishing just like that. This really was a mysterious land. This road looked so close, the weeping sounds from that ancient cave audible. Yet when he truly walked up, he then discovered how sinister everything was. In that short moment, it was unknown just how far Xianxia went. He crossed large amounts of cosmos. He finally arrived. When he approached the ancient cave, it surged with primal chaos and immortal mist, hazy and indistinct, impossible to see through. This place contained heaven-shocking secrets. Suddenly, the hundreds of lightning spirits raised their heads, looking in his direction. The ancient cave was full of spiritual essence, having primal chaos essence, all life source energy and immortal energy. This place was too extraordinary, essence energy rising in spirals, surrounding this place. The whimpering sounds stopped. The several hundred eyes stared at Xianxia. "I have met you all before, I bear no malice," Xianxia said. Regardless, the other part was this sad, so it still made those who saw them feel a bit of sympathy. This was especially when these were lightning spirits, an extremely powerful clan. This clan were the rarest species, the clansmen not many, yet several hundred of them gathered here. Even if these weren't all of the lightning spirits in existence, it wasn't far from it. It was because according to the ancient texts recordings, lightning spirits were extremely rare, only a few hundred discovered from the past until now. It was still that woven straw mat that was engraved with traces of time, covered in blood. Even after 1,000 years passed, it still remained unchanged, its appearance the same. It really was unknown just whose corpse this was. Xianxia wanted to chat with them, but the lightning spirits were all on guard, extremely cold, carrying great expressions of sorrow. This was their final destination. They carried this straw mat, defending it for 1,000 years. This in itself could be considered a special kind of loyalty. They failed, the restricted region lord said. Oh, a lightning spirit that was several meters long, entirely golden yellow, considered one of the most powerful leaders, raised its head and roared into the sky, displaying its anger. The other lightning spirits whimpered, tears tumbling down from their eyes. They weren't humanoid creatures, but they carried this type of emotions, expressions full of grief, immersed in incomparable sorrow. Bark! Ayo! Suddenly, a noise sounded from inside the cave. Xianxia immediately became stunned, starting to suspect if he heard incorrectly. Bark! This was also a weeping sound, but there were dog barks mixed in. It was too sudden, coming from inside the cave. Xianxia's expression became rigid, becoming a bit stunned, a bit lost. After hesitating for a moment, he began to walk inside. The hundreds of lightning spirits didn't stop him. They only guarded that straw-woven mat, not paying Xianxia any attention. Ow! Bark! Great sobbing sounded, dog barking sounding continuously, the voice extremely loud, and also extremely hurt. Xianxia stared into the depths of this ancient cave that released chaotic energy, confirming that he wasn't mistaken. There really was a dog, its size not big, no bigger than the size of a palm. It was currently lying there, hugging its head and crying in pain, extremely hurt. Without end, great one, how can you cast me away like this? Leave just like that? Woo-woo. We can't meet again. You are supposed to be the unrivaled immortal king. How can you wither away like this? After endless ages, will you be able to return to this world? Ow! That dog wept, tears continuously falling from its eyes. Xianxia was stunned. He saw the little dog. 1,000 years ago, he saw it personally enter immortal domain, and now it was actually here, appearing in this mysterious ancient cave. Back then, when the little dog left, it had said that it had to head to a certain place, to verify a few old matters, try to look for without end immortal king. That place connected the heavens, connected the spirit, connected past and present. This was what the little dog said. In the past, without end immortal king and reincarnation immortal king were proficient in the great Tao of time, pondered over reincarnation, previously seeing through many mysteries of past and present. Were there really reincarnated people, reincarnated things? The little dog had mentioned it before, that was the path the two great immortal kings were trying to examine and confirm. Who would have thought that 1,000 years later, Sure How would find it here? It was first the lightning spirits who carried that corpse on the woven straw mat, and then he saw the little dog. They actually came to the same destination. This place was extraordinary after all. You? The little dog sensed that someone was approaching, suddenly turning around. It was immediately stunned, feeling that it was inconceivable. How did you end up here? It was still crying, not hiding anything. Compared to how rampant it was 1,000 years ago, it was as if it was a completely different creature. This is the place you were talking about? Sure How looked at it. Woo! When the little dog heard this, it began to sob in pain again. Without end, Immortal King is dead, unable to come back anymore. Not even this place is enough to save him. There is completely no hope left. Aowu? This little dog cried out, as if its lungs were splitting and its heart was tearing. It was that place after all. In this world, there are no reincarnated people. Perhaps only similar flowers, similar people. Without end, Immortal King's true soul, I cannot see it anymore. The little dog lied there, body already twitching from crying, already about to faint. Sure How sighed. For this dog to be this emotional, one could see just how great the kindness without end Immortal King showed it was. This little dog was always trying to revive him. Tell me about it. What exactly happened? Sure How said. I brought without end Immortal King's immortal bell fragments, as well as his last drop of Immortal King essence blood, which carries his soul fragments within it. When I came here, I released it into the heaven connecting, spirit connecting, past and present connecting land, hoping for his revival but failed. Awoo. The little dog felt more emotional the more it spoke, sobbing. Sure How was shocked. Immortal King essence blood. How precious was this? Contained tremendous karma. Pan King is currently at his peak, unrivaled under the sky, yet he only gave the restricted region lord 3 drops, and this could already be considered returning the past's great favor. What happened in the end? The restricted region lord asked, asking the little dog. I guarded it for many years, but in the end, the Immortal King essence blood dried up, its spirituality disappeared. In the end, it even more so burned, while the Immortal King fragments turned to powder, becoming completely destroyed. The little dog's voice sunk, carrying an emotion of despair. The Immortal King essence blood was completely used up, the weapon fragments turning to ashes. This was the same as everything turning to nothing. And? Was there anything else different that happened? The restricted region lord asked. In the final moment, I seemed to have seen without end Immortal King. He smiled towards me, and then exploded, turned into a rain of light. Then, the Immortal King essence blood completely burned up. The immortal bell fragments went up into ashes. Everything gone. The little dog wept. It was full of self-blame. Even without end, Immortal King's final drop of Immortal King essence blood was buried there, meaning that there was no hope of ever reviving him, perishing eternally. Perhaps he succeeded. The restricted region lord looked pensive. Only endless ages, millions and millions of years are needed to verify it. Even if there is reincarnation, it is a great era reincarnation. It won't happen in this age. Perhaps without end will appear again in the next great era. The restricted region lord said it like this. He was only making conjectures, feeling like before the Immortal King essence blood dried up, the rain of light might have brought away hope. The little dog immediately stopped crying, widening its eyes, looking at him in a stupor, its voice trembling as it said, after endless years, in a different great era, without end Immortal King might reappear in this world. Whether anything is impossible, if anything is possible, who could say for sure? The restricted region lord said with a sigh. Who is the one they brought back? Sure How asked the little dog, gesturing towards the lightning spirits. Lightning Emperor. The little dog only said these 2 words, revealing the identity of the corpse on the straw-woven mat. Right? Sure How suddenly realized, inwardly nodding. It could only be the Lightning Emperor. Apart from him, who else could leave the lightning spirits in such grief? Even though he didn't know that the Lightning Spirits clan followed the Lightning Emperor, through how the Lightning Spirits devoured lightning, using it as food, he could guess that they definitely shared great karma with the Lightning Emperor. It's that person, what a pity. His potential truly was incomparable, considered dying an untimely death, the restricted region lord said with a sigh. The crystal skull, golden arm bone and bleeding eyeball. These three freaks had never heard of the Lightning Emperor's name, because the age they resided in was too ancient. Lightning Emperor, he controlled lightning pools, excelled at fighting. In the past, he was known as one of the later experts who rose up with the greatest potential, the youngest member of the Vicious 10. The reason why he was one of the Vicious 10 was because his potential was tremendous, and that was why he was called a Lightning Emperor. Otherwise, who dared hold this title? Unfortunately, it was precisely because he was extraordinary, his potential extraordinary, that the other side's undying kings went all out against him, causing his early downfall. It was because what he grasped was lightning, known to be enforcing the law in the heavens place, the incarnate of heaven's will. If he was truly allowed to grow to his peak, becoming a king, even the other side would feel great apprehension towards him. That was why the undying kings sent more than one person to ambush him, causing him to die miserably on the battlefield. Who would have thought that those lightning spirits would be this loyal and devoted, searching for the Lightning Emperor's remains generation after generation? In the end, they really did find it. These lightning spirits knew about this place. However, in the end, unknown if it was because of their sincerity which moved the world, they opened the void crack, allowing them to enter the ancient cave. The Lightning Emperor's essence blood has been completely lost, his life gone, not a single soul fragment left. It will definitely fail, the little dog said. During these 1,000 years, it saw everything clearly. When Shurhao heard this, he released a sigh. He possessed the Lightning Emperor's inheritance. He had previously obtained a piece of broken armor. This could be considered quite the karma as well. Shurhao walked over, seriously paying his respects. This was the corpse of one of the Vicious 10, known as the Lightning Emperor, originally the pride of heaven with astonishing talent. The gaze of the hundreds of lightning spirits became a bit gentle. These creatures really were extremely loyal and devoted, always guarding this corpse. The restricted region lord shook his head. Without essence blood, without a bit of soul fragment, it wouldn't do much here. That is, unless this corpse is buried here, eventually gaining sentience. After being nurtured by this place, after endless years, perhaps an unmatched expert can appear again. The restricted region lord said. Just what exactly is going on here? Can it really carry out reincarnation? Shurhao wanted to know. According to the restricted region lord's words, this place connected the heavens, connected past and present, a place of natural luck, containing unimaginable miracles. The strangeness lies in the very depths of the cave. The little dog wiped away its tears, leading the way. They made their way through the chaotic mist, watched as all life source energy pervaded the air. Shurhao took a deep breath, breathing in the immortal energy here. It's precisely that place. In the very depths, there was a stone room only a zhang in length. That place was extremely simple and crude, not having tables or chairs, lacking delicate ornaments, only having a rough stone wall. Of course, this zhang stone room's primal chaos and immortal energy were even stronger, carrying mysterious fluctuations. This was the place? Shurhao's expression was calm. He couldn't see anything from this place at all. He wanted to get closer, see just what exactly was going on. However, the little dog was instead given a fright, shouting loudly for him to stop. It really was scared that recklessly charging in without making some preparations would create huge problems. I don't sense any danger, Shurhao said. This place is extremely strange. Once entered, it might signify disappearance. One won't know where their body will be, perhaps gone for an eternity, unable to find the way back. The crystal skull spoke. Right, this is precisely that kind of place, the restricted region lord said. At this time, the crystal skull, golden arm bone and bleeding eyeball all long awakened, releasing hazy radiance. They felt incomparable restraining fear towards that stone room. Why is it like this? Xianxia asked the restricted region lord for guidance. There is a legend among immortal kings, stating that this place can connect past and present. After endless years, there were others that said that one can see the future here. The restricted region lord said. In reality, after arriving here, even he couldn't say for sure. Back then, he only heard some secrets. Now that they actually came here today, there was tremendous risk. The little dog carefully explained the details of what happened when it placed in without end Immortal King's Immortal King essence blood, mentioning that the blood seemed to have stirred the long river of time, that river faintly discernible. Xianxia began to make his preparations, approaching that stone room. The restricted region lord couldn't calm down, saying, "Back then, alongside some others, I deduced that this place can carry out a living reincarnation. If this truly is the case, then this will be your greatest gift." This was what he was hoping for. The reason why they took the risk of bringing Xianxia here was precisely because he hoped for him to be able to obtain this type of opportunity. What did Xianxia lack the most right now? The great age arrived. Blood, sin, and chaos were about to begin. Yet he was born at the wrong time, unable to truly grow up yet. The restricted region lord was worried that if the great showdown began, then even if Xianxia had heaven-warping talent, it still wouldn't be enough. That was why the restricted region lord brought him here, to carry out one final great gamble. The scripture sounds can be heard again, calling me inside. All of the opportunities are right here, Xianxia said. The embodiment transformation great method rang within his body, extremely clear, as if it was resonating within the stone room. In the past, in Desolate Border, Huang had previously displayed the unmatched power of the embodiment transformation great method, shocking all clan's experts. However, at that time he didn't have much control over it. Now the scriptures flowed through him like water, flowing past from within his core. Every line and every paragraph were just that clear, engraved in the depths of his heart. The complete scriptures have appeared. Grasped by me? Xianxia was shocked. Even though he heard scripture sounds before, they were indistinct. Now the words appeared one after another, engraved in the depths of his consciousness, as if it was being chanted for him alone. A drop of blood. The crystal skull spoke, the flame within its eye sockets surging, staring at the space between Xianxia's brows. It was extremely shocked. The others also raised their heads, looking at this irregular scene. A drop of blood appeared on Xianxia's forehead, illuminating the heavens, carrying a tremendous aura. It was simply as if it was going to open the heavens and earth, and then release a rumbling noise. It appeared again. Xianxia was shocked. He himself also sensed that drop of blood. In the past, the reason why he could display the embodiment transformation great method and face the foreign unmatched experts was precisely because of this drop of blood. This drop of blood came from an all-life source energy immortal gold cauldron dyed in blood, obtained from its surface. Meanwhile, that cauldron had previously appeared outside Imperial Pass. There was even a creature that arrived on the cauldron, fighting a great battle against the other side's undying king. Later on, Xianxia understood that the drop of blood didn't actually belong to that cauldron, it was just coincidentally attached onto it. It was a drop of mysterious ancient blood that passed through the long river of time, existing throughout time. Ancient blood from the age of Emperor Collapse. From what Xianxia personally felt during that great battle, as well as the way the unmatched expert on the cauldron spoke, after the restricted region lord put all of this together, this was the answer he came to. Hong. Xianxia's body couldn't help but tremble. He took a step forward, entering this stone room. In that instant, his body became indistinct, shaking there intensely, continuously shuddering, as if he couldn't stand still anymore. The embodiment transformation great method scripture sounds were becoming more and more grand, continuously ringing in Xianxia's ears, completely engraved in his core. However, the scripture sounds still continued unendingly, continuously surging, ringing with the stone room. Even the restricted region lord and the others heard some type of heavenly sound, feeling extremely shocked. Hong! Suddenly, Xianxia's body disappeared from this place. This little dog widened its eyes with shock, searching about here. The restricted region lord became silent. Was there a chance of success? If there was, then this would be Hao's greatest opportunity, receiving the greatest gift and blessing. If he failed, then he might die, never appearing in this world again. Rather than being helpless during the impending Great Showdown's darkness, it's better to just take risks today, seize something to rely on. The restricted region lord said deeply. Where did he go? Will the past and present truly be connected, disappearing in the great river of time? The little dog cried out. The crystal skull, golden arm bone, and bleeding eyeball all became silent. They stared at the stone room. They were all thinking, wondering how Hao was doing now. Not long afterwards, something strange happened to Hao. The corners of his clothes became hazy, chaotic light shining outwards, immortal mist dense. Some traces appeared on the stone walls. These were the most ancient and rough stone engravings. They were too blurry, not clear at all, left behind by people of the past. Starting from Emperor Collapse, the endless great diagram of time, the age that is unknown and distant, there were actually traces that appeared. The restricted region lord turned into a white-clothed man, his expression unprecedentedly serious. Previously, that stone wall was rough, not having much traces at all. Now, after Hao entered, there were actually changes, producing imprints of the past. These were modeled engravings of history, vaguely describing the things that took place during the age of Emperor Collapse, impossible to see clearly. However, they could sense just how cruel of a great world that was. Perhaps emperors previously existed in this world. After fighting endlessly, they fell. Age of Emperor Collapse, the name of this great era really was too strong. It was difficult for others to not make this type of conjecture even if they didn't want to. If there are emperors, they are definitely not ordinary emperors. The crystal skull said deeply. Hong. The single Zhang stone room shook greatly. The rough stone engravings were changing, as if telling the events of the past. They really wanted to see them clearly, but in the end, they could only see a blurry outline. Please don't tell me that they are describing a reincarnated past, and that there are no reincarnated people. The little dog carried a sobbing tone, extremely nervous, staring at the stone wall. It's him. The crystal skull lost its composure, rigidly staring at the rough stone wall engraving. That place was changing, transforming. In the end, they saw some scenes, some familiar people emerging in the story these stone walls told. Huang! The little dog cried out. The restricted region lord's eyes flowed with resplendent brilliance. He was also staring there. Indeed, he could vaguely make out Hao's figure on the stone wall, appearing in the events of the past. How could this be possible? How could his figure have appeared in the age of Emperor Collapse? The little dog was incomparably shocked, not daring to believe what it was seeing. Meanwhile, in Immortal domain within Pan King City, Pan King sat in the very depths of his dwelling, his eyes as deep as the starry heavens. In his hands was a strand of hair that belonged to Hao. He was currently deriving it. In his eyes, there were scenes of the cosmos' life and death, sounds of the long river of time surging, extremely horrifying. The strand of hair in his hands burned uncontrollably, turning into ashes. The expression in Pan King's eyes became increasingly terrifying. He released a deep sigh, saying, "He is already not in the present world, not belonging to this segment of history." This was a strand of hair he secretly obtained when Hao left. Now, after using it to derive the truth, he arrived at this conclusion. Inside the ancient cave, the Wenzhong stone room, on the rough stone walls, Hao's figure continuously appeared. In that age, there were traces of him, his figure appearing there. He embodies the present, embodies all ages, preparing for me, or perhaps it can be said that everything he is tirelessly doing is merely for me. One day I will return. At this moment, the little dog shivered in fear. It heard a type of voice ringing about, extremely faint and distant, as if it crossed endless ages. The restricted region lord, Crystal Skull, and others' eyes also erupted with divine light, staring inside the stone room, looking at that rough stone wall. Then, They saw the drop of blood flow along the stone wall, illuminate the heavens, engraving the everlasting, the ancient meanings of great changes, wishing to sever the long river of time. The voices were fleeting, but they were truly there. He lived in the ancient past. Just how horrifyingly shocking were these methods? It was too astonishing, as if they were dreaming everything. That drop of blood was extremely resplendent, illuminating the endless Tao, severing the long river of time, engraved in past and present, flowing along the stone walls, making primal chaos sink. The little dog backed up involuntarily, its fine hairs standing on end, truly shocked. There was a creature whose incarnation appeared throughout all ages. How horrifying of a matter was this? Did that creature want to dominate all of time, dissolve endless time? Or did he want to accomplish something else? From the ancient past until now, all ages transformed? The crystal skull also mentioned a possibility, the one that was the most terrifying. If it was true, then it was just too frightening. The restricted region lord shook his head. That wasn't realistic. Great eras rose and fell one after the other. If all ages were transformed, if this was derived, there were too many mysterious meanings, containing extreme terror. It really wasn't something that could be researched in detail. Otherwise, it was just too horrifying. Those engravings appeared on the rough stone walls once again. It was as if a thick and heavy history scroll unfolded before them. Under the illumination of the dripping blood, it was no longer indistinct, gradually becoming clear. They could see the recordings of that period. There were characters and engravings, great changes carved on them, the accumulation of the years. How is this possible? He was born in the age of Emperor Collapse. The little dog was stupefied, even its soul trembling. Finding this hard to believe, it stared rigidly at the stone wall. The lines were simple, the painting style rough, extremely primitive, recording the events of the past, things that happened endless years ago. A youngster walked out from the great wasteland. From weak to strong, he continuously changed. In the mortal Tao domain, he grew up step by step, fighting great battles in the world, bathed in the blood of his enemies. He walked his own path, advancing resolutely. Huang, that was his figure, engraved on the rough stone walls. How could it be like this? Was there really reincarnation? Which era's creature was he? Or was this to say that he returned to the age of Emperor Collapse from this place, carrying out a living reincarnation? However, how could a creature's true body approach that place? To live there for so long, it would disturb the great river of time, alter the past, create great cracks in the universe. The past had already changed. There was no way to change it. Even an unmatched immortal king, even if they could follow the long river of time, gaze into the future, they were still passing travelers, unable to truly descend upon one place for a long time, let alone alter any karma. Who could disturb time? Whose flesh could return to the past? Moreover, interact with the world's creatures, even being recorded down. This wasn't realistic, disturbing too much. The karma was too great. Immortal domain, Ouching King City. Right now, Ouching Immortal King was currently deducing possibilities. He sat on a praying mat, chaotic energy rising and falling, surging like a sea, drowning the Immortal King dwelling, everything within millions and millions of li trembling lightly. His magical force was unmatched, incomparable. However, now he was expressionless, his eyes terrifyingly deep. They gradually became like two black holes, absorbing the fragments of the heavenly great Tao. Magical laws descended, wrapping around him. He is not of this world, disappeared from this set of history, he said quietly to himself. Inside the ancient cave, within the Zhang-length stone room, primitive traces continuously appeared on the stone wall, describing events of the past. He faced the Darkness True Dragon clan. The battle is so fierce, he is facing more than 10 experts from this clan alone. Outside the stone room, everyone was staring at the terrifying recordings on the stone walls, as if they were experiencing the years this person went through, as well as all the emotions he felt. The butcher, the restricted region lord's face changed, his pupils rapidly contracting. The word he said sounded laughable, but it was actually an extremely important matter. Could be said to be heaven-shocking. He had previously mentioned a few creatures with the crystal skull, golden arm bone, and the bleeding eyeball, calling an individual who divided 6 stalks of undying immortal medicine a drug seller, calling someone who killed all opponents in the world, the ruthless expert who dominated the world as the Butcher. The Younger Times Butcher. He was a creature from the age of Emperor Collapse after all, a cultivator from that period. That's the young Butcher. He faced Huang during that time. Unfortunately, according to the Stone Walls recordings, the two confronted each other, but they didn't fight to the death, passing each other by just like that. This is a bit regretful. I really wanted to see just how strong the Butcher was during his youth, but they didn't clash, not fighting a bloody battle. Moreover, the Butcher left that great realm, thus disappearing. On the stone wall, an expanse of traces disappeared. Another set of diagrams appeared, describing the prosperity and decline of the ages. The restricted region lord and others passed over the other stuff, only examining the recordings pertaining to Huang. He killed the 8 sons of an upper heavens lineage. The golden arm bone released divine will fluctuations. Saying this with a sigh. The so-called upper heavens lineage in this present age, it had long vanished. However, many great eras ago, it was an unrivaled clan, the bloodline unimaginably powerful. Otherwise, why would they dare take on the title of Upper Heavens as their clan's name? He cut down 13 up and coming youngsters of the god creation lineage. The crystal skull was moved, staring at the stone wall, seeing a glorious segment of history, the terrifying battle accomplishments of a youngster. Page after page of history was opened up, segments of time going past one after another. During the age of Emperor Collapse, there was Huang's figure there. Where was Huang right now? When he appeared in this world, he was previously stunned. After experiencing many years of slaughter, he calmed down. This was a different world, and also a terrifying world. He heard the roars of immortal kings, saw endless immortal king blood scatter, destroying millions and millions of li. He almost fell in a rain of blood, barely making it through several disasters alive. This age was too terrifying, war raged incessantly. This was an unimaginably glorious great world. However, with his arrival that one day the heavens collapsed. The experts of all clans fought decisive battles, destroying the balance, all things encountering disaster. A flourishing period came to an end, unmatched experts all disappearing. The same day, the world entered a cultivationless age. This realm dried up, the connection to the other realms severed, no way of traveling between heaven and earth isolated just like that. Shurhao was stunned. When the cultivationless age descended, he almost mistaken himself for returning to the 9 heavens 10 earths. This period was endlessly long, the entire world boundless. He didn't recognize any of the creatures. Not a single one of his old friends were here. He knew that he wasn't in the 9 heavens 10 earths, but in another segment of time-space. He could only accept this reality. Previously, he viewed this as merely a test, thinking that he was in a small world. Sooner or later, he would find the exit. It was to the extent where he even suspected if this was an illusion. However, his intuition told him that this world was real, that a cultivationless age arrived. This was a great world. It couldn't be any more real. Everything is real. Just what kind of place did I end up in? Then Shurhao became silent. He roamed this world, cultivating, searching for the truth, comprehending the Tao in this cultivationless age. He understood a lot, his mind stirring greatly, developing suspicions. However, in this world, who could he even talk about this with? He could only bury all of this inside. He didn't belong to this age, yet he could interact with it. It wasn't an illusion. Everything was truly happening. All ages transformation. Did it bring me here? Shurhao only focused on cultivation. But this period really was hard to bear. This place entered a cultivationless age, suppressing all creatures of the world. There was no way of achieving immortality. Time flowed on, the years endless. In the blink of an eye, 9,000 years passed. He was already no longer young, his true age already over 10,000. His vigorous state in the cultivationless age, the most difficult time, how could he preserve it? Sure, how's temples were grizzled, his glorious age passing by. He wanted to walk past the highest peak of the mortal life, like a setting sun about to descend past the west. Am I going to die of old age in this world? Sure, how became serious. In the following years, he derived all types of secret methods, completing his own magic and Tao. His body's 5 great secret realms became increasingly brilliant. Imperishable scripture, true primordial record, immortal scripture, and others. They were all important methods he cultivated and consulted. He maintained his peak state, not declining even after many years. Even though white hair scattered down, he forcibly made his blood energy flourish for thousands of years more. Now, he was already over 10,000 years of age. His blood energy eventually still began to decline, heading downhill. Ancient cave, outside the stone room. The restricted region lord and others examined the recordings on the rough stone walls, all of them frowning. The age of emperor collapse entered a cultivationless age. That world suppression was too terrifying. It was because they had just experienced a great battle, immortal king blood even pouring in torrents. In the heavens above, all types of laws surged violently, suppressing all those who wanted to achieve immortality. This was an age that didn't allow immortal ascension. In short, compared to the 9 heavens 10 earths, it wasn't inferior in the slightest, it was instead even more terrifying. From a certain perspective, the age of emperor collapse suffered a great disaster, the number of experts who died too many. They transformed the Tao, becoming a part of natural laws, suppressing that world. Anyone who wanted to break through had to cross that threshold. There was simply no way of passing the suppression of the boundless laws. Emperor collapse, cultivationless age. Sure, how gradually became older. In the end, even his last strand of black hair became white. His past jade-like skin gradually produced many fine wrinkles. In the end, his blood energy finally began to dry up. Meanwhile now, he finally entered his later years. Right now, he was already 27,000 years of age. In this world, those who achieved the Tao, the powerful creatures he saw, they all long passed on many years ago. He was a lonely, bitter cultivator, one who didn't belong here to begin with. Later on, he even saw the experts he previously encountered return to dust one after another. Sure, how became more and more taciturn. It was because many years ago, the cultivators from his generation had long disappeared, only withered bones left behind now. The creatures from 20,000 years ago had long died out. In this boundless great world, he didn't have a single old friend left. It was to the extent where the later generation experts also all passed on before him. As the great eras changed, it was unknown just how many times the people were replaced. His blood energy was dried up and withered, entering his later years. Sure, how was like a withering sun, gradually aging. However, despite this being the case, he still made it to the 30,000-year barrier. He lived past 30,000 years. This was the greatest age a supreme being could have during this cultivationless age. During these 30,000 years, he completed his own great method. His Tao skills were continuously tempered, becoming flawless, strength becoming increasingly terrifying. However, the mandate of heaven wasn't present. His lifespan still reached its end. Sure, how lived for more than 30,000 years, without much time left now. His hair was white past his prime. Right now, he carried regrets. He mysteriously left his past world, arriving in this great era that didn't belong to him. There were many people who he would never see again. He was already at death's door, yet he still couldn't meet anyone again. Who could accept this? Some familiar figures appeared in his mind. He carried remnant will, not willing to scatter in this world. Achieve immortality. Sure, how roared towards the heavens. At his cultivation realm, even though his blood energy was dried up, his Tao skills became deep and unmeasurable. After cultivating for 30,000 years, he was extremely sensitive towards the changes in the heavens. He saw a thick barrier of light in the sky dome above. Others couldn't seize it, but his accomplishments were tremendous, which was why he could see the truth. These are great Tao laws, left behind by fallen true immortals. There are some imprints of unmatched experts as well, sealing up the path ahead. Without passing this, there is no way of achieving immortality. Only by breaking through could he escape confinement. Even though he was in his later years, white hair scattering down his shoulders, life force dried up, he still stood tall, standing at the summit alone, gazing into the distance. How could he be willing to resign himself like this? These years, those people, they all gradually became distant. The past voices and smiling faces, the past joys and sorrows, they appeared in his turbid eyes. "I miss all of you," Xianxia said. Stone Village, Fire Mulberry Forest, Desolate Border. Scenes went by one after another, the years already far behind. The past little stone was now already old. In the past, this name spread throughout the world, but in the end, it would be buried under the endless passage of time, forgotten by the people. It was hard to imagine that the past devilish brat was already old and gray-haired. He sighed under the blood-colored setting sun. He was past his prime. His remnant thoughts were still too deep, impossible to let them go. He mysteriously entered this world, as if he cut off all karma of the previous world. He couldn't even see some familiar friends before he passed on. Emperor Collapse was endless, the great era without end. However, what did this have to do with him? Xianxia was like a solitary spirit wandering the world of mortals. Everything became silent, his eyes began to close. When he reached his limit in Xianxia's sea of reincarnation, cracks appeared one after another. These were time fragments. His wheel of life was about to break apart. "Kill!" He released a light shout. A streak of light appeared, hacking at his source, wishing to cut away the decaying elements, completely cut off the cracking parts. It was like a sick tree cutting off parts damaged by insects, and then struck by lightning. The tree was blasted apart under the lightning flames, collapsing and falling apart, while the tree roots were still there, waiting for new life. He used the body as the seed, so the greatest essence was hidden within the Tao seed. His cultivation was also entrusted within, primordial spirit also hidden within. On the entire divine mountain, chaotic energy overflowed. Xianxia's life dried up, falling down here. Then, there was actually boundless lightning radiance that descended, crashing down. This was an extremely terrifying thing. When he approached the absolute limit, he could actually guide down heavenly tribulation. After a long time passed, the body known to be sturdy and unbreaking, baptized for 30,000 years, now broke apart, becoming full of holes. However, there was also a type of transformation that happened. Within the degeneration, there was a hint of life energy spreading. Just like the lightning tribulation was originally the source of destruction, but what hid within was a strand of life force, containing a pool of lightning tribulation liquid. Xianxia lingered between life and death. At this moment, it was as if he saw the scene of Willow deity being hacked down by boundless immortal Tao lightning in the 9 heavens. Then, his consciousness became hazy. When this place quieted down, the mountain range was crushed into powder, becoming a scorched black abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, there were star remains, all of them massive stars that were hacked down. There were also charred black remains, silent and unmoving. A few years later, a bit of life energy swirled about, released from the scorched black body. It was like a lightning-struck tree, containing a bit of vitality, about to carry out a miracle. Then, for another half-year, the life force gradually became stronger until finally, a sphere of light suddenly surged. The scorched black remains released pi-pa noises, starting to revive. In the end, many old bones were shed, even more so a layer of black old skin removed. Xianxia was reborn, returning to his younger state, surging with blood energy, his essence energy flourishing to the extreme. He lived a second live, hacking off the decaying. A Tao seed surged in his body, essence blood flowing, returning to his body. There were many gates within his body that were opened. This life had many more gates opened than the last. This was the embodiment of the body as a seed, his Tao results even more so taking a step forward. After living for more than 30,000 years, he cultivated an unmatched body in the mortal Tao domain. He had even greater potential than in the last life, having even greater advantages. I can't wait anymore. I want to go against the great Tao suppression of the heavens. Attack at Immortal Ascension, Xianxia said quietly. This was a complicated era. Scars remained from the death of emperors, true immortal laws covering the sky dome, imprints left behind by immortal kings. All of this surrounded the world, blocking the advancement of later creatures. For Xianxia, this was a terrible age. However, if he could succeed in this type of circumstances, then his achievements would really be unimaginable. In this life, Xianxia only went out once. After endless years passed, he went looking for long-life medicine. Then, he abandoned all other thoughts, focused only on achieving immortality. He wanted to go back, to cultivate unrivaled divine abilities, matchless methods, go to the places he should go to. The past 9 heavens 10 earths, the great showdown, could it be considered to have begun? Many faces appeared in his mind. He was scared of disappearing forever, that he would never be able to see them again. In this life, he really had a huge advantage. His body was incomparable, cultivation reaching the absolute limit, even stronger than before. This was where his confidence lay. I want to become a war immortal. Xianxia's voice was low. This world was suppressed by immortal Tao laws, engravings and others, so there was no way of achieving immortality. In order to go through that path, it could be said to be going against the world. The years were like water, passing without coming back. Xianxia attacked at it again and again, continuously trying things out. It was extremely fierce, not scared of the consequences, just wishing to become a war immortal. This was extremely dangerous, just too fierce, easy for him to collapse. In this world, Xianxia was spiritually weary, his strength exhausted. He had been attacking at this bottleneck this entire life. His body riddled with scars, condition never improving. If not for his foundation being horrifyingly sturdy, he would have died a long time ago. Despite this being the case, the domineering methods still brought him terrifying damage. As the years accumulated, his lifespan was actually about to dry up. One had to understand that only 10,000 years had passed in this life. Compared to his last life's lifespan, he should be far from reaching his limit. After several decades more, Xianxia couldn't hold on anymore. Even though his body released a powerful aura, his life force was dried up. He was reaching the limit of this life. He produced a stalk of medicine, placing it into his mouth, devouring it. This was an undying immortal medicine he picked. In this life, he only departed on a great journey once, using up several hundred years, all for the sake of finding this stalk of medicine. After all this time in this realm, he naturally knew which places had great opportunities, where undying immortal medicines might be hidden. Age of Emperor collapse. A stalk of immortal medicine left behind from the great battle was found by him. That night, divine light rushed into the heavens. The past long-life medicine already declined. Its medicinal nature was now similar to a stalk of divine medicine. It couldn't help Xianxia achieve immortality. It could only help him live for another life. Xianxia's third life began, now already living past 40,000 years. He was completely devoted to immortal ascension. He wanted to go back. He wanted to rise up. He wanted to become a war immortal in this secular realm. Unfortunately, it really was too difficult. Someone as powerful as Xianxia, before he reached 500 years of age, he already became a supreme being. Before he reached 1,000 years of age, he was viewed as the emperor of the mortal Tao domain by true immortals, yet now he was trapped. He couldn't take that step, unable to achieve immortality. In this third life, Xianxia lived for 40,000 years. Even though he had a stalk of undying immortal medicine in hand, long properly grown, it was still useless for him. The undying great medicine allowed him to live an extra life, but that was all. He developed tolerance for the long life medicine's effects. This was the case for any creature. He could only use medicinal effects to grant him an extra life once. In the end, while in desperate straits, Xianxia began to exchange blood, tempering his bones and cleansing his marrow, switching precious blood. All of his blood flowed out, turning into fair light. This was a type of transformation, not a natural biological transformation, but rather one forcefully spurred on. All of the blood was ignited. Even his skin was burning in this great Tao fiery light. True Phoenix cries sounded, ringing through the heavens. He grasped the true Phoenix precious technique. This clan's unmatched inheritance was a rebirth method. He had studied it for 40,000 years now. Now he was seeking life. There was only that one opportunity. While bathed in flames, all of his old blood eliminated, a fierce immortal bird cry sounded. While accompanied by great Tao rumbling sounds, Shao's body shook intensely. In his bone marrow, within his body, new blood was being created. He succeeded, living a fourth life. His lifespan in this life was extremely abundant, able to live 50 to 60,000 years. Together with the previous 3 worlds' lifespans, when the fourth life ended, Shao already lived for over 126,000 years. In this fourth life, during the endless 50,000 years, Shao not only cultivated bitterly, trying to attack at the immortal ascension, he also comprehended all types of formations. In the age of Emperor collapse, the great battle had just ended. There were naturally all types of remains and lost inheritances. Shao gathered all of the precious texts on formation Tao. Eventually, after using 50,000 years carefully studying them, he could already be considered an unmatched formation master. Before the fourth life came to an end, Shao established a world-shocking great formation. All of the boundless land's 9 places of natural luck were connected. Even if they were separated by millions and millions of li, they were all linked up together through his formations. He created an unmatched great formation, burying himself in the eye of the formation, acquiring the essence of 9 great natural luck lands. He was like a divine egg that was nurtured and baptized. These were various sources of natural luck. Even though they weren't all of the ones that existed in the entire great realm, it was still heaven-defying enough. Shao used this to live a 5th life, transforming like a divine core. He shed an entire human skin, forcing out old bones from his flesh one after another, being reborn. The world's profound mysteries were carefully studied, natural essence gathered through formations, producing an opportunity for rebirth. Then there was a 6th life, a 7th life. Shao used all of his methods to continue living, reviving again and again when he was in his later years. It was extremely difficult, but he did it. Each life, his lifespan would be greatly lengthened. This allowed him to see hope, seeing a direction. Immortal ascension was extremely difficult. Heaven and earth were locked down. Even someone as powerful as Shao now didn't have any way of truly defying the heavens. However, as he continued living one life after another, this was perhaps the most heaven-defying thing about him. It was even more terrifying than truly achieving immortality. In the past, who could do something like this? One great era, being able to live a second life was already pitifully few. Even if one didn't say that there were none who could live a third life, it was something that only appeared in legends, impossible to use as reference. Shao already lived for 7 lives. This was something that had never happened before since ancient times. A creature this powerful, normally, in an environment where immortal ascension is possible, would have long done so. Where would they need to struggle so much? When Shao was 400,000 years old, he finally lived an 8th life. His blood energy surged, yang energy vigorous, recovering his youth, standing at the peak of his entire life. I don't need the acknowledgement of the so-called world. Even if I continue living just like this, would I be weaker than immortal Tao creatures? Shao roared towards the heavens. 8 lives of accumulation. His Tao skills were now inconceivably great, no one able to match him in mortal Tao. Perhaps it could be said that he already entered a whole different level. If a true immortal brandished his arms against him, he dared face them. Originally, he already stood at the absolute peak of mortal Tao. Now that he had 8 worlds of accumulation, it was unimaginable. His Tao skills were actually still advancing. This was simply unimaginable. If one still wanted to use Supreme Being to describe Shao's cultivation level, it was already not enough. Even with the title of Emperor that true immortals used to describe him, it still seemed a bit lacking. This was especially the case in his 8th life, his lifespan shockingly long. In this life, when he lived past 90,000 years, he was still in his golden age, not dying of old age. Meanwhile, right now, with his 8 lives added together, it was already 490,000 years. Moreover, in this 8th life, his divine awareness became more and more sharp, capturing shocking information. He saw the great river of time more than once, seeing its rise and fall. Moreover, he also saw experts who looked into the distance one after another, either tracing back to the past or overlooking endless time. It's him. One day, he personally saw a heavenly horned ant entirely drenched in blood. In the endless river of time, they exchanged a look. Xianxia was stunned. The father of that little heavenly horned ant was one of the vicious 10. He remembered the time when he opened Heavenly Deity Institution's underground palace. The first time he saw the imprints of the heavenly horned ant, he said that endless years ago, he seemed to have seen Xianxia. Now, Xianxia released a light sigh, understanding clearly. During the 8th life, Xianxia reached the absolute peak of his life, able to dominate all under the sky. Right now, he felt like even if he defiantly faced immortals, killing them wasn't an issue. This wasn't purely because of a type of powerful confidence, but rather because he also had immeasurable strength. I want to go back, return to my age, Xianxia said to himself. He found his own path. He didn't need the acknowledgement of this world. He went against the world just like that, continuing to live. Sooner or later, he would become an immortal. What he was worried about was if the great showdown already began, if the people he recognized already died in the passage of time. Different great eras, different worlds, the time that was involved, it was hard to say what exactly would happen. Embodiment transformation great method. Xianxia operated it again, deducing great methods. The reason he was able to come here was related to that stone room. Even after all these years, he still examined it from time to time. And, suddenly, he felt something strange. The world is changing. I can go back? A mysterious aura circulated. Xianxia stood there, living here in seclusion for 100,000 years. Could he truly leave? The void was distorted, twisting about. He saw a stone room that wasn't far, a bit blurry. He could see that it should be the stone room that he previously entered. That rough stone wall had a drop of blood sliding down, precisely that mysterious drop of ancient blood. Embodiment transformation great method. It was profound and mysterious after all. Were all ages transformed, or did he just experience a great dream? It was hard for Xianxia to say, and it was a bit difficult to determine clearly. He walked forward. However, when he approached, he saw that the stone room was warped. There was another path. It actually led to a tomb. What kind of place was that? Xianxia was shocked. Next to the stone room were dark red graves, towering one after another. Completely unknown what kind of creatures were buried underneath. Embodiment transformation. I will return one day. Xianxia could vaguely make out this sound, echoing through the land of Emperor Collapse. It rang through the indistinct stone room not far away, also sounding in the similarly hazy graveyard. When Xianxia walked forward, stepping on the path of return, he felt something inside, indescribably shaken. He looked towards this graveyard. Time fragments danced about, time flowing like water. Multicolored light was dazzling here. The rain of light concentrated, extremely mysterious, surrounding the entire cemetery. It seems like the residence of undead knights. Seems a bit familiar. As Xianxia continued, he said quietly to himself, Hong. Suddenly, he saw a chest that was not made from metal, stone, or wood, the material special. It released 9-colored brilliance, dazzling to the point of making the heavens lose radiance. Origin ancient artifact. Xianxia's pupils contracted. He had seen this thing before. When he headed into a darkness abyss with Sanzang and Shenming, he had seen this chest. The brilliance it released was 9-colored, the radiance resplendent. Xianxia walked forward. When he really entered this place, everything changed, all of it disappearing. Heaven and earth became quiet, this place lacking all sounds. The ancient grave disappeared, the origin ancient artifact also long disappearing without a trace. Where was this? Xianxia looked, feeling like it was extremely familiar. Then, His body shook, his pupils widening, in utter disbelief. He actually came to this place. He wasn't in Immortal domain. He came here before. It was a place outside the desolate border, a branch of ancient burial region. Back then, a female undead knight had accompanied him here. The place where the rotten wooden chest first appeared was nearby. Meanwhile, this place was one of the undead knight's 3 great sacrificial holy lands. Hao walked out, feeling the aura of desolate border. There was no mistake. He mysteriously left Immortal domain, returning, directly arriving in desolate border outside the 9 heavens 10 earths. And, in that instant, he sensed something. There were powerful bones underground, but at the same time, it made his heart tremble slightly, producing a reaction. My bones! He found this inconceivable, difficult to believe. Pong! Earth and stone splashed in all directions, exposing some ruined bones. Then he understood. By defying and living 8 lives, the past rebirth, the divine core transformations. Among them, there were several times when he severed his old bones, ruined bones that he personally buried. He returned, but those bones were buried underground. They were actually here, underneath this great earth. He remembered that back then, when that female undead knight came with him, he previously experienced a strange dream. In that instant, he had an out-of-body experience, as if his soul turned into butterflies. At that time, the female undead knight had said that he was already dead, the bones perhaps buried here, that he was an imperishable will that turned into primordial spirit butterflies, roaming the world. Immortal domain, the ancient cave, outside the stone room, the restricted region lord, Crystal Skull, and others were currently staring at the stone wall. In the end, they were stunned. The scene stopped. The final place they pointed at was a burial region. This is outside desolate border. How is this possible? Even the golden arm bone released divine awareness fluctuations, carrying many questions. In the end, Huang left, yet he did not come back to the stone room, but instead arrived in desolate border. The rough stone wall only recorded the direction Hao went. The last part didn't belong to that great era, so it didn't have any recordings. This really is strange, too strange. The bleeding eyeball released divine will fluctuations. It really was strange, some things too sinister. They looked at that drop of blood together, the drop that was stuck to the rough stone wall. All of this definitely has to do with this thing, the restricted region lord said. The stone room became quiet. All of the rough recordings disappeared, completely vanishing. In the end, this drop of blood was also absorbed by the stone wall. Bark. The little dog barked. This stone room even became quiet without any fluctuations, without them having any reactions. Even the surging chaotic energy decreased, about to dry up. Desolate border. Hao walked forward, every step seemingly disillusioned. His magical force was world-shocking, Dao skills immeasurable. He directly left. However, after leaving this region, he saw a boundless formation that covered heaven and earth, cutting off the relationship between the other side and Imperial Pass, blocking the creatures of the other side from crossing over into this world. Even this region was affected. Formations separated him from that place. He could see Imperial Pass in the distance, but it was hard to return there. In the past, after the final battle, Heaven Abyss surged, endless Dao laws descended. An unmatched Dao law great formation descended, forever sealing the paths out of desolate border, preventing the other side from invading. Originally, it could block them for 500 years, but it had already been supported for an endless amount of time. If nothing unexpected happened, not even a great era might necessarily be able to break through this place's seal. Of course, that was the most ideal situation. Ever since the creatures of darkness invaded, Hao felt like this region likely couldn't serve as an eternal seal. Anlin, Scarlet King, Shuchuo, Wushuang, and others, they would slaughter their way back one day. Hao's eyes flickered endlessly. He examined this region, searching for a way back. Fortunately, what the unmatched formation cut off was the path the other side took to reach Imperial Pass. This region was just affected. Even though it was covered, it wasn't completely cut off. In that other world, he cultivated bitterly for hundreds of thousands of years, becoming proficient in great formations. so his knowledge was great, reaching great heights. It advanced even more vigorously than his Tao skills. After hundreds of thousands of years, Hao already deduced formations to an unrivaled degree. Several decades later, he stopped his deduction, finding a difficult path. He paused after each step, gradually walking out, heading towards Imperial Pass. Good. This is not the main path that was sealed off, Hao said with a sigh. Otherwise, he most likely wouldn't be able to return. Huang. When did he leave the pass? When he arrived under Imperial Pass, Hao shouted out. When he wanted to borrow a path to go in, the creatures guarding the great city were shocked. They really went through a huge deal of effort. Only after using several decades of time to repeatedly confirm that it was really him, was he allowed to enter the city. What year is it now? After returning, Hao immediately asked this. The experts in the city were immediately a bit shocked. What was going on with Huang? When he learned that the years hadn't changed, that he didn't miss out on this great era, Hao released a breath of relief, completely relaxing. These people had a type of illusion. Huang possessed a type of tremendous presence, more astonishing than the past undying beings. Just what happened to him? Immediately afterwards, Hao disappeared from this place, truly returning to the 9 heavens 10 earths. Master! The Crimson Dragon cried out, the first one to discover him. Hao returned to Imperial Court, triggering great alarm. Why did you change? These people immediately sensed that there were great changes in Hao's eyes, carrying a type of weariness. This was clearly the result of being baptized by endless time. Just what did he experience? Could it be that he encountered a setback in Immortal domain? Are you all right? She was worried. During these few decades, she was always looking into the distance, worried that he wouldn't be able to return safely, leaving her inwardly tormented. I am extremely well. Hao entered seclusion. He needed to calm himself down. It was because he experienced several 100,000 years. Was this real? Now that he thought about it, it was too real, not an illusion. Moreover, his strength clearly increased. There was no way to argue against this. Then Hao's primordial spirit shone. A dazzling long blade left his body, hacking at himself. What he wanted to sever were distracting thoughts, the trifling matters of the hundreds of thousands of years. He wanted to maintain a bright and clear mind, be aloof and free. Otherwise, those hundreds of thousands of years of memories would be just too shocking. In the end, Hao's primordial spirit was translucent like crystal, just like the past. In order for cultivators to still maintain a pure heart, when one's age became extremely great, this type of self-baptism was unavoidable. Hao recovered. He was once again surging with vigor. His experiences during those hundreds of thousands of years, what he retained were his insights regarding cultivation and other things. Towards insignificant matters, he completely severed them. His heart was like crystal, still full of vigor, like a 20-something-year-old delicate and pretty youngster, not a hint of change visible. The heavenly horned ant and Chao Yuxing arrived. Mu Qing, Shizhong, Emperor Butterfly and the Divine Striking Stone. When they heard of Hao's return, they also all immediately hurried over. Hao brought them back to the lower realms, arriving in Stone Village, holding a celebration. When the others saw that he could safely return, they were all overjoyed, feeling like it was worth celebrating. However, no one could truly understand his current thoughts. A single separation, and it was for several 100,000 years. For him to still be able to reunite, meet with all of them, this feeling truly was great. This was especially the case when he saw the old clan chief, his parents, saw his white-haired childhood companions Dezhuang, Ermeng, Pihu, and the others. Hao's eyes became a bit sour. However, he completely hid all of these emotions. Being able to meet again was good enough. 10 years later, the restricted region lord and the others returned. They waited for Hao's return in Immortal Domain's ancient cave for 10 years. Only when they were sure that there was no activity there, unable to wait for Hao's return any longer, did they return. Bark! How did you come back ahead of us? The little dog was shocked. It also came back to this realm. That day, Hao and the restricted region lord discussed things in detail, talking about what happened, chatting for a very long time. Time flowed. About 100 years passed. Hao got up. During these 100 years, he was always seated in place, not as bitter cultivation, but rather sensing this world. He was comparing what the difference was between this world and that one. Why do I feel like you are already impossible to surmise? Compared to when true immortals descended, you are only better than them, not any inferior. The heavenly horned ant said. When the creatures of darkness invaded, he had seen more than a single true immortal. My Dao skills have advanced. I found a path. Hao nodded. When can we search for the later part of the imperishable scripture? The heavenly horned ant mentioned this issue. Imperishable scripture, this was originally the heavenly horned ant's inheritance, but he had innate deficiencies. Later on, the little heavenly horned ant and Hao went to immeasurable heaven, finding the imperishable scripture hidden in the northern sea. Unfortunately, this scripture was still not complete. It was divided up. The final portion was inside of a restricted region. 1,000 years ago, the heavenly horned ant already learned which restricted region it was. We'll head to that restricted region right now, Hao said. We really are going to the restricted region? The heavenly horned ant swallowed with great difficulty. He was extremely shocked because he only brought it up casually. With Hao's cultivation, could they go there? In the heavenly horned ant's opinion, it was too dangerous. Let's look around. If they let us study and observe around the stone walls, then that's obviously best. If they refuse, we won't force it either, Hao said. The heavenly horned ant looked at him with a distracted expression, clearly sensing that Hao was different from before, calm and collected, extremely unperturbed when mentioning the restricted region. All right. The heavenly horned ant had always been extremely daring, naturally fearless. He decided to make a trip there with Hao. Great Scarlet Sky, Fallen Immortal Ridge. This was a life-restricted region, rumored that even if it was a true immortal who came, they would still die. That was why this massive mountain range had this Fallen Immortal name. Fallen Immortal Ridge was as tall as the heavens, dusky and overcast, lacking the slightest bit of plant life. Barren and quiet were forever its main themes. It was just too vast. Several mountain ridges were strewn about at random, forming several great restricted regions, extremely terrifying. No one dared barge in. All who came here had to stop. Otherwise, they could only enter, but they couldn't leave. After endless years, it was unknown just how many creatures died in front of Fallen Immortal Ridge. One could see that the first mountain ridge had quite a few sets of withered bones, piling up in a thick layer. Hao and the heavenly horned ant arrived. They stood high up in the skies, at the same level as this Fallen Immortal Ridge peak, their expressions serious as they examined this place. There was undying energy that filled the area between the mountain ridges, immortal mist shrouding that area. There was life force released from several lush and verdant areas. One could vaguely smell the scent of immortal medicine wafting out. These were the places where the restricted region's creatures resided. Heavenly horned ant wishes for an audience, paying a visit to Fallen Immortal Ridge's seniors. The heavenly horned ant spoke, extremely polite, voice rather soft to avoid disturbing some sleeping existences. He believed that there were definitely people within who were awake in these times. This was a cultivationless age, the great showdown about to arrive. Which clan dared to not remain vigilant? Sure enough, when he just spoke, there was someone who came out from within the massive Fallen Immortal Ridge, carrying an extremely terrifying aura. Gray mist surged. This creature arrived high into the sky, looking down on Hao and the heavenly horned ant from far away. He was in human form, his eyes cold, lacking the slightest trace of emotion. He didn't say a word, just looking at the two just like that. Then, two younger creatures appeared. They should be cultivators of the present world, not the ancient freaks who had slumbered since the ancient times. They appeared at that terrifying individual sides, one on the left, one on the right. Who are you? One of the youngsters asked coldly, looking towards Hao. Huang. I pay my respects to Dao friends. Xianxia replied. It's you? What reason have you come here for? That person shouted out. The heavenly horned ant frowned. Even he sensed that youngster's hostility. He knew that this trip would most likely end in failure, perhaps even provoke trouble. Sure enough, the restricted region was terrifying, not a place that could be easily approached. We came for the imperishable scripture. Xianxia was extremely calm, not tainted by the flames of mortals, as if he was just chatting normally. You still dare come here? Keep dreaming. The two youngsters' hostility was strong, their eyes cold, killing intent hidden within. The heavenly horned ant was shocked. They hadn't had any interactions with this restricted region. Why were these two like this? I don't believe I've done anything to offend you all, Xianxia said. 1,000 years ago, a true immortal left to look for you. But in the end, he never came back, a young creature said coldly. The terrifying expert in the middle also released magical force fluctuations at this time. Gray mist became dense, spreading outwards, releasing strands of immortal Tao might. Xianxia's eyes released 2 streaks of cold lightning. In the past, immortal palaces ruined immortal invited 2 true immortals, one of them from immortal domain, the other one from a life-restricted region. He chased after Xianxia with the intent to kill. In the end, the 2 true immortals were both seized by the darkness-corroded Meng Tianjing and escorted into the darkness. Xianxia's eyes carried coldness. This restricted region lord took action against him domineeringly. At that time, it hadn't been long since he achieved the Tao. How could he stop a true immortal? Let's go, Xianxia said. After understanding the karma, he knew that the other party wouldn't let him view that ruined scripture. Halt! You aren't allowed to leave, one of the young creatures shouted. Old ancestor, please take action. Could it be that our clan's true immortal died in vain? The other person said. It was clear that the one in between was an immortal Tao individual, his strength terrifying to the extreme. Now he woke up precisely to be on guard. In this cultivationless age, with the great showdown about to arrive, the restricted regions were all worried as well. Little friend, please remain here. The terrifying creature who didn't say anything all this time finally spoke. Judging from his outer appearance, this was a middle-aged man. Gray hair scattered down, magical force swirling, gray mist surging, his entire being mysterious and powerful. What advice or comments do you have to share? Xianxia turned around, stopping. I heard that little friend has heaven-warping talent. Today, I wish to examine your elegant manner. Only one move, the gray-haired middle-aged man said. The heavenly horned ant now felt a bit of regret, feeling like they were too rash, shouldn't have come here. However, what left him stunned was that Xianxia didn't hesitate, coldly and calmly saying, Fine, Hong. Immediately afterwards, the middle-aged man took action, a finger crystal like jade, but it was incomparably massive. It was as if a heaven-supporting pillar descended, carrying immortal Tao aura, crushing towards Xianxia. True immortal's finger. This type of power, if it attacked a supreme being, it was enough to directly suppress and kill. What no one expected was that Xianxia didn't evade or dodge, not drawing the everlasting immortal sword either, similarly releasing a finger, sparkling and dazzling. Pong! The void trembled. The 2 fingers clashed, great Tao rippling outwards, horrifying to the extreme. In the end, the so-called Tao laws scattered between the 2 of them, not affecting others. The gray-haired middle-aged man was immediately stunned, his eyes surging with radiance, staring rigidly at Xianxia, in complete disbelief. He was a true immortal. Could it be that he couldn't even subdue a mortal Tao cultivator? Xianxia remained extremely calm. He stood there, completely unmoved, saying, Goodbye. The heavenly horned ant was shocked. He could see that Xianxia actually forcefully stopped a true immortal. This wasn't a ruined immortal, but rather a true, incomparably terrifying and powerful creature. Xianxia brought the heavenly horned ant into the distance, disappearing just like that. Old ancestor, why didn't you capture him? One of the youngsters voiced out his confusion. The gray-haired middle-aged man was still in a stupor, finding this extremely difficult to accept. In the end, he said, "Things are going to become extremely chaotic now." What? The two youngsters were both alarmed. Huang is formidable, truly hard to believe. He could actually face a true immortal's finger calmly, the gray-haired, middle-aged man said. He is actually this stunning? Then we must invite our clan lord out to directly blast him until his body and spirit are eradicated. I refuse to believe that he can continue living. Then just take action again. The two young individuals spoke one after the other. The gray-clothed, middle-aged man shook his head. The clan lord had deduced that this individual is too extraordinary. Our clan shouldn't get too involved with him. My actions today might have gone against the taboo. All because of someone like him? If the clan lord takes action, he'll die without a burial ground. One of the young creatures spoke out, unable to accept this. If we attack him but cannot kill him, there will be no end to the trouble. The middle-aged man released a light sigh, saying quietly, "This Huang has a few old freaks at his side. Even though they cannot recover their past glory, they can most likely help him escape. Apart from this human youngster also has several things that are rather terrifying." His intentions were clear. Even if they want to get rid of Huang, they might not necessarily succeed. Sure Hao returned to one of Imperial Court's massive palaces, calmly sitting down, thinking for a long time. The same day, a large rooster flowing with five-colored multicolored light carried a single-legged elder, descending from above. This was a familiar person, the emissary of another life-restricted region. During the War of Desolate Border, he had previously visited Imperial Pass, asking about information regarding the rotten wooden chest. "I truly never expected you to have this much style today." When the single-legged elder met Sure Hao, he revealed a strange expression, deeply shocked. Sure Hao courteously invited him in. He smiled calmly, but didn't say too much. "The great chaos is about to begin. You must be careful," the single-legged elder said. Then he mentioned the events of the past again. "My clan's princess might choose a Dao companion. Are you interested in making a trip around our restricted region?" Sure Hao shook his head. "Many thanks for the intentions. I already have a Dao companion. The more you refuse, the more unwilling my clan's princess will be, I reckon. The more uncomfortable she will feel." The single-legged elder shook his head, releasing a sigh. Sure Hao sat there calmly. The indescribable aura he released leaving even the single-legged elder inwardly alarmed. "The reason I came here today is because I have a piece of news to tell you. In the past, before Immortal Domain's troops left, they previously left behind a precious great medicine for Immortal Palace's ruined immortal. Now that 1,000 years passed, he might have revived," the single-legged elder said. "So what if he recovers?" Sure Hao was extremely calm, not feeling any fear. "I heard that there were people from fallen Immortal Ridge who went to contact him. You need to be careful, he will likely leave the mountain. If he dares come, then I will just kill him," Sure Hao said coldly. Unknown why, the single-legged elder felt waves of alarm. He just couldn't see through this youngster. His presence not even any weaker than his clan's long-life beings. He knew that there were likely huge things that happened during this time, perhaps enough to be left behind in the annals of history. The single-legged elder left. This was clearly an expression of goodwill from this restricted region, warning Sure Hao that there might be a true immortal who will take action against him. The years were long and drawn out. Sure Hao remained in Imperial Court, several hundred years passing in a flash, yet nothing happened. The so-called ruined immortal revived, but didn't hurry over. Back then, Sure Hao was already 1,800 years old, but there wasn't the slightest trace of age on his face. He was still young, his eyes clear. His cultivation became more and more deep and immeasurable. Apart from the restricted region lord, no one knew what happened. The time he experienced was extremely long, terrifyingly so. If that wasn't just a dream, then he already lived 8 lives, experienced hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, his 8th life also already crossed 90,000 years. This was an ancient and terrifying amount of time. No one else knew. Mu Qing, Crimson Dragon, and others had no idea. How didn't tell him about this terrifying experience, preventing their Tao hearts from becoming unstable. How could feel that it was hard for time to leave behind its traces on his body. This eighth life seemed to have granted him an indescribable type of power. In the massive hall, Hao's palms formed imprints. Endless essence energy gathered from the void. At his body's side, auspicious multicolored light surged. Immortal mist rushed out. The essence of heaven and earth was thick to the point of becoming liquid. Come! Hao released a short shout. His palms shone, acquiring the innate essence of heaven and earth. Wang! The entire massive palace surged with heaven-reaching divine light. The world surged intensely, the scene in this place extraordinary. All of the plants were growing crazily, as if spring came upon withered trees, seeds germinating. Even in the distance, on the towering snowy peaks, all types of plants made their way through the ice and snow, blossoming, releasing exuberant life energy. At the same time, everyone in Imperial Court was surrounded by essence energy. Even without cultivating, the natural laws and essence surrounded them, automatically absorbed. They raised their heads, looking towards Hao, who was already standing in midair. He was currently guiding down the foundational essence that scattered down between heaven and earth. Dazzling divine liquid appeared in the surroundings, flowing with the aura of undying matter. This is divine origin liquid? Zhu Lin was alarmed. They recognized this type of material. Hao previously brought out some origin stones from Immortal domain that allowed cultivation. Unfortunately, there wasn't much of it. It was because when he previously suffered the attack of Ouching Immortal King, large amounts of this treasure exploded to pieces, turning into essence energy, thus scattering. Only a small amount was left behind. Now, Hao was currently refining this type of thing himself, creating it himself. In the past, no one did this type of thing. However, the various long-life clans tried every method to infuse it into some divine medicines and other things, refine some undying matter. They then drew out heaven and earth essence, turning it into liquid, mixing everything together, and only then was it possible. However, now it was completely different. Hao directly drew out the source of the world. This liquid naturally carried some undying substance. The most shocking thing was that this divine origin liquid could seal a body. When wrapped within, they would become dormant, the corrosion of time no longer able to corrode their body and mind. This is natural luck. This is life substance, able to seal those who are dying. Mu Qing, Shi Zhong and others cried out, becoming extremely excited. They personally tried it. When sealed in the divine origin liquid, their life force became everlasting, no longer corroded. The effects of time seemed to move right past them. The divine origin liquid wasn't easy to preserve. It would solidify quickly. Only Hao could extract the essence at any time, acquire the source of heaven and earth, create this type of matter. No one else in Imperial Court could do it. Condensed divine origin liquid was extremely beneficial for cultivation, not carrying a trace of impurity. Foundational essence energy surged, being absorbed into everyone's bodies. Mu Qing, Crimson Dragon, and others knew why Hao refined this type of thing. This was originally a heaven-defying action. After all, it was acquiring the source of the world, easy for judgment to be provoked. However, Hao still did it. He wanted to bring this type of divine origin liquid back with him to Stone Village. Even he himself was already 1,800 years old. One could imagine just how many generations of people emerged in Stone Village. Soon afterwards, Hao stood at the head of the village, currently looking at it. His changes weren't great. After being expanded several times, it stopped changing. Later on, the new people who were born all began to build towns in other regions. This place still retained its original appearance. After 1,800 years, Stone Village was still the same, but what about the people from back then? Hao's nose felt a bit sore. Even for someone as powerful as him who had experienced the baptism of endless time, there was still a part of him that was extremely soft. This was a place left for Stone Village. Forget about the old clan chief's generation of people. Even the many generations after him had already departed from the world, buried under the yellow earth for who knew how many years. Dazhuang, Ermeng, Pihu and the others were still there, but they were already extremely old in their later years. Their cultivation levels really weren't that great. Being able to live until now was completely because of How cleansing their flesh with his own blood. Their parents had also long returned to the Yellow Earth. Linhu, Feijiao, these past stone village leaders had previously hunted for the village, providing their food source when he was still young. Unfortunately, they had already passed on. There were also those enthusiastic ants, all of them also no longer there. How wanted to cry. Even after experiencing so much, his cultivation now truly incredible, in the end, his heart was still sore. The people of the past could no longer be seen. This time, after he returned, the reason he brought back divine origin liquid was because he wanted to seal up some people who didn't have much life left, leave them alive for the future when he could reverse time for them, grant them another life. Grandpa Chief, you can sleep peacefully, Hao said quietly. Yunfeng was close to 2,000 years old. At his age, he should have long returned to the earth. However, the past Hao forcefully used immortal blood great mending medicine to readjust his body. However, despite this being the case, time was still ruthless. In the recent hundreds of years, he was always in a half-sleeping state. An elder with an ordinary body. Just how many years could he live? If the old clan chief was awake, there was no way he would allow How to seal up his body with divine origin liquid. It was because he had said that he was already fulfilled in this life, that he could go and meet those old companions now. Little Hao, are you really going to seal us? Just let us die normally. We've already experienced all of the flourishing ways of the world. What else is there to still be dissatisfied with? What we should experience has already been experienced. Everyone has to die eventually, return to the Yellow Earth. This is the most natural way, and also the best place of return. Dazhuang said. They were all already old, no longer able to even walk, their old eyes turbid, full of white hair, backs stooped. He, Ermeng, Pihu, Huzi, and the others, that generation's cultivation conditions weren't great, so their own cultivation levels weren't high, far from being able to compare with Stone Village's later generations. Now, those who obtained Hao's flesh and blood still became older year after year. Little Hao, just let us depart from this world naturally. Doing this is going against the heavens. We are scared that you will suffer the punishment of karma. Ermeng said. He patted Hao's shoulder, while he himself coughed. Who else could call Hao Little Hao? There weren't many left at all. Hao's nose turned sour, hot tears tumbling down. Stone Village was still the same, but the people were no longer there. The uncles and aunts from his youth were already gone. At that time, the villagers all spoiled him. He didn't have parents back then. It was the villagers and the old clan chief who raised him up. However, those strong and robust uncles, those enthusiastic and daring aunts were now all gone. Hao wanted to cry. Time brought away too many people close to him. When he refined immortal blood great medicine, he previously wanted to leave it for them, but they refused, all of them having smiles on their faces as they left, not willing to squander the great medicine, saying that he should keep it for himself to use in the future. Little Hao, don't feel bad. Everyone has to die one day. This is something that can't be changed. Huzi held his shoulder, his breathing a bit rough, also carrying a bit of melancholy. He looked out of the village into the great wilderness, saying, We hate to part with you too, but it is time for us to leave. During these years we really have become extremely old, yet at our age we still think back to when we were young, thinking about the times when we went to loot the green-scaled eagle's nest, think about so many people. Hao's eyes became sore, wishing to shed tears, unable to hold back. He hugged all of these people, saying, All of you are my family, my siblings who accompanied me, grew up together with me. I won't watch you all die from old age. Please just forgive my bit of selfishness. Accompany me a bit longer, accompany me on another journey. These people embraced him as well, all of them sobbing. He wasn't willing to see everything go. Stone Village. The past people, they all disappeared. In the end, Hao still did the same as he did with the old clan chief, sealing them up. Moreover, he used the divine spring to seal the old clan chief, Dazhuang, Ermeng, and the others within. Stone Village was still the same, but the people weren't. That day, Some people heard someone weeping in the very depths of the great wilderness. The voice carried sorrow, carried great pain. Xianxia knew that these things were unavoidable, but he still couldn't let them go. Xianxia and his wife were also old, but their cultivation levels weren't weak. After experiencing Xianxia's blood baptism, they were still okay. Only now, when they looked at Stone Village again, the two of them became extremely emotional. The enthusiastic villagers they previously recognized were no longer there. The end of an entire generation of people. Now, Stone Village had many later generations, but when they saw the couple, they all carried expressions of respect, already different from the first generation's people. Let's head to the higher realm. Xianxia suggested for his parents to leave. They had to avoid places that brought back past memories, or else they would feel too much sorrow. Now, the big red bird, green-scaled eagle clan, even the heavenly horse Little White had entered the higher realm. As for Mu Qing, Zhu Lin, Emperor Butterfly, and the others, there was even less of a need to talk about them. I am going to grow of old age one day too. My best years are already behind me. Yun, she said quietly. You won't grow old. Xianxia replied. He looked at this woman who had accompanied him through this entire journey. Not even he himself expected that in this life. In the end, it was still this girl who always followed him, accompanying him to the lower realms when his body was crippled, still fulfilling her filial duty after 1,000 years. It was because he was cultivating, comprehending the Tao. A single instance of seclusion would last many years. The best years of a woman, their most beautiful age, I am already about to lose it. It truly is about to be far from me. Yunxi's eyes became red, still sobbing in the end. She knew that sooner or later, she was going to leave this world as well, passing away under the passage of time. Yet Xianxia would still be fine. She would wither away many years before him, become old and gray-haired. This was especially the case when she saw how Xianxia acted with Dezhuang, Ermeng, and the others. She felt even more emotional. I want a child that way one day, when my appearance is no longer there, my hair white like frost. He still won't turn his back on me. Accompany me at my side. Yun, she looked at Xianxia, her eyes carrying tears as she spoke. She really was scared. When she saw how ruthless time was, she really was unwilling. She didn't want to leave Xianxia, but she didn't want him to see her gradually age either. Sooner or later, one day, her beauty would completely disappear. Her face would become covered in wrinkles. At that time, Xianxia might have just reached the peak of his life. She really was scared. It was because she didn't want to lose him. During all these years, she was always single-minded. She had no regrets. No matter how you change, I still won't leave you. Don't think too much. Don't feel bad. Xianxia embraced her. After all these years, they were rarely together, instead always apart because he spent most of his time cultivating. Even though they were Tao companions, the time they spent together really wasn't great. In the following period, Xianxia paid more attention to the people around him. He was also scared and worried, fearing that some people would suddenly disappear. However, even after 200 years passed, Yun, she still didn't give birth. Even so, her mind also became much more carefree. Perhaps once some things were accepted, when one watched the clouds curl up and unfold, when they saw flowers blossom and wither, watched as rain knocked down fruits from trees, her heart became much more peaceful, having no regrets left in this life. However, when she was 2,500 years old, early in the morning, she still released a light sigh. She saw a strand of white hair in her reflection, just that striking in her beautiful hair. She knew that her most beautiful period truly was over. She was also going to gradually age. Xianxia sensed something. He walked over, stroking her long hair. His fingertips shone, that strand of white hair instantly becoming sparkling, shedding the snow-white color, once again becoming dazzling. I am growing old. Yun, she said quietly. You won't. There was some progress recently. I'll find the divine flower of everlasting beauty soon. I will pick it for you. In reality, Xianxia also carried regret inside. After all these years, Yun, she still never gave birth. The child she wanted never entered this world. Xianxia had carefully examined both her and himself. Both of them were fine, there shouldn't be any issues. The only possibility was that his cultivation level was now too high, so having a child would become extremely difficult. It was because this had always been something that left cultivators with a huge headache. How many children could immortal kings have after endless years? The bloodline and descendants were all left behind before they achieved immortality. Hao's cultivation level was now extremely high, even stronger than his past supreme being self. He couldn't even say for sure what his strength was like now. However, he was still in the secular world, not triggering any immortal ascension scenes. Perhaps it was precisely because he was too strong that having an heir was too difficult. That day, Hao left. He personally headed to some extremely dangerous remains, a place where even supreme beings had a chance of dying. However, Hao walked through this place as if it was level ground. When he arrived at his destination, it was as if there was no one there, nothing able to stop his advance. This was not only because he was now an unrivaled formations master, it was also because his Dao skills were profound and terrifying. Not long afterwards, Hao brought back a flower. The morning multicolored light was dazzling, carrying thriving life force. He gifted it to Xianxia. For you. Its name is Sunrise Brilliance, able to preserve your youth forever. No matter how old you are, your appearance will never change, preserving the beautiful period. Hao gifted it to her, moreover helped her refine this medicine. Xianxia carried tears as she smiled. What regrets did she have left? However, she knew that this could only preserve her appearance, unable to prevent her from aging, leaving this world. However, what she cared about the most was that she left behind her most beautiful, most perfect side for Hao to remember. She was scared that when she died sooner or later one day, she wouldn't have anything to leave behind. I am extremely happy. She smiled brilliantly. Half a year later, a piece of astonishing news even more so made Xianxia stand up, feeling incredibly fulfilled. She immediately told Hao, "We have a child?" Hao was similarly shocked. Hao had a descendant. When news went out, Imperial Court was shocked. Many people were excited. He always lacked an offspring. This was no longer only Hao's greatest regret. It was also a sore spot of many from Imperial Court. They all hoped that Hao could pass his experiences to his own inheritor. His Dao skills were profound, bloodline domineering. In the future, his heir would definitely have exceptional talent as well. Only like this could Imperial Court be preserved for countless years. During these years, even Mu Qing, Shizhong, and the others long had later generations. Now that Hao had a child, it could be considered that a great project was finally completed. Xianxia was the happiest, smiling every day. Even though it was still long before the child was going to be born, she had long been filled with the radiance of a mother. Several days later, the world surged. A wave of terrifying aura descended from the heavens. Large amounts of ascension radiance descended, almost completely submerging Imperial Court's giant palace, crushing this place into powder. Many people trembled in fear. They were crushed by this immortal Dao aura until their bodies were about to explode. Following a cold snort, Hao suddenly turned around. Then, with a wave of his great sleeves, crazy winds roared, engulfing the heavens. This was a storm created from the great Dao, the surging of natural laws, completely sweeping the immortal Dao energy clean. Hehe. Huang. I trust you've been well since we last met? In the sky dome above, someone was laughing. A man stood in the void, walking over step by step. He looked extremely handsome, age not over 20-something. In terms of appearance, this person was perfect. He carried immortal energy, but possessed a type of sinister temperament. In his hand was a fist-sized bronze palace that released strands of immortal Dao energy from within. He looked down on Imperial Court, looked down on Hao, approaching step by step. Ruined immortal, Hao said coldly. My Dao foundation has been restored. Cultivation already returned. Now, I have a complete true immortal body. This sinister-looking young man said. He was precisely Immortal Palace's ruined immortal. He had already recovered as early as 1,000 years ago, but he never did anything, instead continuing to nurture his body, stabilizing his Dao skill. Only when he had confidence that he was perfectly fine, his vitality fully recovered, did he come to seek out Sure Hao. Heh heh. He was laughing, completely carefree and indifferent as he looked down. He looked at Sure Hao and then at Yunxi. I heard that you two had a descendant, so I came specially to send my congratulations. Who knows, this might be a divine fetus immortal seed. I came to guide him. He laughed loudly, but then suddenly acted out, reaching out a large hand, directly grabbing towards Yunxi's belly. I am going to take him. Imperial Court's people were all furious. This person was too vicious. Get lost. Sure Hao waved his great sleeve, producing a hazy world. This was the world within the sleeve divine ability, its power tremendous. Huang, when I heard that you produced a descendant, I specially came to see off your family of 3. Let you forever be together. All of you can go on your way. The voice of Immortal Palace's founder was deep and cold, icy and ruthless. He chose to take action, his viciousness just too strong, full of sinister intent. Hong! Sure Hao rushed up, not feeling any fear. Endless great Tao ripples erupted between the two, just too terrifying. Under Sure Hao's urging, they entered outer space. Otherwise, Sure Hao was scared that everything below would be destroyed. This left everyone shocked, especially the Crimson Dragon and others. Their mouths were wide open, completely speechless. Master, he can fight a true immortal? They were just too shocked. Sure Hao wasn't an immortal. Was he going against the heavens to kill an immortal? This entire world was shaken. All experts could see this watching from the dark. This was simply a miracle. He wasn't at the immortal Tao domain, yet he could defy the world and kill immortals? This was enough to be recorded in the history of cultivation. Kill! Immortal Palace's expert roared out. That bronze palace increased in size, suspended above his head, releasing strand after strand of immortal energy, completely protecting him. The true immortal went berserk. He hated Sure Hao too much, wishing to tear him apart, and then kill his descendant. Only what left him shocked was that this opponent was ridiculously powerful, Tao skills absurdly high. He never truly achieved immortality, so why could he fight this kind of great battle? Dang! What was even more shocking was that Sure Hao didn't even use the everlasting sword core, facing the immortal artifact barehandedly. A large hand slapped over, striking the bronze immortal palace above his head with a dang sound. You can just go to hell! The true immortal roared. He brandished that bronze palace, controlling the immortal artifact, attacking fiercely, wishing to kill Sure Hao here. Dang dang dang. What left everyone shocked happened. Sure Hao didn't back up, instead taking the initiative to fight, facing him head-on. His large palm was golden, moving endless amounts of divine force, incomparably valiant, continuously striking the bronze palace. Pong! In the end, that bronze palace was blasted flying. There was actually a hand imprint on its surface, cracks appearing. How is this possible? The true immortal screamed out, his face full of horror. Someone defied the world to face an immortal? This shattered all normal reasoning. Just what cultivation realm was this, what level? He couldn't see through Sure Hao. Sure Hao's blood energy surged. He was currently at the peak of his life. His entire body was surrounded by a layer of divine splendor, as if an emperor roamed the world. Kill! Sure Hao released a light shout. A fist smashed out, blood energy surging, primal chaos hazy, smashing through the star domain. When the bronze palace above the ruined immortal's head was sent flying, the impenetrable defense was almost completely gone. He could only face Sure Hao, fight him head-on. Pooh! In the end, he was shaken until he coughed out blood. Not a match for that youngster. The ferocious battle shocked the world. Ah! He released a miserable scream. This immortal palace expert was horrified, all of his fine hairs standing on end. He was grabbed by a large golden hand. Die! Sure Hao released a shout. With a PU sound, he tightened his grip, using all of his strength. Blood splashed outwards, immortal blood gushing into the heavens. No! The true immortal cried out in horror, now reaching the end of this life. In the end, all of his struggles were futile. with that large hand fiercely clenched. His body exploded, primordial spirit shattered. In the starry sky, the radiance was blinding, exceptionally dazzling. The ruined immortal's body was torn apart, dying horribly, exploding under a great golden hand's grip. Blood splashed across the starry sky, his primordial spirit crushed. This was a cry of grief and indignation, full of unwillingness, the final struggle of the spirit. This true immortal was in despair. How could he accept this? After his cultivation was restored, he originally should have been able to dominate this world, becoming a perfect true immortal. However, he actually lost to a mortal at mortal Dao domain cultivation. This was especially the case when 2,400 years ago, he previously personally took action, crippling Xianxia's cultivation with the immortal breaking curse, viewing him like insignificant weeds. Who would have thought that today he would be killed by this weed, ending his life? It was just too sullen. He was full of hatred, dying full of humiliation like this. Which unmatched true immortal had ever been killed by a mortal Dao domain cultivator? He might be the first one. This was going to be recorded in history, the same as eternally carrying this type of shame. After millions and millions of years, there would definitely be people who mentioned him. After the battle, it was actually the true immortal who fell, serving as the background to make Huang shine even brighter. True immortals were still true immortals in the end. Even after the primordial spirit shattered, he still didn't completely die. This was his imprint. A piece of the true spirit wanted to flee. Unfortunately, that golden large hand descended, sucking him into the palm, sealing him there. This was a true immortal imprint. Xianxia wanted to study it, understand the secrets of this level. Just kill me, the true immortal screamed out. Ending up in Xianxia's hands like this was a fate worse than death. True immortals were too powerful. Even after his primordial spirit shattered, he still had a chance of being revived. Unfortunately, Xianxia seized that imprint. Pooh! In the cosmos, the exploded body and the blood that splashed in all directions were refined, becoming thick immortal blood great medicine. This was a human body great medicine now gathered by Xianxia. Then, that bronze palace was brought over, becoming his spoils of war. Suddenly, with a turn of Xianxia's hand, it was as if an expanse of cosmos descended. With a pong noise, a creature in the distance was subdued, immediately grabbed and crushed. There were 4 ruined immortals before, 2 were previously executed and the remaining 2 showed themselves today. The final ruined immortal didn't return to his peak. So how could he stop the current Xianxia? That was why he was immediately destroyed, his body and spirit both erased. A share of karma has now been settled, Xianxia calmly said. Back then, when the heavily injured Kuan Peng returned from the battlefield, it suffered from the scheming of 4 true immortals. Now all 4 of these experts were dead, killed under this expanse of the starry sky. Xianxia obtained the Kuan Peng's inheritance, and now, he could be considered to have gotten revenge for it. This battle shook the 9 heavens 10 earths. Who would have thought that a mortal Dao domain cultivator could kill a true immortal? This was simply an unimaginable battle accomplishment. As expected, he is heaven-defying, destined to be recorded in the annals of cultivation history. Defying fate and killing an immortal, Huang has achieved it. This is the only instance of such a thing throughout the ages. In this heaven and earth, all clans were greatly shaken. All of the cultivators immediately learned of the results, none of them able to conceal their alarm. They were all wondering just how powerful Huang was. How could he kill a true immortal? The great restricted region lords couldn't remain calm. They were also alarmed by these accomplishments. Huang's display was just too sinister. Fallen Immortal Ridge, the 2 youngsters of the past had long grown up, reaching their middle years, their strength great. However, when they personally saw this battle, their faces turned pale. In the past, they wanted to kill Huang. But in the end, not even their clan's true immortal old ancestor could make him stay behind. At the time, they were still unconvinced, but now everything was clear. The true immortal couldn't make Huang stay behind. If he truly took action, he would have been killed instead. We took on quite the karma. The two looked at each other, inwardly alarmed. The reason Immortal Palace's ruined Immortal appeared was because they went to inform him, inviting him to take action. Even though he waited more than 1,000 years to take action, Immortal Palace even more so having a great grudge with sure how to begin with, the two of them were still greatly involved. It is fine, our clan's lord is unrivaled. Our clan doesn't fear him. Soon afterwards, this clan's lord passed down punishment, ordering them to quickly seclude themselves in cultivation. If they dared involve them in any more karma, they would be directly killed. His tone was extremely fierce. Why? The two of them were scared. There was no why. A large hand reached over, grabbing them, crushing their bodies and almost killing them, and then suppressed them on a mountain peak. They were not allowed to come out. It was clear that the skills of fallen Immortal Ridge's clan lord were exceptional. Seeing a corner of the future, fearing that they would end up being involved in unimaginable great karma. 9 years later, Xianxia gave birth to a healthy baby, its entire body flowing with brilliant colors and wisps of immortal energy, emerging into this world. Not even sure how expected Xianxia to be pregnant for 9 whole years before giving birth to him. The time really was long, exceeding everyone's expectations. The child has been born. Many people cried out. Regardless of whether it was Imperial Court's people or even the various powers who were constantly watching Imperial Court's movements, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This was a boy, his birth actually producing irregular scenes in this world. In that instant, essence energy surged, divine multicolored light roiled. The great Tao rumbled, countless heaven and earth laws interweaved, gathering here, descending. This child was too astonishing. At this time, Sure Hao took action. His palm moved, covering the heavens. All of the great Tao laws, divine multicolored light and other things were scattered. This was especially the case with the sky-covering natural laws that descended from the sky dome, directly destroyed by him. Master, these are great Tao ripples. The order of heaven and earth used to baptize this child. Perhaps it might bring him great natural luck. The Crimson Dragon was confused. The path I walk is body as the seed. If he is blessed by the world, surrounded by heavenly Tao, it might not necessarily be a good thing. Sure Hao said. He looked into the heavens, saying to himself, one day, this world might also be destroyed, the various realms might collapse. The great showdown was descending. There wasn't much that could exist forever. Despite this being the case, this child was still extremely special, too extraordinary. When he cried, the voice was loud and clear, like a golden bell was ringing, full of vigor. Moreover, his skin was bright and sparkling, carrying a layer of precious light, extremely sturdy, innately containing magical force. Many people sucked in cold air. Bark. Even that little dog with an extraordinary background couldn't help but cry out. This child already had so much innate magical force from the moment he was born. If he continued growing, what would it be like then? His talents were too exceptional. You should hand him over to me. I will definitely make him the second without end Immortal King, the little dog said. This matter startled the restricted region lord. Even he was rather interested in this child, carefully examining him. However, he didn't have the interest of taking in a disciple since this era was too chaotic. There was no time to foster an unmatched expert at all. The great showdown might arrive at any time. Xianxia carried this infant, having a satisfied expression on her face, full of doting. When she hugged this child, it was as if she carried the entire world, feeling incredible joy, her motherly nature shining brilliantly. That day, a palm-sized little bird carried an inch-sized white-colored small cauldron, flying from the lower realm to the higher realm. Sure Hao was stunned. That was the 5-colored sparrow, Stone Village's ghost-like thief bird. Even after so many years passed, it actually took the initiative to arrive at his side, coming up from the lower realm. It carried a small white cauldron in its mouth. Sure Hao didn't act like an outsider either. This was precisely the white bone cauldron that was revealed after Stone Village's past black gold cauldron broke apart. When the 7 deities attacked the lower realms, Sure Hao and the Zhuyan previously took this ancestral cauldron to face the enemy. In the end, the outside cracked apart, falling off, revealing its true self. After this battle, the small white cauldron disappeared. Only when Hao married Yunxi did this small cauldron appear again, having been brought back to Stone Village by the five-colored sparrow. Hao had previously spent a long time researching it. Apart from sensing the rich medicinal nature, he also discovered some deeper-level things. Later on, Hao placed this small cauldron in Stone Village. He never expected the five-colored sparrow to actually bring it over today. This heaven and earth has bestowed its blessings upon this child, but you refused it. To avoid the jealousy of the heavens, in the future, you should use this small cauldron to help him baptize his body. This was the first time the five-colored sparrow spoke to Hao, able to speak words. What kind of cauldron is this? Hao asked. A medicinal cauldron. It is quite extraordinary, the five-colored sparrow said. It spoke directly, saying that this was the ancient cauldron an immortal family used to prepare medicine, containing extremely powerful medicinal characteristics. If water was heated inside, and then used to wash the body, it could remove impurities, also able to erase disasters. Moreover, it told Hao and Yunxi that if they are willing, they could directly seal this child in this cauldron, letting him appear again after endless years passed. Yunxi immediately carried tears, feeling extreme sorrow, almost bursting into tears. Hao also understood its intention. This great era was too vile, too terrifying. There were already omens of just how terrifying the future will become. For the sake of insurance and safety, the five-colored sparrow suggested for them to seal this child in the cauldron, leave him for the future, having him emerge in a calm and peaceful great golden world. Why are you so kind to me? Hao was confused. Immortal Ancient's ancestral guardian spirit had me help you out a bit. The five-colored sparrow spoke out directly again. What kind of background do you have exactly? Hao asked. I seem to have come from the other side of the realm sea, the five-colored sparrow said, leaving Hao indescribably shocked, Mu Qing and the others becoming petrified as well. They immediately felt heaven overflowing horror. You came from the other side of the realm sea? Hao's emotions immediately surged intensely. In reality, even I don't know who I am. I only have some blurry memories that tell me I came from the realm sea. In Immortal Ancient, I resided on ancestral guardian spirit's body, obtaining its nurturing, building a nest there, close to it. The five-colored sparrow told them that it was only a lump of divine consciousness, not a true tangible body, something similar to a primordial spirit. Only it had forgotten too much, extremely muddle-headed, but it knew that it came from the realm sea. Do not feel like I am any unrivaled expert. In reality, my cultivation truly is ordinary, my foundation likely destroyed by someone. I don't have much fighting strength left, unable to recover. Said directly. The most important thing was that it didn't know what realm sea had either, losing its old memories. The five-colored sparrow left behind this cauldron, directly leaving. The restricted region lord had a pensive look on his face, saying, it shares great karma with ancestral guardian spirit, destined to pay it back in this world. As the water recedes, the rocks appear. Willow deity, how are you? Hao sighed. He missed Willow deity and recalled the little pagoda. If they could come back, then it would really be great. In the end, Hao couldn't set his resolution to seal up this child. The main reason being because she wasn't willing, her eyes carrying tears, pleading to have her sealed up together with this child. I won't completely seal him, but let him sleep inside the cauldron. Wake him up once every so often. Hao said, reaching a compromise. If there was some great, undefiable great disaster, he would completely seal up this cauldron, and then have this child brought away. After this, she accompanied the sleeping child, speaking to it every day. Every so often, the child would be woken up, blinking its large bright eyes while looking at her. This left her extremely content. She hugged this cauldron, never willing to separate from it. How I found some writings left behind by my master. There are great terrors in this world. Chao Yuxing appeared, seeking him out. In the past, just how did the darkness creatures come? Where did they enter the 9 heavens 10 earths from? This had always remained a mystery. Recently, Qiao Yuxing found a personal letter his master sealed, understanding the truth. He began to weep, saying, "My master died." He rushed out together with the war spirits hidden in the three-world bronze coffin, heading out to seal the darkness. However, in the end, they never returned. The darkness creatures were able to successfully invade, proving that they all completely perished, even though he already knew that his master should already be dead. Now, this was conclusive proof, clearly stating that his master's final death was bitter. He couldn't help but break out into sobs, feeling endless pain. The unmatched experts of the creatures of darkness could corrode void god realm, spirit realm, and other spiritual construct worlds. They crossed over from the spiritual country. The creatures of darkness could turn into spirit, able to take on tangible form. They were unpredictable, the most terrifying existences. The darkness arrived from the depths of the realm sea, staying hidden on the other side. These were the words left behind by Qiao Yuxing's master. It was because during Immortal ancient era, they already fought the creatures of darkness, faced the other side. One had to understand that the other side's ancient ancestor Shuchuo was even an evolved darkness creature. Desolate borders 7 kings shed tears, burning the bodies of their own loved ones, and cutting down the heads of their comrades. There was one line that was truly horrifying. Sure how carefully examined this letter, unable to calm down, emotions surging within him. Some past events now had answers. He finally knew what happened. Sure how had previously got on a blood-soaked black ancient ship, seeing a stone cauldron on it. What was inside were all heads, many of them those of immortal Tao creatures. That was because those people had long been killed, but their corpses couldn't be left to the darkness creatures, or else unimaginable experts would be created for the darkness side. Imperial past during the ancient times, there were people who saw desolate borders 7 kings remove the heads of their friends. This was the same principle. From the personal letter, Sure how understood that in the future, regardless of what happened, he had to remove the heads of the strong, and only then would they be able to prevent the creatures of darkness from becoming stronger. Bodies that lost their heads could not be reborn and evolve into darkness creatures. Sure how, Heavenly Horned Ant and Qiao Yuxing immediately moved out, heading to various ancient lands, as well as the depths of the cosmos, investigating the paths the creatures of darkness invaded from. They were stunned. The darkness originated from the realm sea. It was too terrifying. During the future Great Showdown, they were all going to fully appear, completely erupt into power. Moreover, the other side and the creatures of darkness had an inseparable relationship. This signified that Anlin, Scarlet King, Wushuang, Shuchuo, and the other terrifying undying kings were still going to reappear in this world. This also meant that Desolate Borders Seal couldn't stop them. In reality, they already suspected that the creatures of darkness could send the troops of the other side over at any time. The final battle will come from the realm sea. It is that great showdown. Sure how was worried. No wonder Willow Deity went to the world behind that sea and didn't slaughter its way into the other side. It wanted to head to the ultimate destination, find a solution, erase the disaster from the source. However, could it return alive? In reality, back then, the various great eras already had unmatched experts cross the sea, all of them acting because of this. In the past, there were 2 ancient artifacts that appeared from the realm sea, one landing in Burial Land, named Origin Ancient Artifact, the other ending up in the other side, its name also Origin. These were the contents recorded in the letter Qiao Yuxing's master wrote. The 2 ancient artifacts were both divine and flawless, their brilliance illuminating the heavens. The rotten wooden chest wasn't mentioned. Sure how frowned. Realm C was mentioned again. Where did this information come from? During the Age of Emperor collapse, there seemed to be an emperor. There were some who said he fell in that age, others saying that he left behind a pair of faint footsteps, leading into the depths of Realm C. I suspect that he isn't an emperor. There are no emperors in this world. This letter was too astonishing. These were all the last recordings, speaking about some shocking secrets. Realm C. Many matters pointed in that direction. 1,000 years passed, slowly passing by. In everyone's opinion, Hao was already 3,500 years old, currently at his very peak, when his blood and qi were at their most vigorous. In reality, if his experiences during the Age of Emperor collapse were included, he was already more than 4,900,000 years old. Time didn't really leave much traces on his body. Comparatively speaking, he was practically young forever, maintaining a vigorous life force. 1,000 years passed. Imperial court became increasingly prosperous. Generation after generation of geniuses rose up, overlooking all sides. They truly became the #1 sect under the heavens. In this 9 heavens 10 earths, there was no one who didn't know about them. Imperial court's prowess suppressed all sides. However, what was regretful was that the heavenly horned ant Mu Qing, Chao Yuxing, and the others still didn't become supreme beings, the Tao path too difficult, especially in this cultivationless age. In reality, if they thought about it, this was extremely normal as well. Even in immortal domain, Aogon, Pani, Hun Tian, and others only achieved the Tao after 1 or 2,000 years. What kind of environment did they have? And they were all considered to have heaven-warping talent. Hao was an exception, too talented. Compared to him, others would look too slow, but in reality, they couldn't use him as a comparison at all. During these 1,000 years, the world was extremely calm, not having any other changes happening. The life-restricted regions were all lifeless, long sealing themselves up. Even the single-legged elder who rode on a large rooster didn't appear again. The princess inviting the groom he spoke of didn't display any activity. So Hao was seriously suspecting if that elder was even reliable. One had to understand that as early as 3,500 years ago, during the Great Battle of Desolate Border, the single-legged elder had already gone to Imperial Pass, mentioning their princess was searching for a Tao companion at that time. He really didn't know what was the meaning behind this several thousand-year search. In the most recent 1,000 years, Hao never relaxed, silently and bitterly cultivating. It was because he knew that great danger was going to arrive at any time. Something's wrong. There are issues. That day, Chao Yuxing warned. A formation shown. His true self rushing over, appearing in Imperial Court. His expression ugly. There are several formation cores that revealed issues. There is dark mist spreading from them. 1,000 years ago, Hao, the heavenly horned ant and others followed the paths his master had taken, leaving behind many formation cores precisely to guard against the corrosion of darkness. Moreover, there were several formation cores that released dark light at the same time, dark mist spreading out, indicating that there were changes that took place. This was extremely terrible. There really are creatures crossing over from that side? The heavenly horned ant was alarmed. In the depths of the cosmos, land of darkness, formation cores rested here one after another, swirling with mist. The snow-white altars turned completely black. Hao hurried over, inwardly shaken. He knew that what was to come still came in the end. A pitch-black lotus flower took root in the void, tearing apart the sky, the crack becoming larger and larger. Hao vaguely heard waves of roars, as if there was an endless army galloping forth, ready to charge in at any time. Kill! Hao shouted. He held the everlasting sword core in hand, releasing dazzling brilliance that illuminated this dark cosmos, sweeping forward. In that instant, starry rivers surged, the starry domain shaking intensely. All of the stars almost diverged from their original trajectory, about to fall. Pooh! The black lotus flower was cut apart, its crystalline flower petals dancing about, carrying demonic nature, descending upon Hao's surroundings, turning into streak after streak of swirling dark light. The entire stalk of this black lotus was sparkling like black jade, extremely large. Now the flower petals scattered across the cosmos, extremely beautiful. Kill! Hao shouted out. He took action again, directly hacking at this type of demonic lotus. Sword energy shook the heavens. This expanse of the cosmos shook intensely. Without a doubt, this terrifying sword radiance shocked all experts in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Even the people slumbering in the restricted regions opened their eyes, looking into the heavens. The experts all sensed that the calm era had ended. That day was finally coming. Sure how, hurry and return. Yunshi called him extremely urgent. A piece of jade on Sure Hao's body shone. A formation crystal that could receive messages from Imperial Court at any time. What happened? He asked. There are changes taking place in Desolate Border. The other side's creatures have appeared. Yunshi said, her voice extremely rushed. Sure Hao's body went rigid. He sensed that the most terrifying things were happening one after another. Everything was going to take place now. Chi. Sure Hao took a step, stellar rivers swirling in reverse, stars appearing under his feet, emerging behind him. He immediately returned to Imperial Court. Massive Dao sounds sounded. The divine image that was consecrated in Imperial Court released endless radiance, taking the everlasting sword core in his hands, entering the dark cosmos in his place to guard the passage. This was his will force incarnation. It was now even more terrifying. After being worshipped by all clans, it now possessed inconceivable power. Has Imperial Pass been penetrated? Sure Hao asked. It hasn't. She shook her head. She hugged a pure white small cauldron, protecting her child. This time it was rather special. Imperial Pass wasn't broken, but the troops of the other side directly appeared on this side of Imperial Pass, crossing over that ancient city. They opened up a new path. Do they want to directly arrive inside? The heavenly horned ant also returned, his expression serious. During the battle back then, Desolate Border was sealed up. They all thought that it would remain eternally sturdy, that there were no more worries. But who would have thought that after 3,000 years, a great crisis appeared again? Chi. Sure Hao turned into a streak of flowing light, quickly rushing towards Imperial Pass. The heavenly horned ant and Chao Yuxing followed him. Mu Qing, Crimson Dragon, Zhu Lin and others entered the dark cosmos, following Sure Hao's will force incarnation to guard the passage there. On Imperial Pass side, the vast uninhabited region. The rocks and stones here burst open, a massive and ancient altar appearing from underground. At this time, there were troops of people currently walking down from the altar. These people were all murderous-looking, wearing armor, holding ice-cold heavenly spears, great halberds, divine spears, and other things in their hands, carrying an incredibly cold aura. These were foreign troops, there was no mistake. Imperial Pass immediately noticed abnormalities, reporting to Imperial Court. Woo, this side truly makes one feel uncomfortable, the great Dao suffocating. This really is a damned place. A man that was handsome to the point of being a bit sinister covered his mouth and nose. He wore silver armor, incredibly arrogant, carrying an expression of disgust as he descended the altar. Great One, this way. Someone immediately walked up. It was because that extremely young and sinisterly handsome-looking man came from an emperor clan, a powerful creature who had achieved the Dao for many years, already a supreme being for more than 100,000 years. Woo! That silver-armored creature released a light woo sound, and then turned around to ask, "Is Huang still alive?" His name was Shu Yu, the descendant of the undying king Shichuo. He is still alive. From what we tentatively know, he has already achieved the Dao for many years. What? When the silver-armored handsome male heard this, his pupils contracted, lowering the hand covering his mouth, saying, "Just how old is he? How is this possible?" He is now 3,500 years old, becoming a supreme being before 500 years of age. Someone carefully reported. How is that possible? This type of speed is too fast. The silver-armored sinister male said. That is why Great One Shu, you must be careful. This Huang is not ordinary. Becoming a supreme being in the cultivationless age really isn't simple. However, he has only cultivated for a trifling 3,500 years. Just how much Dao skills could he have accumulated? There is no way he could have reached the peak. Not worth being scared of. Shu Yu said. Is that so? Truly is unexpected. This fella is formidable, becoming a supreme being this early. This is rather interesting as well, or else if we directly crush him to death, what fun is there? Right at this time, another male appeared on the altar, dressed in copper armor. His face looked like it was sculpted from a blade, The bridge of his nose and his cheekbones were all extremely tall, giving off a solid feeling. He had a smile on his face, but it was a bit cold. This individual was named Enteng, the undying Anlin's descendant, the genius of a generation. He became a supreme being after cultivating just a few thousand years, attached great importance to in his clan. This time, after searching everywhere, they found a way to break through Immortal Ancient's seal. After finding that ancient path, Enteng was chosen, sent here to the 9 heavens 10 earths to bring back some achievements. It was because everyone knew that this realm was half crippled, having no experts, no immortal Tao creatures overseeing it. The last of their backing had been completely exhausted in the great battle 3,000 years ago. As long as a few supreme beings came over, it was enough to wipe out this realm, sweep through all creatures. Haha, interesting, that little fella from the past already became an individual who can compete with us. Only capturing him like this has some flavor. Another person spoke. This was a woman dressed in black armor, her gaze deep and cold, a bit malicious, her laughter also rather cold. This was another Emperor clan disciple, her name Qishao. Comparatively speaking, her cultivation period wasn't too long, only 18,000 years old, a top-level figure among Scarlet King's descendants. It was because she achieved the Tao when she was 5,000 years old, her talents extraordinary. She already consolidated this realm for more than 10,000 years. Qishao said coldly. Back then he killed my grandnephew Qi Menghong, even roasting one of his legs and eating it, treating it like food. Today, I am going to skin him alive. It wasn't just her. There were 8 or 9 more supreme beings who walked out from the altar, half of them from emperor clans. All of them had grudges against Shihao. In their eyes, the past battle was the emperor clan's humiliation. The young generation's emperor clan experts were defeated by Huang one after another, some of them even dying miserably. It truly was unacceptable. Wu, now that we came, there won't be any chance left for him. Shu Yu's handsome and sinister face carried a smile. Exactly. Let's have a game of cat and mouse. It really is interesting. And Teng also smiled. In the back, there were more men, troops appearing in the uninhabited region one after another. The troops became larger and larger, tens of thousands of cultivators appearing. Among them, just supreme beings alone numbered 13, here to sweep the 9 heavens clean, kill all those who achieved the Tao in this realm. 4 of them were from emperor clans. Let's be a bit more careful. That brat has some rather strange things on him. In the past, he borrowed a drop of blood to display divine might. Someone reminded, and Teng's expression became overcast, saying, It's fine. The Undying King's already examined it. That drop of blood isn't something he can use just because he wants to. Today, we will seize that drop of blood. When they left, the altar was still shining, shaking intensely, as if a massive creature was coming over. In the end, with a hong sound, 3 figures appeared at the same time. These were the ones who brought up the rear, appearing last. The creatures who were guarding the altar's surroundings all bowed down respectfully, their expressions serious. At the same time, they trembled slightly, because these were 3 undying creatures. This feeling is rather awful. I loathe this cultivationless age, loathe this realm. One of them said. It was because after they crossed over, they immediately sensed the restrictions, moreover quickly sealed up a portion of their own power. Otherwise, all types of unforeseen changes would be triggered in this cultivationless age. The terrifying aura and the magicless traces would even extend into the other side. Hurry and shut the passage, one of them said. This side's heaven and earth are changing greatly. Unless one is a native of this world, when undying level power is displayed, it would easily bring back a rebound. An undying creature frowned. I believe we likely won't need to take action. Another person said coldly. The troops were led by some emperor clan individuals. They quickly moved along, entering the 3,000 provinces area, wishing to sweep through the 9 heavens, in particular kill Huang. Qi. A streak of divine rainbow descended from above. Shihao arrived, cutting them off. Then the heavenly horned ant and Chao Yuxing also descended, standing at his side. They previously went to Imperial Pass, saw that that area wasn't attacked, so they hurried over here. Huang! The silver-armored handsome male Shu Yu immediately stood out, recognizing Huang. It was because he had already seen his portrait. Shu Yu carried a sinister smile, saying, "We were just about to look for you, but you now came right to us. Say, should I immediately skin you alive, or slowly deal with you?" And Tang was dressed in copper armor, also standing up and saying, "Very good. You became a supreme being. This is worth us capturing you? Or else what fun is there in killing an ant?" Qi Xiao was a woman, yet she was even more domineering than the men, saying, "Crawl over here and beg for forgiveness. Pray before Qi Minghong's tomb, and then accept death." Sure how coldly scanned his eyes over them. He naturally sensed that these individuals were exceptionally strong, a good amount stronger than other supreme beings. He knew that these were Emperor Clan disciples. "You all really have a lot of nonsense to say," Sure Hao said coldly. The heavenly horned ant and Xiao Yuxing both stood at his side, not worried at all. Sure Hao had even killed a true immortal. Would he be scared of these Emperor Clan supreme beings? "Hey, you pitiful thing who doesn't know the height and depth of this world. Do you think you are all that formidable for achieving the Tao early? Fool, you are courting death." And Tang said coldly, "To us, you are too immature." Shu Yu ridiculed. Sure Hao didn't say anything, directly taking action. A large earthen yellow hand reached out, fiercely striking down, transferring unmatched might. "What?" In that instant, Shu Yu's smile froze, and Tang's confidence also vanishing. His face that was flickering with scarlet multicolored light warping. They began to tremble from deep within. These Emperor Clan individuals immediately reacted, wishing to escape. It was because they sensed a trembling from their very soul, feeling that there was no way they were this youngster's opponents. If they truly faced him head-on, they would die. They fled quickly, but that large hand was even faster, immediately becoming bigger, covering the world, descending from the heavens, smashing down. Pu piu piu. Almost at the same time, the Emperor Clan individuals were all slapped until they exploded, turning into blasts of bloody mist. Meanwhile, below, there was still a great army, but they were even more lamentable, dying without a burial site, a large half of them obliterated. "Run!" There were other supreme beings holding up the rear, far from this place. They shouted loudly, having the survivors hurry and run. However, a large hand rushed across the sky, as if shrouding this world. All of them were covered and sucked into the palm. In the end, with a piu sound, they were all crushed. It was just that direct, decisive to the point of being brutal and ruthless. Sure Hao's hand covered the sky, annihilating everyone. In the end, only some imprints were left, 3 of them belonging to Shu Yu, Qi Xiao and Enteng. "Speak, how did you all cross over into this realm? Who else is going to cross?" Sure Hao shouted. Leaving behind their imprints was just to extort confessions. Every hope turned to dust for these individuals. People as strong as them ended up in this type of state. Their previous words truly were laughable. They were actually killed by a single palm from this person. "There is no need to ask anymore, we have come." A cold voice sounded from the uninhabited region. The 3 great undying beings appeared. With a piu sound, Sure Hao's palm and fingers closed. And Tang, Shu Yu, Qi Xiao and the others' life imprints exploded, turning into scattered dust. 3 great undying beings arrived. "Retreat," Sure Hao said, having the heavenly horned ant and Xiao Yuxing back up. They couldn't help much on this battlefield. Undying energy swirled, crushing the mountains and rivers, making even the sun and moon tremble slightly. That type of power wasn't something those in the mortal Tao domain could resist. With a schwa sound, Sure Hao raised his hand, a streak of divine rainbow flying out, carrying the heavenly horned ant and Xiao Yuxing into the distance, transporting them away. In front, 3 hazy lights surrounded these 3 great experts, each one of them carrying an aura that left others in reverence. They were undying creatures who had lived for an endless amount of time. The smallest one, which was also the most ancient individual, had lived for an extremely long amount of time. A layer of undying radiance covered their bodies, preventing them from being corroded by the effects of time. These creatures' blood and chi never dried up, always standing at the peak of their lives, taking in and sending out heaven and earth essence, refined by the stars of sun and moon. Right now, the expressions of the three great undying beings weren't that great. They were in charge of holding up the rear, yet in the end, after just waiting a bit, coming a moment too late, their people were all killed. Huang, you truly are fierce. Not even blinking after taking the lives of 10,000 people, an undying being said. Sure how sneered, feeling it beneath him to retort. Why did these people come? Wasn't it to kill them all, end the lives of all cultivators in the 9 heavens 10 earths? There was no need to say too much. They just needed to die. You have a bit of skill destroying all of them alone. You have an immortal artifact on you, an undying being said with his eyes narrowed. They found it a bit hard to understand, wishing to know just what kind of secret he had, scared that a bit of carelessness would cause their own failures as well. Just an ant, what need is there to say so much? Just kill. Among the 3 undying beings, the old fella who had lived for the longest amount of time was incredibly arrogant, feeling it completely beneath him to say too much to Sure How. In his opinion, the other 2 were too cautious. So what if the other side was given an immortal king weapon? Could it be that 3 undying beings could be suppressed and killed? There was no way to compensate for difference in cultivation realms. If they truly fought to the death, a child with a blade still had no way of matching an adult opponent. Pong! One of them took action, brandishing his arm, sending it towards Sure How. This stance could be said to be extremely disrespectful, looking as if he wanted to give his opponent a slap to the face. Only the glorious undying beings dared take action like this, still this carefree in a battle, humiliate their opponent. This elder naturally didn't have good intentions, taking advantage of Sure How's youthful vigor, forcing him to reveal his trump card. Meanwhile, he was also on guard, able to advance and retreat at the same time, his mind calm when facing this somewhat mysterious youngster. At Sure How's current cultivation realm, he wasn't shocked by honor and disgrace, his mood not revealing the slightest fluctuation. He didn't have a so-called immortal artifact. At the crucial moment, his finger was like a sword, stabbing out, sparkling and brilliant, carrying golden radiance. This undying being was shocked. The other party didn't have a great murderous weapon, actually daring to face his strike like this. After a bit of hesitation, in the end, his palm strike continued, not changing the trajectory at all, smashing forward. Chi! Only at this instant did Sure How's finger release a penetrating divine radiance, interweaving with sword energy. He used the grass symbol sword art, his finger sturdy and imperishable. In the void, the 2 experts' natural laws clashed, incredibly intense. The most crucial thing was that the 2 individuals' hands made contact. With a pu sound, the undying being's palm was cut, blood flowing out. This left him horrified, decisively withdrawing. How is this possible? The other side actually broke through his palm, almost going straight through. Die! He released a shout, scattering undying blood in Sure How's direction. The blood enlarged, becoming like a long river, submerging Sure How within. The blood of undying beings could be refined into endless things, able to cut down one's cultivation, erase their soul. However, he was destined to feel disappointment. Just now, it wasn't an illusion. The other side's vitality was incredibly vigorous, able to contend against him. Collect! Sure How released a light shout, using a jade container to collect the undying blood. Many thanks for the human body, great medicine. The more the better. The undying being's face sunk. He knew that he encountered a freak, that he couldn't assess him with normal reasoning. The 3 undying beings all revealed expressions of shock. This youngster before them was only 3,000-something years old. How could he face an undying being? This didn't make any sense. There had never been a 3,000 years old true immortal. This was just too horrifying, defying all reasoning. Capture him. Under the current situation, there was no need for words. The three undying beings released their killing intent, determined to kill Shi Hao. If this youngster was given any more time, it would inevitably be a great disaster. They sensed the severity of the issue. This time, they came to the 9 heavens 10 earths just in time, or else this youngster would have already risen up. Eradicate the genius, single hand covering the sky. One person shouted. A bronze-colored palm carrying the aura of time appeared, time fragments fluttering about, even more so natural laws descending like a waterfall, forming a cage, wishing to seal Shi Hao within. Kill! Shi Hao released a long roar. At this stage, there was no way he would hold back. His entire body surged with blood energy, the energy surging from the crown of his head piercing into the heavens, blood energy overwhelming the sky. In that instant, he used several types of precious techniques, using the 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art, deriving unmatched profound mysteries. This was his trump card. Hong! The heavens fell and earth split, ghosts weeping and deities howling. The battle at this level was unimaginable, carrying great Tao rumbling noises. Tao laws interweaved, surging like streaks of lightning. This battle made all life tremble. At the very least, in the nearby great provinces, the cultivators of the various great inheritances were all shaking, their souls even being suppressed, unable to breathe. If it wasn't for this region being the uninhabited region, then there really would have been a disaster of all clans being slaughtered. They rose into the sky, fighting into the realm beyond. The 4 figures tangled about each other, turning into interweaving streaks of divine light. Their moves were just too fast, the battle reaching a climax. Pong! Great stars exploded around them one after another. As they moved, the area that was affected became greater and greater. From time to time, there were giant stars that blocked the way. With a swing of their sleeves at their fingertips, they directly exploded. Eventually, when the great experts all displayed magical projections, towering between heaven and earth, taking in and sending out essence energy, some stars were sucked into their projections. This type of scene shocked the 9 heavens 10 earths. The various great inheritances had many experts who watched this battle through formations and other things. All of their scalps turned numb. This type of battle made even their breath stop. It was extremely intense. A life and death great battle. Huang, cease your viciousness. This realm is doomed to be destroyed. You won't have a good end. If you surrender yourself to my side, we will give you good prospects. One of the undying beings shouted, starting to advise him to surrender. Huang, do not think yourself infallible. You don't have many chances left. You better tie up your hands and follow us to see the undying kings. There is a chance you can keep your life. Younger generation, you are seeking the path to your own doom. I heard you have your own lineage. If you aren't willing to surrender, I will personally kill your child, kill your loved ones, not leave anything behind. Another person threatened. When he heard everything up to here, Shi Hao's eyes widened, his gaze cold and intimidating. White immortal mist was released from his mouth and nose. He opened his mouth and roared. A stellar stream appeared. Chaotic sword energy was erupting. Hong! The great battle was intense, everyone slaughtering their way to the point of going crazy. Right at this time, an undying being coughed out blood, his face deathly pale. He looked into the void and said, "Damned cultivationless age, damned world, I am suffering a rebound." This world was now extremely terrifying. When outsiders barged in and they released power at the true immortal level, they would suffer a backlash. This was a type of self-protective measure of this world, to resist the corrosion of the outside world. Previously, the 3 great undying beings had sealed their own true bodies. But when facing Shi Hao, they couldn't remain sealed or else they would be seriously injured. However, by undoing the seal, after fighting continuously, one person suffered a blade from heaven's will, his Tao source fracturing, suffering damage. Ho! Shi Hao released a great roar, looking like a demonic god, his hair disheveled, eyes sharp like cold lightning. He slaughtered his way over, having targeted focus, wishing to capture this person first. This person threatened him, wishing to harm his child and loved ones. This touched his bottom line. That was why, even if he had to pay the price of blood, he had to kill these 3 undying beings. In reality, he had confidence that he had this ability, that there was no need to be too worried. His 5 secret realms inside his body shone at the same time. When Shi displayed the 6 Tao reincarnation's heavenly art, his body became dazzling and brilliant. His own innate precious technique was established, the 3rd type of supreme being technique already matured. With a Hong sound, his vitality surged, continuously overlaying, strength increasing rapidly. Even the undying beings sucked in a cold breath of air. What kind of method was this? It was as if he became a different person. Huang's blood energy surged, his fighting strength going wild, immediately reaching a horrifying realm. Pooh! Shi's strike was powerful beyond compare. The 6 Tao reincarnation's heavenly art supported several types of divine abilities. After being supported, the power went crazy, breaking that undying being's arms, a large bloody hole appearing. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that there was a bloody hole that appeared between his brows as well, pierced through by the grass symbol sword art. 6 Tao reincarnation's heavenly art supported 6 types of precious techniques. Every single one was fatal. Pooh! Among them, one precious technique was the true phoenix burning the heavens. A blood-red divine bird flew out, spreading its wings, burning that undying being's body, turning it into charred bits. Hong! Then, the lightning emperor precious technique was even more terrifying. Lightning concentrated, blasting through the undying being's body. In the end, with a pung noise, this person exploded, his body and spirit erased. How could it be like this? The other 2 undying beings couldn't rescue him in time. They were incredibly shocked, finding it hard to accept this reality. Kill! They roared out. There was now no way out. They attacked together, going all out against Shi. Shi was ferocious beyond compare. By borrowing the remaining power, he blasted one person until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, flying outwards. He seized this decisive opportunity, not willing to let him go, chasing him down. He didn't care about the one behind him, bringing out the bronze immortal palace to protect his back, directly rushing forward murderously. Under the intense battle, in this terrifying great collision, the undying being in front of him smashed apart great stars one after another. In the end, a fist passed through his skull. Blood splashed out, his primordial spirit exploded, a second undying being becoming a corpse. You actually reached this level. The 3rd undying being's eyes became red. It was now too late no matter what was said. He had no way of running, as the only one left, he could only fight to the death. This battle was extremely intense, but it didn't continue for that long. Eventually, Shi was like a rising true phoenix. His arms moved, like a phoenix spreading its wings, crimson multicolored light overflowing into the heavens. With a pu noise, he rushed out, removing this person's head. Chi! Then he pointed out a finger. A golden willow branch which looked like a divine chain of order pierced through the skull, impaling his primordial spirit. Thus, 3 undying beings completely died. The cosmos. There were star remains scattered everywhere. The scene extremely desolate. Apart from this, there was blood. The blood of undying beings, swirling with sinister radiance. Even further out, there were the bodies of 3 great undying beings, some exploding, some still having a corpse. Suddenly, in the dusky and ice-cold cosmos, a rumbling sounded. Some star remains burned, turning into ashes. Then, the 3 undying beings' blood and bones shone. Everything ignited, burning intensely here. These were the irregular scenes produced following their deaths. It was extremely terrifying. There were no heaven's tears, nor was there any divine light or holy aura, only complete destruction. Returning to the Tao. They were returning to the Tao, becoming a portion of the laws of the universe, about to merge into this area of the cosmos. Shi quickly took action, using a jade container to absorb the floating, undying blood, moreover immediately refining it into medicinal liquid. This was undying great medicine. All creatures had spirit. Not only could the plants become medicines, even other creatures, including the human body, could be turned into medicine. This was precisely human body undying great medicine. Xianxia seized a portion of true blood, but there was still a larger half that exploded, blood dyeing the starry skies red, releasing blazing radiance, burning fiercely, returning to this part of the world. The three great undying beings were destroyed, completely assimilated into the Tao, absorbed by the laws of heaven and earth. This battle ended, all under heaven's shocked. Forget about the cultivators of all clans. Even the terrifying figures of great restricted regions narrowed their eyes, gazing into the cosmos, seriously thinking things over. This battle accomplishment was too glorious. This also made many people feel scared, the creatures in the restricted regions all shivering inwardly. Just how many years had Huang cultivated for? They found this hard to accept, a bit unable to believe this. Xianxia didn't stop, could be said to be unrelenting. He hurried to another star system, entering a land of darkness, slaughtering his way towards a massive black demonic lotus. Right now, his will force incarnation was here, currently trying to suppress it, but it wasn't too effective. Whenever that demonic lotus was cut down, it would always regrow. This black lotus was extremely sinister, having an undying nature. It absorbed the chaotic energy of primal chaos, refining the void. At the same time, there were roots that appeared, covering some stars, taking root on them, its life force difficult to extinguish. Its main root is in another realm, only a portion of it is rooted in this realm. That is why we couldn't kill it. Mu Qing's expression was serious as he reported to Xianxia. Xianxia had already experienced this. He frowned, activating his own precious techniques, also using all types of divine abilities. He could destroy the black demonic lotus, but he couldn't completely erase it. All of you withdraw, Xianxia said. He thought of a flame within him. It was that mysterious ancient flame that was made of great Tao symbols, obtained next to the 9 dragons pulling coffin. It was always hidden within his body, normally not displaying any activity. As his Tao skills increased after experiencing the Age of Emperor collapse during those years, he examined the nature of this flame, sometimes able to move it. Today, he wanted to try it out. Fortunately, he succeeded. A fist-sized lump of fiery light appeared before him. It was extremely soft and gentle, carrying an extremely peaceful aura. It wasn't true fiery light, but rather something made from all types of ancient symbols. Go! Xianxia released a light shout. The fist-sized fireball flew out, making contact with that black demonic lotus. At first, it was still peaceful, but a moment later, when this mysterious ancient flame followed its roots, something unexpected happened. There were symbols that flickered about by the roots, produced by the demonic lotus. Hong! As if a sun exploded, this fiery light surged intensely, burning the roots of this demonic lotus. In the past, it only engraved great Tao symbols, but now it was being moved by Xianxia, all of it erupting. The various ancient symbols stored within it were clashing intensely there. The massive black demonic lotus was ignited, turning into a massive torch, burning fiercely. It floated in the void, some roots planted on celestial bodies, some rooted in the void, originally incomparable terrifying. However, it now suffered disaster, shaking intensely. One could see that the symbols it produced were flickering, surrounded by that lump of fiery light. Qi! The massive demonic lotus was destroyed because the lump of fire followed its roots, actually burning its way into the other realm. That sphere of light disappeared for a moment, truly crossing into the other realm. However, in the end it returned again. The demonic lotus turned into endless ashes, no longer existing. This was a bridge between the two realms, a passage. In the end, it was destroyed just like that. Not long afterwards, Xianxia headed to Desolate Border, sealing the passage that was open there, bringing away that altar. He was going to research it. The reason he didn't destroy it was because he still had something that preoccupied his mind. He wanted to slaughter his way over one day. There was a remnant will within his heart that just wouldn't disappear. He wanted to see someone. Only, It was still not time, he was powerless to reverse the heavens. Shurhao returned. Imperial court cheered, all sides celebrating. That day, all clans came to seek an audience, coming to express their congratulations. Shurhao's might was truly incomparable, his bravery dominating the world, shaking all sides. Of course, these people didn't feel restraining fear, now more feeling admiration. He went to battle to protect this realm, and not to flaunt his strength. Huang's name immediately shook the world. Even though they all knew that he was extremely strong, in the past no one had a direct observation. Only when he killed a true immortal and then killed 3 great undying beings, did everyone realize just how terrifying he was. He was already truly unrivaled under the sky. At the very least of the creatures produced in this great era, not a single one was Shurhao's match. He could already dominate the 9 heavens 10 earths. Difficult for anyone to face him. The cultivators of all sides came to pay a visit, even more people as if making a pilgrimage, arriving in imperial court, wishing to be able to join, become a member. The most shocking thing was that there were some bitter cultivators who were extremely sincere. If they weren't taken, then they would kneel outside imperial court, refuse to leave. Imperial court has taken many outstanding talents as disciples, becoming stronger again. One can imagine just how terrifying they will become 1,000 or 2,000 years later. They will definitely overlook all under the sky. No sect will dare go against them. There were some who were worried as well. While watching imperial court flourish, they were scared that this entire world would be under imperial court's rule. Under this heaven-reaching stormy sea, other inheritances could only be small splashes. In reality, the current imperial court was already the #1 great sect in the world, far above other inheritances, already incomparable. In the future, that would be even more unimaginable. Any small troop sent out by imperial court would definitely be enough to flatten great long-life families that had existed since ancient times. However, Shurhao still frowned, feeling like imperial court was far from being strong enough. In reality, the others also sensed something, feeling that this time, it was all because of Shurhao alone that they could avert this disaster. They didn't dare imagine what would happen if he was preoccupied with something or if he was defeated in a battlefield, just how bad the consequences would be. Imperial court is a galaxy of talent, especially after 1,000 or 2,000 years pass. It will even more so rule the heavens above and earth below. Even if the other sects join together, they cannot match it, but it is still lacking. They need several exceptional experts overseeing it. Shurhao, Heavenly Horned Ant, Mu Qing and the others all sensed this issue. In the end, Shurhao left, searching for helpers that could truly suppress all sides. This way, he wouldn't be forced to spread himself too thin. He left alone, not bringing anyone with him. The first place he arrived in was Fire Province. This place was next to Goddess Academy and Qi Daolin's past Dao Rite. There were too many things that previously happened in this region. The 9 dragons pulling coffin was hidden underground here to begin with, while the flame within his body was also obtained here. Fire Province had a prairie, as well as a great desert. This was a desert where not a stalk of grass grew. Shurhao had already been here for several days, standing here without moving, deriving something the entire time, waiting for something. Hong! Earth and stone burst. An imposing great mountain slowly rose from the ground, releasing chaotic energy, as if it had existed from the great beginning. At the waist of the mountain was an ancient cave that surged with auspicious multicolored light. Immortal mist pervaded the air, the scene shocking. With a chi sound, he rushed in. He stood in the cave. On the cave's walls were various hatchet marks, sword etches, and other things left behind by exceptional experts. It was because these traces all carried great Dao style, releasing immortal Dao auras. In the past, even that flame within him appeared, shining here, continuously engraving these marks. Master Qi, I've returned here again, Shurhao said quietly. In the past, Qi Daolin brought him here in search of opportunities and natural luck. Shurhao touched the cave wall with his hand, feeling a type of pressure. There was a terrifying aura that surged from this place. Origin stone. The entire cave was polished from origin stone. One had to understand that this was an immortal Tao supreme treasure material, rarely seen from past until now. Normal people couldn't find it at all. When origin was mentioned, one would often associate this with a true immortal, precisely the so-called Hunyuan true immortal. To take this on as the name, one could see how precious it was. Origin stone was of the same level as world stone. In the depths of the ancient cave was a palace, on it a pile of immortal materials, for example, origin stone, heavenfalt stone, as well as void immortal gold, 5 elements immortal gold, everlasting immortal god, even more so true dragon horns, phoenix beaks, and other things, so dazzling one couldn't open their eyes. However, Shurhao knew that all of this was an illusion, not real. 90% of the immortal materials had been taken. In the past, he and Qi Daolin did everything they could, and only then could they bring away a black stone at the very center. However, after appraising it, it was an ordinary object, not a supreme treasure. When they left, they were in an extremely sorry state. A creature appeared, almost forcing them to stay behind. However, that creature seemed to not be able to walk out of the ancient cave, not chasing them out. It was only because of this that they could escape disaster. Now, Shurhao came back precisely for this creature. Sure enough, after he released a strand of his aura, that slumbering creature woke up, releasing a roar. Oh! The voice was extremely loud, terrifying beyond compare. The entire origin stone-cut ancient cave was trembling, moreover accompanied by 7-colored immortal radiance. A great aura surged over. This was a human-shaped creature. It was just too resplendent, flickering with 7 types of radiance, its aura like a sea, terrifying beyond compare. Shurhao came straight for it, not withdrawing this time. Hong! A palm struck over, carrying 7-colored immortal radiance, extremely dazzling, arriving before Shurhao's eyes. He stood there, facing it with his right palm. Dang! A sky-shaking noise sounded, resounding in all directions. Great Tao ripples quickly spread. If it wasn't because the walls were cut from origin stone, nothing would have remained. Everything would have collapsed, been destroyed. This ancient cave was an immortal Tao precious material to begin with, so it could support the force they released. When the 7-colored immortal light was restrained, origin mist scattered. The two faced each other, not taking action again. Why have you disturbed my slumber? On the other side, that creature spoke. This was a metal person. Not only was its mouth and nose far from its eyes, even its hair was made of metal, its entire figure flowing with 7 types of brilliance, possessing an immeasurable mighty force. One could see that it couldn't move freely. One leg wrapped with stone, immortal mist surrounding it. It was transforming, still hasn't completely evolved. Shurhao understood. This was the reason why the other party was sleeping, not leaving this place. It still hadn't completed its evolution. This was an innately nourished divine core, originally a piece of 7-colored immortal gold, in the end gaining sentience, turning into human form. Only after endless years was this heaven-defying creature born. 7-colored immortal gold. This was unmatched precious material to begin with, yet it actually gained sentience. This was definitely even more extraordinary. I didn't deliberately disturb you, but rather feel that there are things that we must discuss, so I wish to invite you out of the mountain. Shurhao said. I will not go. The 7-colored immortal gold man was extremely direct. However, he also felt restraining fear. This individual was too strong, giving him a powerful feeling of threat. He actually faced him barehandedly. Could it be that his flesh was even sturdier than immortal gold? I came with good intentions, Shurhao calmly said. Moreover, he stared at his foot, saying, after you leave the mountain, I promise that in a few hundred years, your transformation can be completed. What did you say? The 7-colored immortal gold man's eyes released dazzling radiance, a bit hopeful, but also a bit in doubt, revealing a cautionary expression. I am now an unmatched formation master, my skill in this field greater than my fighting strength. I can establish a formation that gathers the essence of the heavens, concentrate it on your body, help you transform. After several hundred years, you can then emerge into the world. Shurhao said. Moreover, he took action first, setting up a small formation. As a result, the essence energy in the cave surged, great Tao laws falling, immediately becoming entirely different. Are you willing to trust my methods? Shihao asked. What do you want from me in exchange? Help me guard one area. The two began to chat, the atmosphere becoming calmer. Shihao unexpectedly discovered that this was originally an immortal king dwelling, and this seven-colored immortal gold man was something enlightened by an ancient great figure, thus allowing it to take human form. It was unknown just what age this happened. The lord of the cave went to participate in a great battle, but then never came back, the soul lamp he left behind also going out, signifying that he fell in battle. This creature before him was extremely strong, comparable to an immortal creature. According to normal reasoning, before his transformation was complete, there should be no way he could be this strong. The main reason was because an immortal king previously performed a magical transformation, leaving behind many great Tao traces in his body, making him extremely terrifying. If the transformation was complete, its strength would definitely be comparable to a true immortal. I came here before in the past. In the end, when everything was already properly discussed, Shihao said, "It's you." The seven-colored immortal gold man revealed a look of surprise. He recalled that 3,500 years ago, there were two individuals, one young and one old, who came here. Shihao produced a stone that was dark and swarthy, asking, "What is this?" Immortal King's collection, something he was most fond of. It is said to be able to refine an unmatched weapon, but even after I studied it for a long time, I could never tell how it was different from an ordinary stone. The seven-colored immortal gold man said. Moreover, he added, "If not for the Immortal King's decree to leave it for those with fate, that I cannot harm humans, I definitely wouldn't have allowed you all to bring it away." When Shihao heard this, he became serious, putting the stone away. That day, under rumbling sounds, Shihao carried a mountain back to Imperial Court. "Did I not see wrong?" A small dog cried out in alarm. This was but a dwelling made from origin stone. This was just too extravagant. When they saw the seven-colored immortal gold man, everyone even more so felt shocked. Shihao fulfilled his promise, establishing an exceptional great formation that gathered the natural luck of heaven and earth, nourishing this seven-colored immortal gold man, helping him complete his final transformation. Then Shihao set out on his own again. In the past, when he sought out the body as a seed path, when Great Elder helped him cleanse his body and forge his primordial spirit, there were many preparations made. There was one place with evil warding divine bamboo and yellow springs fruits. After eating them, they could temper an unbreaking primordial spirit. Now he was revisiting these old haunts. There was a majestic great mountain hidden in the void, difficult to find, even harder to visit. In the past, Shihao needed Great Elder's jade stone piece in order to get close. Now, he got to the mountain peak with a single step, arriving in that golden temple constructed from natural laws, the suspended temple. He directly walked over, entering the void gold bridge, stepping onto the immortal mound. This was inside of a secret world. There was evil warding divine bamboo as well as yellow springs fruit hidden inside. There were previously rumors stating that once these two things fully matured, they could destroy the inauspicious. However, no one has succeeded. Shihao didn't come here for those divine goods. He already ingested them. He prepared to have some people from Imperial Court come here to temper themselves, seek opportunities. He came for the heroic spirits. The place where Yellow Springs fruit grew was a place of extreme mean. There were countless war spirits buried here. Shihao had previously personally seen the terror of those war spirits with his own eyes. Among them, some of the primordial spirit lights revealed in the darkness were especially brilliant, all becoming fierce and dazzling, no longer cold and sinister, carrying immortal Tao auras. These were precisely the heroic spirits of the 9 heavens 10 earths. After falling in battle, they were buried in this mound, this place becoming their final place of rest. Shihao came to invite them to fight once more. Dark mist pervaded on the dusky immortal mound. But if one opened their heavenly eyes, they would see lumps of primordial spirits were rising and falling, lying dormant. There were just too many heroic spirits here. There were several heroic spirits among them that were already about to achieve immortal Tao, entirely golden yellow, bright and vigorous. Seniors, even though I am unwilling to disturb all of you, I still came. It is truly shameful. There are some words that are hard to say, yet have to be said. I wish for you all to leave the mountain, to fight once more. Sure how lowered his head. He truly felt unnatural here, uncomfortable. It was because these were heroic spirits who already fell in battle, already doing their all to protect this world in the past. And now, he had to ask them to leave the mountain again. These spirits were created by remnant wills, produced by soul fragments. If they died again, even the final imprints would disappear. That was why Sure How felt inwardly ashamed, finding it hard to speak. However, he had no choice but to come. Now, the 9 heavens 10 earths faced the most dangerous period again. He was powerless to reverse the heavens alone. In the end, he arrived before a giant stone. There was a golden talisman here that sealed this place. An old peasant took form. He released a sigh. Who would have thought that you really would come? This old peasant was a drawing on a stone wall, now gaining sentience, taking form. He knew about everything here in the past. He even gave Sure How pointers. He had previously said that when the seal was undone, the heroic spirits here could be brought out and participate in a great battle. However, this might also be a double-edged sword. What if the creatures didn't bow down? Senior, you should come with me as well, Sure How said to the old peasant. Then, he activated the old and yellow talisman. With a hong sound, this place shook intensely. Hundreds of thousands to millions of heroic spirits howled, shaking the heavens above and earth below. The immortal mound collapsed, earth and stone flying in all directions. The entire great earth was rising and falling, collapsing. Several million heroic spirits appeared, all of them lumps of light, in the end either turning into human figures, giant beasts, or divine birds, all different species present. In the past, there were many immortal Tao creatures who were buried here after death. That was why the heroic spirits that were born here were so powerful. Sure enough, those golden heroic spirits, when they rushed over, carried terrifying winds, accompanied by blazing auras, truly close to immortal Tao. Of course, the most powerful one was precisely the one the old peasant told him about before, buried deep underground, always asleep. There were actually 3 powerful figures that rushed into the heavens, turning into human forms. They were all true immortal Tao figures. One could imagine just how powerful they were when they were alive, even after death. Their heroic spirits reached this level. Just how terrifying was this? It was you who woke us up? An immortal Tao heroic spirit spoke. He was entirely golden-colored, lacking a flesh body, only having a soul body. Yes, this younger generation carries inward shame, disturbing seniors' rest. Sure How truly felt extremely guilty. There is no need to blame yourself. The reason we exist is precisely for this day, to step on the battlefield once more. It was precisely because we still carried remnant wills, wishing to redeem ourselves on the battlefield, and that was why we turned into heroic spirits. Our ultimate purpose is to return to the battlefield, to face the enemy, exhaust the last of our strength. Some of the heroic spirits were from the last great era, some even more ancient, impossible to confirm. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many immortal Tao creatures who appeared. Sure How never expected them to be this direct. This made his eyes turn a bit sore. He didn't even have to explain much. These heroic spirits were already going to follow him. If we follow you out, we likely won't be able to exist for a long time. One of the heroic spirits warned. It is fine, once we leave, seniors will obtain blessings, able to receive the sheltering and nourishment of heaven and earth. Sure How said. He told them that Imperial Court had powerful will force that could nurture the yang energy within all of the heroic spirits, help them break free of death energy, allowing them to become more and more powerful. Not long afterwards, heavenly winds stirred. Sure How brought this army of millions back, arranging them in various giant palaces within Imperial Court, placing them there just like his own image. From then on, these heroic spirits were baptized by will force, becoming more and more vigorous. After Sure How made some arrangements, he left alone again. He headed to the 9 heavens immeasurable heaven. In the end, he headed north, approaching that sea. He released a sigh. In this northern sea, he had previously fallen into a time vortex with the heavenly horned ant, seeing a white-clothed empress. That woman crossed time and space to converse with him. Unfortunately, heaven's mysteries erased everything. He couldn't recall the information the white-clothed empress told him. It seemed close, but it was precisely as the white-clothed empress said. They were separated by time and space, one step a great era, the distance too far, some things impossible to defy the heavens. The white-clothed empress had previously gone against the flow of the great river of time, warding off an undying king. She also previously folded paper boats by the Kuan Peng nest, even taking form there before. Xianxia remained silent for a long time. In the end, he left. He headed towards a forest that was submerged in the sea. In reality, there were great peaks here. In the past, the imperishable scripture was found precisely in the depths of this place. He fought a great battle against He Wushuang there in the past, encountering the immortal smelting pot, obtaining the imperishable scripture with great difficulty. This time, it wasn't that he wanted to head to that place, but rather to approach those giant mountains. This is the place. Xianxia raised his head. On the massive mountains no one had ascended throughout history, there were abnormalities, things that were difficult to explain clearly. On one of the peaks was an ancient coffin. In the past, a set of human skin fluttered down, terrifying beyond compare, suspected to be a ghost immortal. On another giant mountain, there was a seated creature who overlooked all things below. Now he came again, meeting them once more. Hong! This time, Xianxia didn't hesitate, leaping out, rushing towards the peak. This was a restricted land. Outsiders couldn't approach it at all. However, Xianxia's cultivation was now on an entirely different level. The restricted areas he previously couldn't step on were now like flat land. He went up. There was an ancient coffin that rested on a precipitous cliff. Right now, the ancient coffin was shut. Next to it was a terrifying humanoid creature, body covered in red fur, half a foot in height. Its nails were pitch black like iron hooks, eyes closed, guarding the ancient coffin. Ow! As if it sensed something, this creature covered entirely in blood-colored hair opened its eyes, releasing a loud cry. All of the mountains and cliffs trembled, the distant vast bodies of water releasing heaven overflowing great waves, scattering the clouds in the sky. This was a creature that was like a malicious spirit, too sinister-looking. Even its face was covered in red fur. When it opened its mouth, it was extremely red. Only its fangs were snow-white. Its eyes were red, extremely frightening. Supreme Being Realm. Xianxia saw through its cultivation. Then he nodded, a bit hopeful towards the creature in the ancient coffin. Pong! When the Supreme Being level creature threw itself over, Xianxia's finger descended, subduing it, preventing it from moving at all. Dao friend, please come out to have an audience with me. Quang Dang. The ancient coffin's lid rolled off, a set of human skin fluttering out from within. Then, it swelled, floating in the sky in the end, its vacant eye sockets flickering with cold radiance. Then, a person stood up from within, their entire body bloody, lacking skin, this scene horrifying. That set of skin belonged to him. I think Dao friend should still wear the immortal skin. Xianxia said calmly. I was skinned in the past. Even if I wear it now, it will be difficult for me to recover. The voice was ice cold. However, in the end, the set of skin and the bloody flesh still merged together. This was an elder, all of his pores releasing blood. One could imagine just how miserable his death was in the past. This world really has ghost immortals, Xianxia said with a light sigh. Correct. On another mountain peak, someone replied. This was a creature with long gray hair, its eyes also a deathly gray, seated on a mountain peak. Xianxia noticed him a long time ago, but he ignored him. In the past, when he passed this place, he saw that seated individual, as well as the fluttering set of human skin from this ancient coffin, suspecting that a ghost achieved immortality. We do not wish to be involved in mortal affairs. What did you seek us out for? Right at this time, on a distant peak, A woman also spoke, her face pale like snow. Another ghost immortal. You all seem to have a bit of skill. How were you able to achieve immortality? Xianxia asked. Is there a need to tell you? The gray-haired man spoke. Then, with a hong sound, he took action, striking at Xianxia. Pong! Xianxia directly grabbed his wrist, coldly saying, I've killed a true immortal and 3 undying beings. Do you all wish to give me a try too? When these words sounded, this place became quiet. The 3 ghost immortals remained silent for a long time. Dao friend, why have you come? The elder in the ancient coffin spoke, his age seeming the greatest. He saw Xianxia's expression was indifferent, saying again, We gained life from immortal corpses, developing consciousness, cannot be considered true immortals. However, because of this place's unique properties, our corpses retain vitality, our strength when alive still present. That is why we can display immortal Dao might. He was rather honest and sincere, speaking of his origins. They were all new primordial spirits that were created. Their bodies are powerful beyond compare, equivalent to true immortals, but the primordial spirits were not that strong, to the extent where they didn't understand any methods. You all have the magical force of true immortals, but lack immortal methods. I wish to ask you all to come out of the mountains, and then grant you all immortal Dao scriptures, even immortal king scriptures. Xianxia said. The 3 ghost immortals' breathing immediately became hurried when they heard this. They were tempted. Then, after some discussion, they agreed to leave with Xianxia. Xianxia knew that the 3 of them would only listen to him while he was still in this world. They would feel threatened by him. Once he left, they might become a disaster. However, he wasn't scared because he had confidence in always subduing them. 1,500 years, it passed by slowly just like that. Imperial court flourished to its peak. Most of the geniuses under the sky entered imperial court, now already grown up, overlooking all sides. This was especially the case when the 7-colored immortal gold man came out of seclusion, becoming someone comparable to an immortal Dao figure after completing his transformation, overlooking the dark cosmos, on guard against the darkness creature's invasion. At the same time, he absorbed the essence of the sun, moon, and stars here, furthering his cultivation. There were the heroic spirits as well, under the nourishment of will force. The 3 great immortal Dao heroic spirits stabilized their Dao fruits. There were some who were close to true immortal level as well, all of them now protecting imperial court. The 3 ghost immortals also understood their roles, guarding desolate borders passage. Of course, Xianxia's will force incarnation always followed them, protecting everything with them. In reality, these years weren't peaceful. Regardless of whether it was the desolate borders' uninhabited regions paths or the darkness passage in the depths of the cosmos, every so often, there would be cracks, and then creatures would rush out. It could be said that after all these years, Imperial Court's cultivators were always fighting fiercely. The only fortunate thing was that this was the cultivationless age, so the other side's creatures felt restraining fear, not daring to truly connect the 2 worlds, all of them holding themselves back somewhat. At the same time, Xianxia invited over the restricted region lord, Crystal Skull and other old monsters to arrange some things so that the Undying Kings couldn't truly cross over. Only then did they feel slightly more at ease. The realm sea is in chaos. Some creatures are about to reach the shore. The other side is on guard. The Undying Kings are making preparations to face a great enemy, the restricted region lord said. Several hundred years ago, Xianxia paid Dam World another visit, but then didn't go back. It was because there were creatures that were getting close, about to ascend the dam. There was definitely going to be a battle there, and it was going to be incredibly bitter. The creatures who reached the shore would immediately stop their enemies. Regarding that rotten wooden chest, were you able to figure anything out? Xianxia asked the restricted region lord. Nothing. I am still unable to open it. Even though this thing was extremely important, they just couldn't open it, leaving even the restricted region lord with a headache, powerless to do anything. Not even the Crystal Skull and other old freaks could do anything about it. They spoke candidly, knowing that this thing was extremely important, that it was a mysterious artifact from the age of Emperor Collapse. It might be even more mysterious than the origin ancient artifact in the other side and burial region. They're coming again. Suddenly Shurhao got up. When he received information, he quickly hurried into the depths of the dark cosmos. The Black Lotus appeared again, wishing to open up a path, so they needed Shurhao to burn it away with the flame in his body again. Oh, this time it was a bit different. In the dark cosmos, a group of darkness creatures rushed over, carrying bitter viciousness, as well as thick black mist. Undying. On the other side, there was an undying level expert. It was a violent ape, its body entirely snow-white, appearing exceptionally striking in the black mist. It was surrounded under blood-colored lightning, interweaving around it densely. This violent ape was too strong, and its size was massive, simply about to shatter the Black Lotus passage. There was a wave of world-devouring terrifying aura. Oh! It released a great roar, directly devouring a star. It widened its mouth and bared its fangs. That star was crushed under its teeth. Chewed through, dazzling radiance was released. It turned into essence energy, and was then absorbed. Kill! The seven-colored immortal gold man took action, forming an imprint, slaughtering his way towards it. At the same time, Shurhao also arrived. He smashed at the demonic lotus, wishing to destroy it first. The silver violent ape released black mist from its mouth. This substance was darkness matter. It fought a great battle against the seven-colored immortal gold man. Be careful. Don't become contaminated by the darkness, Shurhao roared out in warning. He already rushed up to the roots of the demonic lotus. Suddenly there was a bow sound. The roots exploded, an incredibly sharp keratin hook appearing, extremely massive, even larger than a star. Shurhao's skin was covered in a layer of goosebumps, immediately activating the mysterious flame, releasing it to burn that area. Oh! A great roar sounded, ringing through the realm wall. In the surroundings, stars exploded one after another, turning into powder, the scene horrifying to the extreme. Everything was because of that creature's roar. This was still the result through a realm wall, merely some fluctuations that passed through the passage, yet it already created this type of scene. One could imagine just how domineering it was. If its true body crossed over, the result would be too horrible to contemplate. That keratin hook withdrew, injured by the mysterious flame. It withdrew into the darkness world. The demon lotus roots were shattered. The moment it was ignited, Shurhao vaguely seemed to have seen the other shore. There was a giant claw. The keratin hook was merely one of its fingernails. Just how terrifying was this creature? The nail was even larger than a star. Its body could be said to be as boundless as the great Tao. If it released a magical projection, that would be even more unimaginable. Shurhao sensed that things were only going to become more and more dangerous. This might be a half-immortal king-level creature. After this battle, the silver violent ape was killed. Not enough even if it had undying level strength. However, Shurhao and the others sensed the severity of the situation. A half-immortal king-level expert was about to take action. It was going to be difficult from here on out. Shurhao rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. Realm seas creatures were going to get onto the shore. Flames of war destined to overflow into the heavens, likely involving this realm. Meanwhile, the other side and the creatures of darkness would also slaughter their way over at this time. Everything just bunched up together. It really is troubled times. Without a doubt, the most cruel times were approaching. The truly worrisome times were about to appear. Sure enough, in the following 500 years, the battles became increasingly cruel. Tyrannical creatures crossed over from time to time. Regardless of whether it was the seven-colored immortal gold man, the three ghost immortals, or the heroic spirits, they all moved out. Meanwhile, Shurhao's will force body and his true body both moved, guarding all sides, fighting against others. Imperial Court also suffered losses, some of the heroic spirits falling, to the extent where even one of the three great immortals returned to the Tao, assimilating with the laws of heaven and earth. However, those who survived became more and more powerful. After experiencing the sharpening of great battles from two realms, the more they were oppressed, the more valiant they became. Some people, as long as they survived, they would become stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, at this time, in the eyes of the people of this world, Hao already reached 5,500 years. The heavenly horned ant, Mu Qing, Crimson Dragon, and others weren't that different in age. At this time, a few people were finally about to break through. They weren't far off, achieving the Tao at 5,000-something years. Even if this was in immortal domain or the other side, this was heaven-warping talent, let alone in this type of cultivationless age. If it was in immortal domain, they might not be much slower than Aogon, Pan Yi, and the others. Hao's situation could only be considered an exception. They couldn't be compared to him. At this time, She entered her later years. It was difficult for her to become a supreme being. With her current cultivation, she already didn't have much time left. However, her appearance always remained that of a bright and beautiful young lady, never aging, maintaining her most beautiful state. This left her fulfilled, feeling incredibly blessed. I am only a bit worried about this little one. She looked at the child peacefully sleeping in the white cauldron. During this period, the little fellow was always asleep, already sealed up. He would occasionally be brought out to bathe in the splendor of the sun, moon, and stars, cleansing his body. You don't need to think too much. With me here, how could I let you go? Hao said. Don't waste immortal blood great medicine on me. Whoever can become a supreme being, prepare it for them. Leave it for those who are stronger. She refused. When they spoke up to her gaze became gentle once more, saying, You've treated me extremely well. I already have no regrets in this life. You don't need to do anything else for me. Then, she revealed a strange expression. I know that you still have some remnant will you cannot erase in your heart. Wishing to head to the other side, see that person again. When she spoke up to her voice was shaking a bit. You don't need to think too much. I won't go anywhere. I will just remain by your side, Hao said. When she heard this, she became happy, saying, In this life, you only belong to me. After saying this, her eyes wandered, becoming a bit misty. When I grow old and die, when I leave this world, you can then look for her. I won't mind then. Don't let your heart be forever trapped in a cage. When he heard these words, Hao's expression suddenly became sharp, saying, Don't say that. The two of us will spend our years together. I don't need your immortal blood great medicine. I only wish to leave this world naturally. She shook her head, her attitude firm and resolute. I will use my blood, help you live a second life, Hao said. He cut open his wrist, forcing out true blood, resplendent like scarlet multicolored light, actually illuminating heaven and earth. Drop after drop descended, carrying a fragrance, a medicinal smell. His blood was only better than true immortal blood great medicine. Hao was extremely domineering, forcefully refining his own true blood, cleansing She's body, transferring the undying medicinal nature into her body. This will harm your vitality. I don't want it. She stubbornly refused. However, how could she go against Hao? There's no need to worry. It won't injure me much. Back then, Grandpa Chief, Dazhuang, Ermeng and the others were all cleansed in this way. Hao said. She's eyes carried tears. If there was a choice, who would be willing to die, who would be willing to part with their children, be forever separated from their loved ones? She was like the past old clan chief, Ermeng, Huzi, and the others. The reason she refused was because she didn't want Hao to waste his own true blood essence. Scared that he would be injured, that it would be hard for his Dao skills to advance. Only when they truly cared about him would they be like this. The same day, the heavenly horned ant achieved the Dao, his might shocking heaven and earth, finally breaking through that barrier, entering the ranks of supreme beings. Several days later, Mu Qing and the Crimson Dragon achieved the Dao together, rising up to supreme beings. This was a joyous matter. Imperial court was in celebration, everyone in high spirits. 3 supreme beings appeared at the same time. This was a world-shocking great event. However, immediately afterwards, a great battle erupted in the desolate borders uninhabited region. The other side invaded again, this time attacking as if they were trying to break out of prison. A half-undying king reached out a great claw, wishing to cross over. However, this world became increasingly terrifying. The cultivationless age suppressed everything, rejecting the creatures of the outside world, stopping him from entering. That year, the three undying beings all crossed while sealing up themselves, let alone this level of existence who was seriously restricted. In the end, he was forcibly sent back. Hao led all of the experts in facing the enemy. During this battle, his pupils contracted, staring at the giant black wolf that appeared at the mouth of the passage, his expression almost going rigid. This was a giant wolf, its body massive, looking like an archaic demonic mountain, making everyone feel a great pressure, as if they were suffocating. Its fur was black and glossy, a pair of wings on its back, looking like the wings of a fallen deity, pitch black like ink. There was even black lightning surrounding it. The entire battlefield fought bloodily. It was extremely intense. However, Hao was always absent-minded, almost forgetting about the great battle. Ho! The giant divine wolf roared, shattering mountains and rivers. Pong! Hao reached out a great hand, erasing all of the violent commotion, stopping the great Tao ripples that spread over. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then, Hao went crazy, truly displaying a magical projection, becoming like an unrivaled demonic god that tore apart worlds. Unstoppable, fighting until a rain of blood scattered about. Pooh! Three creatures that were close to the undying being level were immediately smashed to pieces when they just approached, their blood splashing everywhere. Hao fought until his eyes turned red. He rushed to the passage, wishing to grab that black giant wolf. It was because it looked familiar. This wolf was extremely similar to the little wolf at Hualinger's side, the young divine wolf they brought out from the 100-shattered mountain range. Unfortunately, he was just a bit off. That black giant wolf turned around, entering the passage, fleeing back to the other side. Hao stared at it as it escaped. He roared out, really wishing he could slaughter his way over, get to the bottom of this. However, in the end, he endured it, restraining that urge. He silently stood in front of the passage, his entire body releasing a wave of ice-cold killing intent. Kill! Hao turned around, his eyes immediately widening, body releasing heaven overflowing killing intent. He rushed towards the undying being who was currently fighting against the ghost immortals. All of you can just go to hell. Hao unleashed a great slaughter. In this battle, 90% of the intruders were all killed by him alone, the leading undying beings torn apart by him barehandedly. Speak! What kind of background does that giant wolf have? His words were overcast, forcing the undying being into submission. He seized his primordial spirit, forcing it to the brink of collapse. I don't know, that undying being responded. Pooh! With a turn of his hand, Hao killed him. His primordial spirit exploded, turning into a rain of light. Similarly, the other individual also entered his hands, in the end losing his life. Within 100 years, the Emperor Butterfly, Divine Striking Stone, Lightning Spirits, Shizhong and Zhu Lin achieved the Tao one after another, shaking all under the heavens. This was too terrifying. These people finally achieved perfection after 5,000 years, entering that level. Of course, this had something to do with the 7-colored immortal gold man, heroic spirits and others pointers, guiding them, making things a bit smoother for them. The crucial point was that they guarded the path of 2 realms, continuously fought great battles, already used to the undying being's methods, gaining too many insights between life and death. That was why they were able to achieve the Tao one after the next. This was the cruelest age and also the age where the strong most easily emerged. It was the cruelest because the environment was terrible. The reason why the powerful emerged was because they were bathed in blood and flames, always fighting great battles, testing their wills. If they didn't die after 100 battles, they would definitely have benefits, able to rush into the heavens during the cultivationless age. Joyous occasions happened continuously during these 100 years, imperial court becoming more and more prosperous. Only Chao Yuxing had a bitter face. When will I become a supreme being? Could it be that I really have to be buried, Only after a great era passes can I achieve immortality. Sure Hao became speechless. Fatty Chow's natural talents really weren't bad. But compared to Mu Qing and the others, he was still a bit lacking. My master has said that I need the baptism of one era after another, that I need to be buried in a burial cave, transform myself, and only then can I produce an unmatched immortal body. Chao Yuxing said with a sigh, his deadly earnest manner leaving others speechless. He knew that even though his aptitude was great, compared to the highest level bloodlines, he was still a bit off. As the years passed, in everyone's eyes, Sure Hao was already 5,600 years old. In this year, Sure Hao took action, refining his own true blood, extending another life for some of those close to him. His parents couldn't hold on any longer, already old and gray-haired. Sure Hao secretly cleansed their bodies with his true blood, granting them exuberant life essence energy once more. Harry Ball, the Zhuyan, was also already old. In the end, he still shared no karma with the supreme being level in this life. Apart from this, the green-scaled eagle bloodline, even though they cultivated the great Kuan-Peng method, they similarly grew old, already reaching their limit. The big red bird cultivated the true phoenix precious technique, but it still couldn't undergo rebirth. Unable to live a second life, now like second baldly, all of his feathers almost fallen off. The big black tortoise couldn't move, also entering its later years. It muttered weakly, "Which bastard said that turtles lived for 80,000 years? My ass. This tortoise grandpa is going to vomit all over your stupid face. Do you know how much time cultivation takes?" This tortoise grandpa almost went crazy twice. When Sure Hao began to refine his own true blood, the old tortoise widened its eyes, waiting anxiously, as pitiful could be, scared that Sure Hao wouldn't give it any. In the end, its wishes were fulfilled. The flame of exuberant life within it ignited again. It revived. "You really are fine? Are you not scared of your vitality being damaged?" After the big black tortoise revived, it carried a doubtful look. "It's fine," Sure Hao said. "Then just leave behind another bowl of true blood. It's too delicious." This vulgar big black tortoise moved its fists, continuing to ask Sure Hao. In the end, it was directly sent flying by a kick. No matter how strong Sure Hao was, he couldn't endlessly squander his own true blood. He could only save a small portion of people. If he continued to extract his own true blood, there would be great issues for himself. He didn't hesitate to pay the price, saving the green-scaled eagle, big red bird, unicorn beast little white, even the big black turtle getting a share of the limelight. All of this was because he still carried some inward softness, reminiscing the past, finding it hard to forget past emotions. At this point, no matter how deep his Tao skills were, one shouldn't easily exhaust their own true blood essence since there might be great Tao hindrances in the future. After more than 1,000 years, Imperial Court experienced many great battles. Those who didn't fall after endless battles became stronger and stronger. Through endless tempering, with the guidance of the 7-colored immortal gold man, ghost immortals, heroic spirits, and other immortal Tao figures, large amounts of powerful individuals emerged from within Imperial Court's later generations, the sect becoming more and more glorious. Even though deaths were unavoidable with great battles, some geniuses falling, dying early, in the end, there were still generations after generations of outstanding individuals who survived, becoming stronger. At this time, Sure Hao, in everyone's eyes, already reached 7,000 years of age. However, he was still vigorous, full of life force, maintaining his youthful appearance. In reality, when his experiences during the Age of Emperor collapse were included, he already crossed 5 million years of age. However, the traces of time truly couldn't leave much on his body. Could I be considered to have achieved immortality in the world of mortals? Sure Hao thought to himself. He felt like he was still a hair off. However, he could defy reason and kill immortals. This was precisely a pride of heaven that grew up in the cultivationless age. The Tao results produced in the cruelest age unimaginable, extremely glorious. Once one made achievements, they would surpass the creatures of other environments. Moreover, during these thousands of years, the world continuously changed. Even though the spiritual essence was dried up, the great Tao high and distant, the natural laws were actually becoming whole, evolving, recovering. However, this place was different from Immortal Domain and other places. After the Great Tao was gradually restored, the cultivation path would still be difficult, to the extent where all cultivators would be further suppressed. Now, it was easy for one to return to the Tao, assimilate into the natural laws. In the past, the world was beaten into ruin, the natural laws having deficiencies, the world half destroyed. Meanwhile now, it continuously devoured itself in reverse, absorbing all of the power that drifted away in the world, even including the essence energy of cultivators. All those whose Tao skills weren't condensed would easily be beaten down from the clouds. When one's Tao heart was slightly unstable, they would easily experience Tao scattering, sinking into a state with no hope of reprieve. This world was recovering, the great Tao made whole. However, it didn't nurture creatures, instead further suppressing them. This was where the cultivationless age was terrifying. The so-called cultivationless age was precisely following the decline of prosperity. The world would instead seize the essence energy of all life, suppress all creatures, using this to compensate itself. During this period, the heavenly horned ant, Mu Qing, and the others discovered a serious issue. When they became supreme beings, it was difficult for them to advance towards the peak of extreme Tao. Moreover, this situation was becoming worse and worse. After more than 1,000 years passed, it was still difficult for their cultivation to advance even an inch. Only Xianxia was rather different. His cultivation path extremely smooth, to the extent where he could sense the world's energies and fate supporting his body, converging towards him. He even had a feeling as if he was becoming one with this world, becoming the core imprint of heaven and earth. At that time, he could control the world, crush all living things. In the end, after the restricted region lord, Xianxia and the others discussed this, they reached a conclusion. The cultivationless age might have a great transformation happening. At this time, whoever stood at the extreme peak of the Great Tao, their Great Tao imprints would harmonize with heaven and earth. Their Tao root would become one with the core of heaven, suppressing the magic and Tao of others. The heavenly horned ant, Mu Qing, and others became stupefied when they heard this. This meant that Xianxia alone stood at the absolute peak, suppressing them, preventing them from rising to the highest realm. Will the creatures of the restricted regions fight for this type of Tao fruit? Xianxia asked. The restricted region lords won't bother with this type of thing, they don't need it. If a true immortal appears, would they be able to defeat you? The crystal skull's eye sockets were deep as it said this. At this point, everyone sensed the severity of the issue. According to their derivations, only one individual could be at the very peak in a world, able to suppress all clans in a region. This individual would be granted the heaven's core imprint, harmonizing with it. If this was the past, the world being deficient was one thing. However, now that the Great Tao was gradually becoming whole, this type of thing was inevitable. The heavenly horned ant, Mu Qing, Shi, and the others all had bitter smiles on their faces. Wasn't this basically the same as having no chance to reach the peak of Tao? In an age where Xianxia existed, how could others possibly rise up, climb to that type of level? It's fine. I do not need this heaven's core imprint. When I personally examine it for a bit, I'll immediately abandon it, give you all a chance to rise to the peak of extreme Tao, Xianxia said. He even felt like he didn't need it, that he should just directly give it up because the path he walked was the body as a seed path, he didn't need these things. However, the restricted region lord had him walk this path, saying that this process of compensating for the faults of the world's great Tao was extremely precious, this type of experience too rare. This was especially the case when the heaven's core imprint formed for the first time after the world was restored, even more so possessing an entirely different meaning. In one world, only one person can suppress all Tao, unmatched in the current age, the sole sovereign. Isn't this precisely the future cruel path? The restricted region lord said with a sigh. Only in the cultivationless age would this type of terrifying scene be created. Immortal domain within a king city. This was a territory that belonged to an immortal king, a massive king city. It was located in the cosmos, the stars of the heavens around it appearing incredibly insignificant. It seemed like the center of the universe, bearing the glory of endless ages, surrounded by the endless Tao of the heavens. Natural laws were everywhere, all of them like stellar waterfalls as they gathered towards this giant city. This was precisely Ouching King City. The immortal king of a generation, Ouching, resided here. In the city, it was incredibly prosperous, massive beyond compare, not inferior to Pan King City in any regards. In the restricted region, at the very center was Ouching Immortal King's dwelling. Only the clan's direct line of descent could enter. Right now, in a primal chaos-filled ancient cave, a blurry figure sat on a praying mat. It was extremely hazy, just one individual, but the great Tao was suppressed. All of the laws were below the praying mat, making him seem aloof and remote. With a schwa sound, he opened his eyes, 2 streaks of cold light rushing out from his eyes, as if they came from millions and millions of years ago, extremely horrifying. If the other experts were here, their bodies would definitely explode. "Where is that boy?" He spoke, his voice long and drawn out, as if it came from endless ages ago. "Ancient ancestor." A pair of Tao children, one male, one female, walked in, bowing with great respect. They didn't look that old, but the great changes within their eyes revealed the truth. These were 2 individuals who lived for who knew how many great eras, long achieved true immortal cultivation. Choose a person from the direct line of descent who is stunning enough, and then send him to the 9 heavens 10 earths. Ouching said. That place's great Tao was deficient, currently experiencing great changes. However, in the end, everything would go full circle, the time now approaching. He wanted a direct descendant from Ao family to merge with the heaven's core imprint, obtain a great instance of natural luck. Ouching Immortal King was expressionless. After endless ages, he didn't speak much words. Yet today he spoke an entire line, leaving the 2 children shocked. They knew that this matter was definitely extremely important. Otherwise, why would the ancient ancestor give these types of instructions? "Can we choose Ao gone to go?" One of the Tao children quietly and cautiously asked. It was because in the recent hundreds of thousands of years, Ao Gon was considered a direct descendant who was stunning enough. He has been given a chance, but he missed it. After saying this, Ouching Immortal King didn't say any more. Closing his eyes, the 2 children hurriedly delivered a bow of respect, and then slowly withdrew. Then they left this place, leaving the primal chaos ancient cave. They knew that this time, because Ao Gon lost to Huang, he already lost his value in the ancient ancestor's eyes. He was no longer attached any importance to. Inside Ao clan, true immortal level experts gathered in the ancestral palace. After carefully discussing things, they ultimately chose a disciple who achieved the Tao more than 100,000 years before Ao Gon. Someone who was a step away from the true immortal domain. This individual was stunning enough, his aptitude definitely not inferior to Ao Gon's. However, he was locked up in a heavenly prison because he was too wild and untamed, challenging the dignity of the clan's true immortals. Haha, I've finally broken free. That group of old but still not dead fellas still chose to release me in the end. An eccentric with disheveled hair and eyes full of cold light walked out from the prison. Ao Tua, your behavior has always been wanton and unrestrained, going against the clan's laws. This time, I hope you can change your ways. At the same time, bring yourself great natural luck. Don't worry, old fart. I already heard everything. What is that bumpkin in the lower realms worth? They are nothing more than some barbarians. If I go, I'll kill them all with a single hand. Ao Tuo's eyes released dazzling brilliance. His hair was a complete mess, full of wildness. Unbridled. The 2 true immortals were furious. This junior was lacking in discipline, showing no respect for them at all, still not changing his ways even now, calling them old farts in front of their faces. Ao Tua, you need to understand that this time, there will be other immortal king descendants who will head down to obtain this natural luck. You cannot act too carelessly. If not for Ao Tuo's strength being astonishing enough, his strength dominating an age, they truly wouldn't pay him any attention. However, this time they needed a fierce person like him to suppress the other immortal king descendants. Heh, aren't they just like us? Heading down to the lower realms to pick peaches. Seize the natural luck that belongs to those bumpkins? Don't worry, the natural luck is already mine. No one can seize it from me, Aotua said with a sneer. In order to prevent anything unexpected from happening, the clan will send 2 Immortal Dao experts to follow you into the lower realms. They will also carry great weapons, so no one can stop you all. A true immortal said. Old fart, aren't you worrying too much? With me there, no matter which group of barbarians shows up, or if any other immortal king descendants appear, they cannot do anything. Otuo's eyes shone brilliantly. Brazen! You unfilial child! Aotuo's father also came. He was simply about to die from anger, pointing at Aotuo with his finger, his entire body shaking. He really wanted to slap this unfilial son to death with a single slap. These were 2 true immortal old ancestors, yet this brat actually kept calling them old farts. Sure enough, the 2 true immortal old ancestors' faces darkened, turning around and directly leaving. If it wasn't because they really needed this descendant, they would have long sent out a slap, locking him up for another 100,000 years. Immortal domain within another cosmos depths. An ancient giant city floated in the void. As the years rose and fell, it became more and more prosperous, flourishing with even greater vigor, able to dominate the endless ages. This was Taishur King City. Taishur Immortal King resided here. This was the center of the star system he ruled. Similarly, today, Taishur Immortal King's eyes also opened. In the primal chaos, he released a decree, having the clan choose a descendant who could dominate all to go fight over a great instance of natural luck. This is an Immortal King foundation. If it cannot be seized, one can forget about achieving Immortal King status. When these words sounded, Taishur's bloodline was greatly shaken. In Immortal Domain, all of the kings were shocked, all sides sensing something. Even though they didn't need it themselves, if one of their later generations could obtain a Heaven's Core imprint, then they might be able to become immortal kings in the future. They all already sensed that the lower realms were about to experience great changes. Now, it was precisely time to merge with the Great Tao Heaven's Core imprint. Once obtained, it would bring tremendous benefits. 9 heavens, 10 earths. The atmosphere was a bit strange, the creatures in the restricted region clearly also aware of what was going on, what kind of transformation was taking place in this world. A great instance of natural luck was about to appear. Some restricted regions couldn't remain calm anymore. Someone was about to take action. Seize this natural luck. This was a Heaven's Core imprint. By seizing it, one would become set up on high, overlooking a great era, able to look down on all of their competitors. Exactly what cultivation level have you reached now? Inside Imperial Court, Chao Yuxing asked Shi Hao. In recent years, Shi Hao had killed true immortals and cut down undying beings, his accomplishments world-shocking. Everyone wanted to know just what level he reached. The peak of extreme Tao still haven't achieved immortality. I can be considered to still be in the supreme being realm, I reckon. Shi Hao replied. Everyone was stunned. He really was defying reason by killing immortals. It really was shocking. Even the 7-colored immortal gold man, heroic spirits and ghost immortals were speechless, not knowing what to say. If you obtain the Heaven's Core imprint, would you be able to achieve immortality? The heavenly horned ant asked. Shi Hao released a light sigh, shaking his head and saying, I've already stood at the peak of extreme Tao for a long time, always just a hair off from transformation. Heaven's Core imprint cannot push me into immortality, but it indeed will bring me benefits. My Tao needs my own path. When the time comes, I will naturally achieve immortality. However, everyone knew that once he achieved immortality in this way, it would be a completely different meaning. To achieve immortality in an age where immortal ascension was not allowed, this toppled the knowledge of everyone throughout the endless ages. You really are a monster. You aren't even an immortal, yet you can defy reason and kill immortals. How can immortal Tao creatures even tolerate this? The 7-colored immortal gold man felt aggrieved. The ghost immortal's expressions changed again, feeling great restraining fear towards Shi Hao. A supreme being really can kill an immortal? Shi Zhong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Only by believing that you are without equal can it be possible. He wanted to use Great Elder Meng Tianjing as an example, but in the end didn't say anything, releasing a light sigh. The heavenly horned ant and the other sighed as well. From the past until now, just how many supreme beings like this were there? Everyone under heaven was waiting for a chance, especially some creatures in the life-restricted regions. They all wanted to seize the heavens' opportunity. However, the troops of Imperial Court were still the same, still guarding the passages of the two realms, not doing anything special. They remained focused, guarding the various lands. This day, the world trembled lightly, something different clearly happening. This damned lower realm. The great Tao's suppression is too strong, making my entire body feel uncomfortable. Ao family's people appeared. Ao Tuo's hair was disheveled, dressed in beast skin battle armor, eyes flickering with cold light, looking like a prehistoric vicious beast, carrying a type of indescribable unruliness. Behind him followed two middle-aged men, both of them true immortals. They feared that something unexpected would happen to Ao Tuo, so they followed him here, great killing weapons in hand. They frowned. This world seriously rejected them, making them feel a great pressure. They were extremely uncomfortable here. Part of their immortal might was forced to be temporarily sealed off. Ao Tuo raised his hand, releasing a terrifying and shocking aura. How could normal cultivators withstand this? The ordinary cultivators nearby almost exploded on the spot, their faces pale like snow, blood flowing out from the corners of their lips, their bodies cracking apart. Imperial courts. Huang is most powerful. This person was shivering all over, saying this. Brazen, this is just an impoverished lower realm, an uncivilized land. These are just a group of savages, yet they dare claim to establish an imperial court. You all don't understand the height and depth of this world. Ao Tuo berated. Pooh! This pitiful cultivator began to split apart under this type of might, exploding to pieces under this roar, having his body and spirit erased. Imperial Court, I want to raze it to the ground. Daring to take on this name, they simply don't know the difference between life and death. Ao Tuo said coldly. In his opinion, not even his Ao family dared establish an imperial court in immortal domain out of restraining fear towards the other immortal kings, not daring to break the peace and balance. Yet someone in the lower realm actually dared do this. Along the way, they captured cultivators, asking them where Imperial Court was, hurrying straight there. There were palaces consecrating divine images everywhere, some of Sure Hao, some of heroic spirits. Ao Tuo headed directly to Imperial Court's central heavenly palace, precisely near Crucifix Yin Yang Earth. It was easier to head to the 8 regions from here. Massive heavenly temples rested here, majestic and imposing, will force rich, gathering from all directions. Draconic energies surged, auspicious multicolored light erupted, extremely divine. On the heavenly temples hung a horizontal inscribed board made of immortal gold, the 2 words Imperial Court carved on it. A wave of world-suppressing great aura spreading from it. Just a toad releasing a yawn. They really are putting on too much airs. Ao Tuo sneered, carrying an expression of mockery. With a raise of his hand, his palm and fingers enlarged, grabbing a great mountain. Hong Long. He fiercely smashed it out, wishing to crush Imperial Court into ruins. He had an expression of contempt on his face, completely looking down on this lower realm's so-called Imperial Court. It was because, in his opinion, the current lower realm only had some creatures with ordinary strength. He wanted to powerfully subdue them, use this to inform all the creatures of this world that he, Ao Tuo, has arrived. I have come for the Heaven's Core imprint. What Imperial Court, what number 1 expert? All of you better stand to the side, Ao Tuo said with a laugh. Hong. The great mountain smashed down. That place erupted with great brilliance, incredibly dazzling. The entire mountain was stopped in front of the heavenly temples, and then it exploded. It was because there were extreme formations established here to protect Imperial Court. The 2 true immortals inwardly jumped, feeling like this formation was extraordinary. In reality, when they heard that Imperial Court was established by Huang, they already revealed a look of alarm, knowing well that this person was special. He even defeated their clan's Ao Gon. Aotua didn't know about this because he was locked up for more than 100,000 years. The two true immortals weren't really fond of Aotua. Being treated with disrespect by a junior and having been called old farts changed their expressions. They didn't mention Huang's achievements, just letting Aotua run loose, wishing to see what kind of methods he had. The main reason was because the two true immortals were secure in their backing, extremely arrogant. Since they brought over great killing weapons, they believed that they could cut down even gods and Buddhas. The two of them had faith that they could deal with any disasters that came their way. However, they didn't know just how terrifying Huang became in these thousands of years, that he already killed true immortals and undying beings, his achievements too glorious. "Who dares disturb my imperial court?" A voice shouted from within the heavenly temples. "Even ants like you dare establish an imperial court, vainly wishing to seize profound natural luck? All of you better crawl out here right now. All those who dare defy me will be annihilated," Aotua threatened with a cold voice. This type of nasty temper had always made the clan's true immortals' faces darken, not willing to pay him any attention. So one could well imagine how outsiders would feel when they heard this. There was no way they could endure it. "Who are you?" Someone from Imperial Court said with a scrunched nose, enduring his anger and asking this. Immortal King Ouching's direct descendant. Regardless, Aotua was still respectful towards his clan ancestor. Sure Hao, who was overlooking the passage between two realms, immediately received a report, informed that there was an Immortal King clan's descendant who arrived, immediately leaving him furious. They were guarding this realm right now. Immortal Domain's creatures not helping him was one thing, yet they dared challenge them at this time. This was beyond unendurable. This was especially after he heard that this was a descendant of Immortal King Ouching. Sure Hao's face immediately became covered in killing intent. When he was in Immortal Domain, Ouching had previously personally taken action, almost ending his life right there, establishing a great grudge that couldn't be dissolved. Moreover, Ouching Immortal King and Taisha Immortal King had tried to kill Willow Deity back then, sending down endless lightning, causing its life force to almost perish, ultimately falling down to Stone Village. Sure Hao immediately hurried back, his face sunken as he said, "Why did you come?" "I have come for the Heaven's Core imprint and also to overthrow your so-called Imperial Court along the way. I find all of you unsightly," Aotua said, rather direct. When Sure Hao heard this, he was furious. This person truly crossed the line. Did Immortal Domain's creatures come to pick peaches? To steal the natural luck of the creatures of this realm? After thousands of years, they didn't care at all when the other side invaded, remaining uninvolved. Yet now that there were benefits, they directly swooped down, wishing to seize the natural luck that belonged to the people of this realm. Moreover, Ao family even wanted to get rid of Imperial Court. It truly was domineering and arrogant. Sure Hao directly took action, truly enraged, not wishing to say too much to this person, charging forward. "Who cares if you are some Ouching descendant, you are still going to die here." In the end, the result was incomparably miserable. They had just made contact, yet his arm exploded, turning into a blast of bloody mist. Then, with a pong noise, Sure Hao seized him with a large hand, forcefully clenching. Otua screamed miserably, his eyes full of horror, not daring to believe what was happening. His body broke into several pieces, directly crushed by Sure Hao. "Even an ant like you dares disturb my imperial court? Hang this fool from the highest flagpole for me." Sure Hao directly removed his head, throwing it in front of the heavenly temples. Not long afterwards, Ao Tuo's bloody head was hung on the flagpole outside the heavenly temple, the scene incredibly alarming. He still didn't die. His soul was sealed in his skull, feeling extreme shame. This was extraordinary humiliation. It was just too shameful he was actually captured this easily. Was this still the lower realm he knew about? Ao Tuo was shaken, inwardly full of humiliation. Ao family's two true immortals didn't immediately take action, hiding in the void, inwardly hesitating. Was this still the Huang they knew of? He was actually already this strong. They had secretly investigated. Huang previously merged with a golden arm bone, displaying immortal might, but they had confidence that the great killing artifacts they brought out were enough to suppress it. What if the lower realms' restricted regions wanted to interfere? The two true immortals believed that those creatures wouldn't make that mistake. If they truly interfered, then the glorious and world-shattering ouching immortal king definitely wouldn't sit still. In the past, during the Peaches of Immortality distinguished meeting, when Huang fought a great battle against Aogon, it lasted more than 1,000 moves, yet now, a true immortal said with a frown. Huang's cultivation shot up, far exceeding their predictions. This was something completely outside their predictions, leaving them endlessly shocked. At the same time, ice-cold voices sounded from various parts of the world. What kind of situation was this? The extremely unruly Ao Tuo was dealt with like this, simple and violent. It was too direct, just too shocking. That was Huang? Just how powerful has he become? At the same time, some people were incredibly shocked. The past Ouching and Taisher immortal kings took action. Yet they couldn't even end Huang's life in immortal domain? But they previously obtained information saying that Huang vanished after that battle. Even the immortal kings were sure that his name was erased from the world, no longer in this universe. Who would have thought that he was still alive and well, moreover this powerful now? These people came to pick peaches along the way, all of them wishing to seize the natural luck of this realm. Right now, their eyes flickered with radiance, full of hesitation and restraining fear. I saw Huang thousands of years ago. How could he have become this powerful? Some people began to have second thoughts inside. The same day, Hao made his decision, preparing to begin merging with the heaven's core imprint. He sensed that type of unmatched great Tao, obtaining the opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Even though it was a bit rushed, he had to make his move now. Immortal Domain even had their eyes on this place, quite a few visitors coming. In order to prevent anything unexpected from happening, he had to merge with it as soon as possible. A great roar sounded. The 9 heavens 10 earths were trembling. Hao's black hair scattered about, fluttering into the sky, his entire being erupting with endless radiance, making even the sun grow dim. He became the only thing between heaven and earth, transforming into the everlasting. Hao rushed up, entering the heavens. There were endless heavenly Tao taking form, natural laws forming a sea, the embodiment of the world's order, great Tao displaying tangible traces. At this moment, Hao's body became hazy, his entire being turning into natural laws, merging with those natural laws, close to each other. Hong Long. The 9 heavens 10 earths were all shaken, all life trembling. This was a wave of unendurable might. It's coming, he's starting. He could actually reach this step. He truly is extraordinary. In the restricted regions, some old existences spoke, all of them shaken. Some of them hadn't opened their eyes for millions of years, always asleep, but they were roused awake today. The entire world's attention was focused here. All those who were powerful cultivators were greatly shaken, raising their heads and looking towards the sky. These were world-shocking changes. A turbulent situation was starting today. Hao's body was extremely hazy. Right now, he released a terrible aura. This was the great Tao, the embodiment of unmatched Tao laws. This was a scene of world-shaking changes. Hao's flesh became a medium for the great Tao, receiving and guiding the endless Tao into his own body, nurturing a type of mysterious imprint. The so-called Heaven's Core imprint took form precisely at this moment. The natural laws of heaven and earth, the traces of all Tao converged together, forming the Heaven's Core imprint. By grasping it, one could control this universe. The irregular changes shocked both past and present. At this moment, countless figures appeared, all of them traces left behind by history's most powerful individuals, all of them powerful beyond compare, shocking all realms in the heavens. They rushed at Hao, crowding around him. However, there were some who began to fight great battles with him. Accompanied by rolling thunder, flashing lightning and chaotic radiance, the outer space was beaten into ruin. In the depths of the cosmos, stars flickered about, stellar seas were snapped and erased. Hong. In the end, everyone was shaken, their faces turning pale, souls shivering. It was because Hao rose into the very depths of the cosmos, destroying a larger half of the stars there. Heavens! Is he going to destroy this expanse of the cosmos? The 9 heavens 10 earths had just finished merging together a few thousand years ago. Is it going to be shattered again? What is Huang doing? In this world, many cultivators shivered inwardly, their faces all turning pale, frightened badly, feeling waves of fear. The starry cosmos was being destroyed. Hong long long. Then, stars swirled one after another, and then they smashed towards this great earth. Pong! The great stars smashed into the great earth, mountains collapsing and seas roaring, as if the end of the world was descending, destroying everything. It was because this wasn't just 1 or 2 stars, but rather all of the stars in the sky fell together, everything smashing towards the 9 heavens 10 earths, just too terrifying. Right now, the stars were like rain, densely packed, simply countless. They smashed apart the 9 heavens 10 earths. All life was wailing, the entire world heading towards destruction. No! There were people who cried out, their souls trembling, falling weak onto the ground. What great methods! What a powerful heaven's core imprint! Within a certain restricted region, an indistinct sigh sounded, making everyone in the world wake up. All of the cultivators broke free, struggling free from their nightmare. They discovered with shock that the so-called last phase, heaven and earth destruction, never happened. All of these were merely terrifying scenes they sank into within their own consciousness. In the heavenly dome above, a single person sat there, submerged within the natural laws and order of heaven and earth. The Tao of the heavens all appeared. He became the only one, the center of everything. That is the battle Huang is currently facing. Even all of us are able to sense it. He is subduing the heavens' core imprint, suppressing the Tao laws of the heavens. Someone said with a sigh, their expression extremely serious. Right now, Shihao became a medium for the great Tao. All of the laws of the heavens were falling towards him, intertwining, fighting a great battle against him. Hong Long. In the end, heavenly tribulation descended. This was an instance of world-shocking thunder tribulation. Every streak of thunder radiance carrying chaotic energy, just too terrifying, all of it hacking down towards Shihao's flesh. Even true immortals' expressions changed. However, Shihao received all of it. His flesh imperishable, flickering with precious light, flowing with brilliant colors, continuing to merge with the heavens' core imprint. It was because in the age of Emperor Collapse, he had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Which type of lightning tribulation hadn't he experienced? He was hacked until his flesh was scorched black. At the very least, the heavenly tribulation matching his current cultivation realm was something he could cross. This lightning tribulation, would you be able to survive it? One true immortal secretly asked another. Right now, their expressions were all serious. They just couldn't imagine how someone who hadn't achieved immortality could be this strong. Time went on. This instance of heavenly tribulation continued for a long time. If it was the others, their bodies and spirits would have long died. But this was clearly not the case for Shihao. However, the other cultivators' faces turned pale when they saw this. The creatures from Immortal Domain originally came here to pick peaches. But when they saw how terrifying Shihao was, far exceeding what they knew, they all felt scared. These people moved quickly, understanding just what exactly Shihao did these thousands of years, all of them stupefied. He killed true immortals, cut down undying beings? They wanted to compete against someone like this, seize his heaven's core imprint? We have to seize this natural luck. He is about to enter a dangerous situation soon. So when he is truly about to merge with it, being disturbed will be extremely bad for him. Someone said secretly with a sneer. As Shihao's body gradually became clearer, merging with the heaven's core imprint, there were people who took action, finally no longer remaining hidden, attacking him. These were the 2 true immortals from AO family, Immortal Tao magical artifacts in their hands, attacking murderously, preparing to kill Shihao, seize the heaven's core imprint. Suddenly, Shihao opened his eyes, the radiance incredibly dazzling. He held the everlasting sword core in one hand and the bronze immortal palace in the other, rushing out murderously, facing the two enemies. Huang, hand over your life. Taisher Immortal King Clan's two true immortals moved as well. Then, another large hand reached out, pure gold in color, covering heaven and earth, grabbing towards Shi Hao, disturbing him, stopping him from refining the heaven's core imprint. Hong! Streaks of radiance overflowed into the heavens where Shi Hao was, the most miserable battle erupting. He previously woke up, continuing the transformation within his body while facing the enemy. The main force were Immortal Domain's families. Right now, they took action trying to seize the heaven's core imprint. 6 to 7 powers took action, all of them powerful beyond compare, their origins astonishing. They surrounded Shi Hao together, wishing to tear apart his flesh, dig out the heaven's core imprint. The great battle was incredibly intense. So many troops took action, this was naturally a world-shocking great matter. However, they miscalculated. Shi Hao seemed unprecedentedly great, ridiculously powerful. His blood energy was vigorous, rushing out of the crown of his head, shattering all Tao. Blood energy surged, submerging outer space, shocking the people of the world. Hong! He smashed apart a true immortal, an expert from Ouching Immortal King Clan. Shi Hao directly smashed out with the everlasting sword core and bronze immortal palace. He himself brandishing his fists as well, destroying all who stood in his way. The 7 or 8 youngsters from Immortal Domain were left in despair. Even the true immortals from their respective families joined hands. Yet in the end, they couldn't seize the heaven's core imprint. Just how strong was Huang? Huang, if you obstinately persist in going about things the wrong way, don't blame us for being ruthless. Taisher Immortal King's descendant shouted out. Right now, he was currently standing in a giant palace within Imperial Court. Pang! The void shattered. Taisher family's true immortal appeared before Yunxi and a white cauldron, standing in that giant palace. Then they didn't say anything else. Despicable, all of you are too shameless. Imperial Court's people roared out. Are you threatening me? In the heavens above, Shi Hao asked coldly. One's path is chosen alone. Taisher Immortal King's descendant said coldly. What you said is correct. Everything is your own choice. Shi Hao responded. Hong Long. Immediately afterwards, Yun Shi and the White Cauldron each had a streak of light rush out from within them. The two streaks of light intertwined, sweeping through Taisher Immortal King's descendant, at the same time blasting back his family's true immortals. Chi. Shi Hao's true body dove down, getting closer. He continuously took action. Just the first strike blasted the exceptional genius from Taisher clan. His body and spirit erased. Then, Shi Hao's everlasting sword core was activated, facing the true immortal's immortal Tao ancient boat. He also formed a fist imprint, smashing towards the true immortal. Pooh! A rain of blood covered the skies. In the end, the descendant and the true immortal were both killed. As for the immortal Tao ancient treasure, it flew away on its own. At this moment, everyone was shaken up. Shi Hao stood in front of Yun Shi and their child like a great mountain, guarding them behind him. The two streaks of light that rushed out were two imperishable imprints he previously left behind to protect them. Soon afterwards, the heroic spirits and 7-colored immortal gold man arrived, protecting Yun Shi and her son. Letting true immortals enter Imperial Court out of carelessness made everyone inside Imperial Court furious. You all want this heaven's core imprint? Shi Hao asked. With a chi sound, a streak of light rushed out from within his body, eternally imperishable. He already finished merging with it, truly sensing what was extraordinary about it. Take it! Shi Hao separated the heaven's core imprint into 6 or 7 parts, scattering them in different directions. As a result, the heaven-warping geniuses from Immortal Domain all obtained it, revealing expressions of shock, obtaining tremendous benefits. These heaven's core imprints had just been subdued by him, so there won't be any dangers within the short term. We can also quickly merge with them, someone said. Everything was great except for the fact that the heaven's core imprint was divided too much, too scattered. Shi Hao gave them time, half a month of time. Those geniuses opened their eyes, true immortals protecting them. How do you all feel after obtaining the Heaven's Core imprint? Xianxia asked. Then he took action. This was a great battle that exceeded everyone's imaginations. Xianxia fought the true immortals alone, and then he fought against the heaven-warping geniuses who merged with the Heaven's Core imprints. This battle made the sun and moon lose color. The sky seemed dim. Eventually, blood splashed over the skies, divine rainbows appearing in endless strands. There was someone who was smashed to pieces. This was an individual who merged with a Heaven's Core imprint. However, terrifying things continuously happened. The other heaven-warping geniuses were killed one after the next, even if they came from immortal king clans, even if they merged with the Heaven's Core imprints, they still died miserably, killed. So what if the Heaven's Core imprint is merged? Xianxia asked coldly. He tore apart the Heaven's Core imprint, dividing it into many pieces, giving them to the enemy, but this was still the result in the end. He directly killed all of those people. The heaven-warping geniuses from Immortal Domain died one after another, all of them losing their lives, killed by Xianxia alone. There were true immortals who died as well. This scene felt like it was forever frozen, looking like it would never fade. The clans were all shaken, finding it difficult to express their current mood. This was just an expert at the mortal Dao domain. How could he be this powerful? This completely went against everything they understood. After this battle, all under the sky were shocked. The immortal domain experts were slaughtered like ordinary chickens, all of them wiped out, not a single individual left behind. Even with true immortals protecting them, some clans' experts escorting their geniuses, their lives still couldn't be preserved. He was unstoppable, cutting down all in his path. Many immortal king clans' true immortals died. Even with powerful weapons in hand, they still couldn't stop that demon king like Xianxia. He swept right through them, all of these clans' experts losing their lives, turning into blasts of bloody mist. At Xianxia's side was a sword core accompanied by a rain of immortal light. Beneath his feet, a copper palace. These were the weapons he used to face his enemies. Right now, within the various life-restricted regions, it was completely silent as well. Huang's appearance exceeded everyone's expectations. What was the so-called tearing apart everything like weeds? This was precisely the best example. So what if you all came from Immortal Domain? So what if you were an Immortal King clan's direct descendant genius? They would all be swept through by a lower realm Xianxia. It was just like an autumn wind that swept away the fallen leaves. When it roared past, there was a somber and desolate aura, everything withering. The great Immortal King clan's geniuses were nothing before him. Moreover, Huang even granted them the Heaven's Core imprint, not wanting it for himself, having them merge with it, seize the natural luck of heaven and earth, resonate with the Tao of this realm. In the end, it was still this type of conclusion. Even with the Heaven's Core imprints, they still weren't a match, directly suppressed and hacked down powerfully by Huang. He was just like an emperor who swept through the world's demons and monsters, destroying all in his path, killing all enemies. This type of attitude was completely unstoppable, as if they weren't even on the same level. He had a type of true unrivaled great might. Gifting the Heaven's Core imprints to Immortal Domain's geniuses, and then beating them back down. Huang is showing Immortal Domain contempt. Finally, someone spoke up, his voice extremely low. Huang is truly bold, daring to do this because he has confidence he is without equal. He doesn't treat the heaven-warping geniuses of Immortal Domain with any importance, just this arrogant. After this battle, there was no need to say too much. He slaughtered out a type of great imposing might, reaching this level on his own. He dared act like this even when facing Immortal Domain's experts by himself. What was there left that he didn't dare do? Huang, your actions are the same as making Immortal Domain your enemy. The hair of a true immortal coming from Ouching Immortal King's direct line of descent was disheveled. His entire body covered in blood, already about to break apart. There were many terrifying crisscrossed injuries on his body. Just now, he just happened to be relatively further away during the battle, far enough away so he was lucky enough to survive. However, what he saw was instead a sky full of blood, broken limbs and ruined bodies everywhere, leaving him completely stunned. What protecting the geniuses of the clans was there left to talk about? Even after seizing the Heaven's Core imprint, the clan's inheritors were still completely slaughtered. This made his entire body break out into chills. Sure how coldly turned around to look at him. Then, with a hong sound, a large hand descended. With a pa sound, this expert whose entire body was covered in cracks, long seriously injured, immediately broke apart into pieces, his body exploding, blood dyeing the skies red. Everyone was shocked. Huang took action ruthlessly after all. Even when facing Immortal King Clan's people, he wasn't lenient in the slightest, taking action when he should. The other clans also still had true immortals who were still alive, but all of their fine hairs stood up, unconsciously taking steps backwards. This battle was too miserable, ending in great defeat even with them participating. They already understood that there was simply no way the geniuses of their clans could compare to Huang. The difference was far too great. Even they were defeated, let alone those geniuses coming to fight over the Heaven's Core imprint. Killing like this, are you not scared of bringing tremendous karma upon yourself? That there will be repercussions in the future? A true immortal spoke out in grief and indignation. It was because there was already no way for him to survive. His foundation had been shattered by sure how in the battle just now. His primordial spirit was about to be erased, only a ruined body remaining. That was why he wasn't scared, didn't fear death. Huang, your actions today will inevitably drag you down to hell, he roared out. Sure how swept him a cold look. Was there even a choice? These people already climbed up to his head, trying to seize his Heaven's Core imprint, attacking his wife and child, forcing him to bow his head. Even if he endured it, so what? He would still be humiliated by these people, lose his life. Hong, sure how raised his hand, slapping forward. It was still that palm that covered the sky, blasting that true immortal into bloody paste, immediately ending his life. This was precisely Huang's response, powerful to the end. Right now, the world became quiet, no one daring to say anything more. Sure how looked at them. He slowly turned around, his voice a bit hoarse as he said, "So what if I kill? There is much karma already tangled around me." Right now, the radiance in his eyes was astonishing, shining with incredible brilliance. They swept over the experts of all clans, making their bodies and spirit tremble. No one dared look straight at him. In everyone's opinion, the current Huang was a matchless great king. Whoever dared provoke him wouldn't meet a good end. The remaining people from Immortal Domain lowered their heads, not daring to look straight at him. Everyone was stunned, incredibly shocked. Even the creatures from the restricted regions released light sighs one after another. This was precisely the great might of an unmatched being. Huang already had this type of great might, looking down on all enemies, making the experts of all sides shiver in fear. You want to leave? Sure how turned around, looking in a direction. It was someone from Taisher Immortal King clan, currently about to run. This clan still had one true immortal alive. The others were only able to live because they didn't really dare take action, but sure how wouldn't let Taisher clan's people go no matter what. This clan actually had people who dared harm his wife and child. Kill! Sure how turned into a streak of divine rainbow, slaughtering his way over. The clouds in the sky moved, divine light surging, the aura utterly terrifying. This battle didn't have much suspense at all. Soon afterwards, a blast of blood radiance erupted in that place. This clan's expert released a miserable cry, ultimately dying. In the distance, an immortal gate appeared. The remaining people didn't say a word, directly fleeing back to Immortal Domain. For them, this was a complete nightmare of an experience. No matter how many years passed, this nightmare would still remain just that clear, difficult to erase from their memories. Truly daring. From within the immortal gate, a cold voice sounded, intimidating all clans under the heavens, ice-cold and ruthless, as if it was going to erase all life. The killing has already been done, what can you do? If you dare personally take action without any regard for your own face, when I return one day, I will also eradicate your entire clan. Right at this moment, a sparkling willow branch appeared at Xianxia's side, transmitting this line. This was something Xianxia brought back from the realm seashore's lightning abyss. Xianxia knew that it was the restricted region lord who was controlling this willow branch. But it was enough. As long as this type of intention was expressed, proving willow deity was still alive, then Immortal Domain's unmatched experts would still feel apprehension. I'll be waiting for you to return alive from Realm C then. From within the Immortal Gate, someone said this coldly, extremely domineering, but still didn't take action in the end. As long as Willow Deity didn't die, everyone would feel reservations about killing his disciple. If they dared take action, if he returned powerfully one day, then their clan might truly be wiped out. Everyone had a bottom line. In reality, it was extremely difficult. Even if the Immortal Kings wanted to cross over right now, it wasn't easy at all. They had to pay a tremendous price. It was because this world rejected the experts of the outside world. Even if Immortal Domain and this world had a close relationship, they were still included in the rejection. How powerful were Immortal Kings? Unimaginably so. Now, the 9 heavens 10 earths definitely rejected these types of unmatched individuals the most. The Great Showdown could be considered to have arrived, so no one was willing to pay this price. They all wanted to remain at their peak. Otherwise, a slight mishap and they might perish. Several immortal artifacts were retrieved by the people behind the Immortal Gate. The world became peaceful again. Xianxia stood there, refining the immortal blood into great medicine. The creatures of various clans gradually withdrew. The murderous energy here was too strong. They couldn't endure it anymore. The creatures from the restricted region all became silent. There were originally people who wanted to seize the Heaven's Core imprint, but in the end, they gave up. Huang was too powerful. No matter who it was that saw this scene, none of them dared compete against him. Imperial Court's people cheered. This battle could be considered a great victory. This battle showcased Imperial Court's awe-inspiring might. Xianxia swept through all enemies alone, his accomplishments too glorious. Even after many years passed, all those who saw this battle wouldn't forget what happened, deeply engraving today's events in their hearts. A lower realm mortal dared slaughter Immortal Domain's true immortals. Just how bold and domineering was this? After a celebration, the heavenly horned ant, Mu Qing and others all revealed bitter expressions. Xianxia actually tore apart the Heaven's Core imprint in front of everyone. So how were they even supposed to continue cultivating in the future? I wanted to test some things out a bit. See if the world would still suppress you all after I tear up the Heaven's Core imprint. Xianxia said, explaining to them. It was obvious that this type of suppression still existed. It was because the Heaven's Core imprint could reconstruct itself, be produced once more. More importantly, I wanted to test out if the Heaven's Core imprint, within a set amount of time, would explode after being implanted within their bodies. Xianxia said. It was because when he refined it, that scene was too terrifying, as if all life was going to be destroyed. Normal people couldn't handle it at all. He was scared that if he rashly had the heavenly horned ant and others merge with the Heaven's Core imprint, then there would be great dangers. He wanted to use Immortal Domain's people to test things out first, see if there are any issues. At this time, Xianxia's hands shone. 7 Heaven's Core imprints appearing, flickering in his hands. Then they recombined, not damaged at all. The 7 individuals were defeated, so the Heaven's Core imprint naturally rushed out, recollected by him. The years passed quickly. In the following 2,000 years, the heavenly horned ant, Mu Qing, Crimson Dragon, Emperor Butterfly, Divine Striking Stone, Lightning Spirits, and others all worked hard to break through. After these years passed, they were already more than 9,000 years old. Some succeeded, for example, the heavenly horned ant, Crimson Dragon, Mu Qing, and others. There were some who were still just a hair off. Meanwhile, right now, if they didn't succeed, they were already a bit old. Even though they became supreme beings, their lifespans were still limited, at most a bit over 10,000 years, to the extent where a great limit would be hit after 9,000 years. After all, they had just entered the supreme being realm, not truly reaching the pinnacle. At this time, Hao used immortal blood grape medicine for Zhu Lin and Shi Zhong, granting them a second life. 9,000 years, this was an extremely long amount of time. It was unknown just how many generations of old soldiers and generations were replaced. As for the mortal world, it even more so experienced who knew how many different generations. Hao released a light sigh. In this great world, even those who achieved the Tao, if they didn't have immortal blood grape medicine to prolong their lives, they would still pass away. He turned around, seeing the golden lion. In the past, he had ingested a certain type of rare precious medicine in the other side, which was why even though he never achieved the Tao, he still lived until now. However, the golden lion was now truly old, the golden fur about to completely fall off. "Do you want me to grant you another life?" Hao asked. This world was still filled with endless worldly affairs, the mountains and rivers resplendent, the various clans having experts rising up from them, but Hao still felt a bit somber, to the extent where he became indifferent. It was because the people who belonged to his era had pretty much all died out. Who could remain imperishable? Even those who achieved the Tao, after living for close to 10,000 years, would still enter their late years. "I do not." The golden lion stubbornly shook his head. It sat under the setting sun, gazing towards desolate border, staring in the direction of its past home. The great world prospered, but the great world also declined. Hao knew that the current peace would be shattered at any time. It was because there were creatures from Realm C who had long climbed ashore, already starting to fight bloody battles. In everyone's eyes, Hao already lived close to 10,000 years, but he was still young. No one knew just how powerful he was, how long he could live. However, the people at his side were all old. Even when they had their lives extended by Hao when they were 5,000 years old, Xiling and his wife, Big Red Bird, and the others, they still entered their late years. A slight breeze brushed past. On Fiend Island, a divine river flowed, carrying endless curse power, turning this place into a restricted land. Immortal Tomb floated above Fiend Island. At the source of the long river was an endless curse aura. After 10,000 years passed, this place became increasingly terrifying. In reality, there was no one on the entire island. No one dared approach it. Today, Hao came, bringing his parents, bringing Yun Shi and the White Cauldron, following the curse river towards the mountainous Immortal Tomb. Hao's entire body shone, protecting everyone, not letting anything enter. All things nefarious were warded off, the curse power unable to harm him. This path was one Hao was extremely familiar with. It was not the first time he came here. He also brought his family here several times, now coming back here again. On Immortal Tomb, a young lady was still full of youthful vigor, the effects of time not leaving any traces on her face, still the same. There was another individual at the foot of Immortal Tomb, precisely Hao's grandfather, Grandpa 15 Shi Zhongtian. His hair was jet black, eyes closed, looking even younger than the white-haired Xiling. "Grandfather Amon, I came to see you too," Hao said, looking forward. There was no need to say too much about Grandpa 15. He loved Hao greatly, fighting for him, unleashing a great slaughter in Stone Country's capital for him. Amon treated Hao with great kindness. When he was young, his supreme being bone was seized. When he was at his weakest, if not for Amon's careful care, he wouldn't be able to live until today. Instead, he would have died a long time ago. "Child." Little Hao, two divine consciousness fluctuations transmitted over, entering Hao's heart. These were Grandpa 15 and Amon's voices. This wasn't the first time they chatted. As early as 2,000 years ago, these two already revived. When Hao came to see them, they conversed with divine will. All of them were extremely moved that year. "Grandpa, Amon, have you two been well?" Hao called out. His heart was trembling slightly. He still wasn't strong enough. If he was strong enough, then these two wouldn't be here, but would rather follow him out, forever remaining together. Amon remaining behind was her opportunity. There was a path behind Immortal Tomb. That creature returned, wishing to take Amon as a disciple. During these years, Amon obtained that creature's inheritance there, acting in accordance to his needs. However, according to Amon's suspicions, This world was too cruel. Even if that individual's skills were incredible and astonishing, not dying even after crossing over Realm C, he still carried worries. He believed that this would definitely be an unprecedented great settling, one of blood and chaos, simply unimaginable. Even someone as powerful as that person couldn't ensure he could continue living, wishing to leave behind an inheritance so that his lineage wouldn't be completely cut short. The official inheritance didn't need explanations. Amon was his additional line that he arranged, left behind for the future out of fear that the other inheritances would all be cut short. Meanwhile, Grandpa 15 couldn't leave Amon here alone, insisting on accompanying her, long seeing her as his own daughter. That person also helped him achieve his aim, sending the blood of the past demonic sovereign into his body, helping him refine his body. Even though there was endless curse power inside this great grave, there was undying matter as well. That was why time didn't injure them. We cannot leave a mortal tomb, yet now, it is time to head on our way, Grandpa 15 said with a light sigh. That expert has already ascended the dam. He crossed the realm sea, wishing to bring us there to watch the battle. It is because I am his disciple, Amon said. Father, Xianxia shouted, his voice shaking. Even though he already came here many times, in the end, they still couldn't bring away this elder. This left them full of regret. Right now, when they heard that he was going to damn world, they became filled with even greater worries, their eyes filled with panic. Amon! They called out to Amon with a light voice, viewing her as their own daughter, feeling worry of her future. Once she was brought away by that unmatched existence, just what kind of tribulations would she experience in the future? Grandfather, Amon, are you two going to stay behind? She carried an expression of worry. She knew that these were two extremely important people in Xiao's life, so she hoped they could stay behind. I fear that we cannot. That expert's will has already descended. The only reason we haven't left yet is because we wish to see you all once again. Xiao clenched his fists. He really wanted these two to stay behind. Hurry and have the little fellow wake up. Shi reminded Xiao. Xiao undid the seal on the white cauldron, bringing out that little fella, waking him up. Say hello to Auntie and Grandpa. The little fella woke up, a bit absent-minded. He called out with the most tender voice, making everyone here tremble. Good, good, good. Xianxia was overjoyed, his eyes carrying old tears. Little Hao, you have to take care of yourself. You all will definitely survive. After we head to the damn world, I will pray for blessings over all of you, Amon said. This silly girl has pleaded with her master many times, saying that she will participate in that battle, but begged for him to properly protect her loved ones. Xianxia said. In reality, he also carried similar thoughts when he headed in that direction. He followed behind that unrivaled great figure precisely because he might be able to ask this individual to help him protect those he cared about. Grandfather Amon, Shi, Xianxia and his wife's voices were all trembling, crying out. Xiao's voice was sunken. How can I let you all fight there? Wait for me, one day, I will personally appear on that battlefield. Bring all of you back. Grandpa 15 left, Amon left as well. Immortal Tomb finally became quiet, becoming a dead land. After Xiao returned, he saw the golden lion gazing into the setting sun alone. It was incredibly old, as thin as a match, its golden fur losing all of its radiance, no longer having any of its past divine brilliance. Xiao produced a jar of immortal blood, forcefully extending its life. I am different from your loved ones and old friends. They don't wish to drag you down, not wishing for you to waste your immortal medicine, and that is why they are willing to give up and plead for death. However, I am different. I truly don't wish to accept it, the golden lion said. Fine then, you can go wherever you wish. I'll bring you there. Xiao didn't wish to force it. I wish to go to desolate border. 2 days later, the golden lion died, buried by Xiao in desolate border. This grave buried a past generation's fierce beast. When he was about to die, he sat there, his frame not falling, eyes widened, gazing towards where it was previously born. This was just a small instance of what happened over the years. There were others who left one after another. It was almost 10,000 years. Who could remain undying? Who could continue existing? Dang! The world exploded. The void blasted through. The laws of the heavens became chaotic, something major happening. Xianxia immediately rose into the sky, hurrying towards the place where all of this was happening. In the end, he released a light sigh. Shizhong assimilated the Tao. In the end, Shizhong couldn't succeed either, forcefully merging with the heaven's core imprint. However, in the end, his body collapsed, merging into the great Tao. Not even sure how could stop this type of thing. Cultivation could only be relied on oneself. One failure, one transformation into the Tao, no one could save him. Pang! A rain of light covered the heavens. In the end, 2 of the 3 lightning spirits broke apart, giving their vitality to the 3rd lightning spirit, allowing it to succeed. Just like the heavenly horned ant and the others, it merged with a heaven's core imprint. The years were ruthless, cutting short the paths of cultivators. In the eyes of the people of this world, Xianxia was close to 12,000 years old. Imperial court even more so exchanged one generation of people after the next. The old soldiers of the past long passed on. Xianxia's parents' blood energy dried up. The big red bird's feathers all already gone. The green-scaled eagle clan couldn't move anymore either. Even the big black turtle's shell fell off. The Zhuyan who just wasn't willing to lose, Harry Ball, was also in his late years, unable to wield his great staff anymore. In the past, Xianxia helped them extend their life, but in the end, they couldn't break free from their fate. This day still arrived. Their lives reached the limit once again. Xianxia had no choice. His true blood was the same as immortal blood. He was unable to prolong their lives with blood medicine. They already developed tolerance towards it. Xianxia's appearance was still the same, looking extremely young, but she didn't have much time left. She was approaching the end of this life. I really don't want to leave. Xianxia's eyes were red, not because she was clinging to the secular world, but rather to the people in her life. She looked at Xianxia, her voice shaking. You have to take care of yourself. Properly continue living. Don't try to be brave. Xianxia stroked her beautiful hair, silently nodding. The last world, when I didn't have much time left, I previously told you to look for the one under the fire mulberry trees. I won't feel jealous. Being able to remain with you in 2 lives has left me extremely satisfied. I can already leave with a smile on my face. Xianxia was smiling, but tears still flowed down her eyes. She was unwilling. She gripped Xianxia's hands, holding them extremely tightly. She knew that she was going to leave this world in the end. The only thing that I cannot feel at ease over is the little fella. He is still so young, not even an adult yet. You have to take good care of him. Xianxia sobbed. She truly felt sentimental, forcefully hugging the white cauldron. Xianxia undid the seal, having the little fellow wake up, bringing him out. Child? Xianxia sobbed, holding her child closely. Don't cry, mommy. Don't cry. The little fellow was alarmed, reaching out his little hands, helping Xianxia wipe her tears. My child. Mommy doesn't want to leave you. Xianxia sobbed, hugging her child, not willing to let go, wishing to continue like this forever. Don't be sad. Just treat it like a long sleep, Xianxia consoled. Several days later, a roar of grief resounded through the heavens, shaking up the lower realm's 8 regions. Xianxia stood at the front of Stone Village alone, using world-shocking methods to seize the essence of heaven and earth, condensing divine origin liquid, sealing up the entire village. He sealed up everyone. His parents Xianxia, Big Red Bird, Jian Harry Ball, and the old clan chief Dazhuang, Ermeng, Qingfeng, Pihu, and the others. In the future, when I stand above all ages, I will spend eternity with all of you. Xianxia roared out, his voice carrying sorrow. That day, Stone Village thus disappeared.